Each mining town was a feudal dominion, with the company acting as lord and master. There was a town marshal, a law enforcement officer paid by the company. The company store held a monopoly on goods sold to workers and their families. Company officials were appointed as election judges. Company teachers, using company-approved textbooks, taught the next generation of children. Company-appointed doctors and lawyers prevented injured employees from collecting damages. The laws were the company's rules. Author Denise Giardini describes typical working conditions. They broke their backs and died of roof falls and rib rolls and gas. Their children went to bed hungry and died of the typhoid. Their wives took the consumption. They themselves coughed and spit up. They stayed in debt to the company store. They had no say at the mine or freedom of any kind. They could be let go at a moment's notice and put out in the road, or beaten or shot. Black lung disease and other work-related ailments took thousands of lives, while catastrophic accidents were a daily concern. On December 6, 1907, the most deadly mine disaster in U.S. history occurred when an explosion killed 361 men and boys in a West Virginian coal mine owned by the Fairmount Corporation. The earth shook as far as 8 miles away, knocking people and horses off their feet. Frantic women spent days searching through the wreckage for their loved ones. In the words of one witness, their shrieks of agony were not to move the hardest heart to sorrow. At the time of the disaster, the American coal industry was only half a century old, yet had already killed and crippled more men than during any battle of the Civil War. Accident rates in American mines were double that of Germany, 3 times that of England, and 4 times that of France. Workers were fighting back, and gains were being made. In its 2003 American Labor History-themed study, the U.S. National Park Service recognized that strike activity from the time period was not just motivated by economic concerns. It also involved freedom from industrial feudalism, freedom from the terrorism inflicted by hired gunmen, and the struggle for liberties promised in the Bill of Rights. In 1912, coal miners in Kanawha County, West Virginia, issued a list of demands, including a shorter workday, the right to organize, recognition of a worker's constitutional rights to free speech and assembly, an end to the blacklisting of union organizers, and alternatives to company stores. Their requested pay raise would have cost the company 15 cents per miner per day. Instead of negotiating, the company hired a private militia to break the strike. The Baldwin Felts Detective Agency had become notorious throughout the region for using violence to prevent union organizing. 300 private detectives arrived and began evicting families from their homes, forcing the miners to set up a tent colony at Holly Grove. In July, the Irish immigrant and labor activist Mother Jones arrived to show her support. Jones had been declared the most dangerous woman in America due to her success in organizing workers. A decade earlier, she led a children's march from Philadelphia to the hometown of President Theodore Roosevelt, demanding an end to child labor. In Kanawha County, Jones persuaded more workers to join the strike. Along with Frank Keeney of the United Mine Workers, she then arranged a march of 3,000 miners to the state capitol in Charleston, where she read the Declaration of Independence. The miners saw themselves as industrial slaves, and they were ready to rebel against their masters. On July 26th, strikers attacked Baldwin Felt's agents in the town of Mucklow. 4 guards and 12 strikers were killed. The state government declared martial law. Attacks against miners in Kanawha by both police and private security forces were routine and often deadly. In February, a posse led by the local sheriff, Bonner Hill, drove a heavily armored train, nicknamed the Bull Moose Special, toward the tent colony at Holly Grove, then opened fire with a machine gun. One man was killed and over a dozen wounded. A few days later, another police raid killed several men. Mother Jones was arrested on February 13th and charged in military court. Refusing to recognize the court's jurisdiction, she was convicted of incitement to riot and conspiracy to commit murder. Her sentence, 20 years in the state penitentiary. As winter set in, conditions in the tent colony grew increasingly dire. At least a dozen men died from starvation. In March, West Virginians elected a new governor. He took a more conciliatory approach, freeing 30 miners held under martial law statutes and transferring Mother Jones to Charleston for medical treatment. She was released after 85 days. The strikers were forced to accept a settlement under threat of deportation from the state. Some workers continued to fight for another 6 months. According to a later study by the Senate's Committee on Education and Labor, about 50 violent deaths had occurred during the Paint Cabin Creek strike, mostly workers. Yet no reforms resulted. Even as the mining of coal drove the American economy to new heights, the men and boys who removed it from the ground were considered expendable. Similar events would take place 8 years later when striking miners in Matewan, West Virginia, were subjected to a series of assaults by Baldwin Felt detectives employed by the Stone Mountain Coal Company. Workers and their families were evicted from their homes, while union organizers were blacklisted and beaten. Events came to a head when Matewan's police chief, Sid Hatfield, made the rare move of siding with the workers against the company. A gunfight broke out, killing 7 detectives and 3 townsmen. In 1921, Hatfield was charged with dynamiting a coal tipple, an allegation most miners considered fraudulent. As he ascended the courthouse steps with his deputy, Ed Chambers, both men were gunned down in cold blood. At the time, the United Mine Workers were facing setbacks. Though they had successfully organized much of West Virginia, the southern coal fields remained entirely in the control of corporations. 80% of mines in the area had reopened due to the importing of replacement workers, commonly called scabs, while returning strikers were required to sign so-called yellow dog contracts, agreements in which workers pledged not to join a union. A coal company lawyer, S.B. Avis, explained the concerns of management. It is like a servant lives at your house. If the servant leaves your employment, if you discharge him, you ask him to get out of the servants' quarters. It is a question of master and servant. Evicted from their homes, miners set up tent colonies and began a campaign of guerrilla warfare, engaging in skirmishes up and down the Tug Fork River. Casualties resulted on both sides. In May, the government declared martial law, but the legislation was unequally enforced. Workers were the primary target, with hundreds arrested and denied habeas corpus rights. When Sid Hatfield was shot, the miners decided that they had had enough. Men along the Little Coal River were the first to militarize, setting up guard posts and patrols. Meanwhile, word of the unlawful executions was spreading. In a matter of days, some 12,000 coal miners took up arms and began planning a march on Logan and Mingo counties. The goal was to free imprisoned workers, end martial law, and organize the entire region. Standing in the way was Blair Mountain, a 2,000-foot natural impediment occupied by the National Guard. The war was defined by class. Most lower-class workers supported the insurrection. In contrast, Logan County Sheriff Don Chaffin made an appeal to business owners. Americans should do their patriotic duty, he claimed, by opposing the workers and preventing mob rule. Chaffin's salary was partly subsidized by the coal companies. The miners wore red bandanas, earning them the nickname Rednecks. It was the largest armed uprising in the United States since the Civil War. Coal company forces were heavily armed with cutting-edge munitions, including machine guns and even planes, which were used to drop homemade chemical weapons and shrapnel bombs on the Redneck Army. At one point, bombers from Maryland were flown in to perform aerial surveillance. Yet despite their superior weaponry and despite their superior tactical position, the National Guard was outnumbered 3-1. Equally important, the rebels had extensive knowledge of the terrain. While the guardsmen felled trees and dug trenches, the miners made use of natural pathways, rapidly ascending the mountain. According to archaeologist Harvard Ayers, who made an extensive study of Blair Mountain artifacts, the Redneck Army would almost certainly have won the battle, but the coal companies had a trump card. On September 1, 1921, President Warren G. Harding sent in federal troops from Fort Thomas, Kentucky. The miners, many of whom had fought in World War I, refused to engage American soldiers. Many even celebrated their arrival, regarding them as comrades in arms. But their trust was misplaced. After surrendering, 1,217 indictments were laid down, including 325 for murder and 24 for treason. It is likely that many of the miners would have been executed, but the public was sympathetic to their plight. Of the men convicted, most only served a few years in prison. Bill Blizzard, who was regarded by authorities as the general of the miners' army, was first tried at the Jefferson County Courthouse in Charlestown, the same building in which John Brown had been tried for treason in 1859. Brown had led a failed revolt against the institution of slavery in the United States and was subsequently hanged. Blizzard, though tried several times in several different locations, was eventually acquitted. The West Virginian mine wars were part of a broader conflict between the forces of labor and the forces of capital, a struggle that claimed the lives of thousands of American workers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Thousands more were beaten, maimed, imprisoned, tortured, and sent to early graves due to poor working conditions and dismal safety standards. According to historian Philip Taft, the United States, during this time period, was home of the bloodiest and most violent labor history of any industrial nation in the world. The American state was born of a rebellion, but not the one American children are taught about in school. In 1786, 1 year before the Constitutional Convention, farmers in western Massachusetts organized a resistance movement against the state legislature in Boston. Most of the men were veterans of the Revolutionary War. Heavily indebted, overtaxed, and facing foreclosures of their homes and farms, they petitioned their government for redress. No help was forthcoming. Wealth inequality in the United States had been steadily increasing over the past century. In 1687 Boston, the top 1% owned 25% of the wealth. By 1770, that number had risen to 44%. During the same time period, the number of people who owned no property increased from 14% to 29%. The leader of the revolt was Daniel Shays, who had served as a captain in the Continental Army and fought at the Battle of Lexington. Under his leadership, rebels in Massachusetts forcefully closed local courts and liberated imprisoned debtors from jail. Governor James Bowdoin responded by organizing a state militia funded by wealthy merchants. The rebellion was crushed, but its legacy was profound.
The United States Constitution was written by men, primarily propertied men, and primarily men who were very concerned by the threats to private property and to their own wealth and income and power that were occurring all over the colonies in the 18th century. You didn't have a strong central government. The states were actually sovereign entities, pretty much independent of one another. And some states would do this and other states would do that. You didn't have any power in the Articles of Confederation to deal with commerce. There was no executive branch. There was no central power. The states were really independent sovereignties. And they pretty much went their own way depending on the influence and the power of the particular interests and people in the power structure in the individual states. So the problem came to a head in 1786, 1787. Various people were rising up and protesting the fact that they were being exploited, that they were not living anything like a decent existence. They were being, they felt ripped off by courts and by banks and by the then existing power structure. These farmers, many of whom had been members of the Revolutionary Army, having fought off England, felt they deserved a somewhat better shake than they were getting. The state militia was called in and put it down bloodily. The problem, from the point of view of the founding fathers, the framers of the Constitution, was that this was not happening just in western Massachusetts. It was happening in places like Rhode Island and in Virginia as well. There was no central authority to organize the reaction to the kinds of things that were going on. This was a clear and present danger as perceived by George Washington, James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and a lot of other very wealthy, very powerful, very elite men. There was a call for a meeting in 1786, which led to another call for a meeting in 1787, and various states sent delegates to that meeting in Philadelphia. And the first thing they did was close the doors. They didn't want any reporters reporting on their daily discussions. So they closed the doors and they junked the Articles of Confederation completely. They were only authorized to revise the Articles of Confederation by the state delegations that they represented. Some of the southern states were dependent on slavery for their essential existence and for their workforce. So abolishing slavery did not happen in Philadelphia in 1787. Madison, of course, was a slave owner. Jefferson was a slave owner. Washington was a slave owner. Some people wanted to abolish slavery right out. There were lots of pressures going on in Europe and elsewhere for simply the abolishment of slavery. So what they did was they didn't abolish slavery, but they set a 20-year limit on it. And after 20 years, the slave trade in the United States would be stopped. There would be no more commerce in slaves. But the slaves that were there would, of course, reproduce, and the kids would still be slaves. But there wouldn't be the odious slave markets. So that was a bow in the direction of lessening the tight hold of the slave South on the country as a whole. What happened was they allowed the famous 3-5 compromise. States which had large numbers of slaves and depended on those slaves for their labor force, those states would, for purposes of representation in the House of Representatives, slaves would be counted as 3/5 of a person. So slaves were credited politically in establishing the population and the membership in the Southern society, but only at 3/5 of a person. One of the key people in the effort at ratification was Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton dreamt up the idea of publishing a series of papers. And he got James Madison and he got John Jay, who was the first Chief Justice of the United States under the new Constitution, to add their names to his effort. And they published a series of papers which became famous as the Federalist Papers. Although Hamilton did participate in the convention, he had relatively little influence there. He had a lot of influence later in passage of the Constitution in New York. But his views were so to the right of everybody else's and so elitist. He sort of like represented Wall Street before there was a Wall Street. The key guy at the convention was really James Madison. He wrote for Hamilton's Federalist Papers, and one of the papers that Madison authored was Federalist Number 10. Madison's Federalist 10 was a very short essay, appeared in a newspaper, in which he basically outlined the philosophical context, the theoretical context within which the Constitution was adopted and within which the subsequent U.S. government would perform its governmental activities. In Federalist 10, Madison defined the problem that they faced in Philadelphia as, how do we deal with the problem of factions? The idea of factions was that there were all these different social groupings in the country, and you could have in the country people with a class interest organizing and taking power, and you wanted to structure the system then against the possibility that they might be able to pull that off. Especially the faction that he was worried about there was the majority faction. The essence of the majority faction would be a populistic power center. If too much power were placed in the hands of the people in a democratic society, that was a danger. If too much power was in the hands of the rich and powerful in a less democratic or non-democratic society, that was equally a problem to be dealt with. If you want to understand the U.S. Constitution, I think you have to put it in the context of the class struggle that was going on in these states at this time. If you read the discussions and the notes, especially at Madison's, it's quite clear what they felt and what they thought. Madison saw the new country as highly turbulent, full of conflicts, and he argued that the United States, perhaps they didn't have the extremes of wealth and poverty found in Europe, but in all civilized countries, he argued, and I'm quoting here, the people fall into different classes having a real or supposed difference of interest. There are creditors, he said, debtors, farmers, merchants, and manufacturers. There are, he continued, in particularly, the distinction of rich and poor. In the future, Madison said, there will be even greater inequality. An increase of population will of necessity increase the proportion of those who will labor under all the hardships of life and secretly sigh for a more equal distribution of its blessings. I mean, what clearer statement could you have of a class conflict model and understanding of the world in which he lived? One of the reasons Jefferson bought the middle part of the continent, the Louisiana Purchase, was that whites would have property and land to go and establish themselves as independent producers, not people who worked for the power of capital. Not people whose livelihood depended on the powerful and the rich, but who were themselves sort of artisans, sort of independent producers, who weren't working for someone else, whose labor was not producing profits for someone else, but profits for themselves and their families. The federal government gave them land, tremendously at the expense and detriment of the Indians who lived there in a completely different and in many ways superior society. The Indians, of course, did not see property as something to exploit and own, but something to work and produce and distribute for people who needed it on the basis of their need and on the basis of what they could do to increase and contribute. Madison knew that the agrarian American dream of Thomas Jefferson was not going to be replicated in the 19th century. He saw industrial capitalism coming here as well as it had been advanced even farther along in England and in European countries. And he basically, I think, didn't have an answer to how you stopped industrial capitalism from displacing not only slavery, which it did, but the whole idea of a democratic republic of relatively equal people in which there is not a hideously uneven distribution of wealth and income and power. And he thought that, in fact, if that happened, this Republican experiment of theirs would die.
June 2nd, 1865. General Edmund Kirby Smith, commander of Confederate forces west of the Mississippi, signs terms of surrender to the Union Army. The event marks the end of the American Civil War, the bloodiest internal conflict in U.S. history. During the previous 4 years, 625,000 soldiers perished, and much of the South's infrastructure lies in ruins. As in all wars, the poor had performed the lion's share of the fighting and dying. Billionaire steel magnate Andrew Carnegie paid a poor man to fight on his behalf, as did J.P. Morgan, Jay Gould, and John D. Rockefeller. Their abdication was made possible by the Conscription Enrollment Act of 1863, which allowed the rich to avoid military service for a cash payment of $300. James Mellon's father wrote to his son, "A man may be a patriot without risking his own life or sacrificing his health. There are plenty of lives less valuable." The ability of the wealthy to buy their way out of military service caused rage amongst the poor, leading to draft riots in some cities. Most dramatic was the New York riot of 1863, which resulted in the deaths of 2,000 protesters and the wounding of another 8,000.
Upstairs! Get the women upstairs!
While government officials and the wealthy were targeted during the riot, so too were African Americans. Rioters set fire to the Colored Orphans Asylum, burning it to the ground. A 9-year-old black boy was attacked and killed at the corner of Broadway and Chambers. And several black men were lynched, their bodies mutilated and set on fire. Though racism was prominent amongst all ethnicities, anti-black sentiment was especially pronounced in the Irish American community, despite, or perhaps because of, parallel forms of discrimination faced by both groups. From the beginnings of the colonial era, Irish immigrants had existed at the very bottom of white society. Hundreds of thousands of Irish people had been forced into indentured servitude, and though this practice was eventually eliminated, the Irish continued to face violent repression in their native land. In the mid-19th century, they arrived in the New World unskilled and desperate for work. Brutal poverty became the norm. One study estimated that 80% of babies born to 19th century Irish immigrants in New York died while in infancy. Irish women mostly worked as servants or prostitutes, while males were stereotyped as violent criminals. The term paddy wagon, slang for police car, derives from the ethnic slur paddy, which in turn derives from the common Irish name Patrick. Irish immigrants were mocked for their accents, their religion, and their overall impoverishment. They were also amongst the first ethnic groups in the United States to form labor unions. Eventually, business owners began placing signs in their windows reading NINA, "No Irish Need Apply." In the South, Irish immigrants became known as white Negroes. Slaves were considered valuable property and were prevented from engaging in dangerous work. As a result, the most perilous jobs were left to the Irish. One businessman explained, "Negroes are worth too much to be risked here. If the patties are knocked overboard, nobody loses anything." Thousands of Irish immigrants died during the building of the nation's canals and railroads. The great American abolitionist, Frederick Douglass, became especially attuned to conflicts between Irish and African Americans. Douglass had been able to purchase his freedom in large part due to donations by citizens in Ireland, which he visited during the potato famine in 1845. The Irish saw in the American slave a corollary to their own degraded condition and were strongly supportive of the abolitionist movement. In the United States itself, it was a different story. Douglass wrote, "The Irish, who at home readily sympathize with the oppressed everywhere, are instantly taught, when they step upon our soil, to hate and despise the Negro. The cruel lies told them that we deprive them of labor and receive the money that would otherwise make its way into their pockets." Yet the competition created by employers was real. African Americans were often forced into conflict with low-status white immigrants for work, and were sometimes used as strikebreakers. Only 4 months before the draft riot, black workers were used to derail a strike of mostly Irish longshoremen on the docks of New York. A major theme in the propaganda against the abolitionist movement was that free black men would depress the wages of white workers. In 1860, General Leslie Combs warned at a Democratic meeting, "The unemployed slaves will be found among you in sufficient numbers to compete with you at your wharves and your docks, and in every branch of labor in which white people alone are now employed." Following the Civil War, whites of all ethnicities were encouraged by Southern elites to unite against Reconstruction, the inspiring but failed attempt by African Americans to achieve social, economic, and political equality in the South.
The Reconstruction period is little understood. It's a moment when something big happened that we usually only remember for the bad things that happened afterwards. We know that it turned out badly, that black people were defeated, that there was the Klan and lynching and their rights were taken away, and we ended up with Jim Crow, segregation, and terrorism. What we tend to appreciate less in America's classrooms is that brief moment in the sun when new things genuinely became possible. When the Civil War concluded, the slaves were freed by their own effort. They had shot their way to freedom. They had joined the Union Army in enormous numbers. They had run away and lent their services to the Union Army. They had withdrawn their labor from the southern plantations, and they had made the crucial difference to conclude the war. They turned it into a revolutionary war for emancipation. We could just imagine the tremendous confidence that they gained at a moment like that. Once they concluded that struggle and were free, then of course the last thing they wanted was to return to that same slave-like condition. And so they did many, many things to transform their circumstances. They tried to seize land, and the land of their former masters, and work it for themselves. They tried to build schools, and they did build schools. In fact, they built the first public schools in the South. They, with the help of Northern troops who had occupied the South, totally reconstructed social life. Black people not only served on juries, which was unheard of, they served as judges. And you have cases of white people coming before a black judge to try to get justice. It took 100 years for as many black people to be elected to Congress as we had elected in Congress during Reconstruction. Elected to Congress. So there was something radical that was going on. The world was turned upside down. And this is the same period as the Paris Commune, the time when working people in the city of Paris try to take over the city and run it for themselves, and formed a commune. That coincidence, the idea that the people on the bottom were now suddenly on top, and that they had made all kinds of alliances with poor white people and were setting up public schools, public hospitals, facilities for poor people generally, not just for black people. I think it sent a tremor of terror through the American ruling class. Something's wrong here. The real problem is that the northern ruling class, the industrialists of the North, were not consistent allies for black liberation. First of all, they didn't fight the Civil War in order to free slaves. They fought the Civil War to save the Union. Once the slave owners' rebellion was put down, they lost interest in the project of black rights and social equality. They also lost interest in land reform. Giving land, 40 acres and a mule, to freed people, only to the radical Republicans did that seem like justice. To the northern industrialists, now they wanted to get on with the business of remaking the South in their own image, and that meant making money. And that meant also that the former slaves had to get back to work. And they had to get back to work producing those very lucrative and valuable commodities like cotton that they were producing before. And so the struggle to get the former freed people back to work as wage workers, the very thing they really did not want to be, they wanted to be independent and own land, is the fact that they lost their former allies. The political alliance that they made with poor whites and their collective struggle and organization was not strong enough to withstand the new ruling class offensive once the northern troops withdrew their forces. The compromise between the northern and southern elites was essentially like, okay, you can get back to business now. We'll withdraw our troops and let's get on with it now that struggle is over. And unfortunately, that left black people high and dry. But if we skip over that moment, that window when new things were possible, new possibilities were opened up, then we miss what all the struggle was about. Why do you have to have the Klan? Why do you have to terrorize people? Why do you have to murder people who are trying to vote? It's important to understand how much of a threat this new reconstructed order, what Du Bois calls black reconstruction, how much of a threat that was, that it threatened to become a kind of working class democracy.
New laws, known as Black Codes, were passed throughout the South. In Mississippi, blacks could be arrested if they left a job before the end of a contract. In South Carolina, a law prohibited black people from holding any occupation other than farmer or servant unless they paid an annual tax. Some states limited the type of property blacks could own and allowed employers to whip them. Jim Crow laws enforced segregation and curtailed African American voting rights. During the same time period, poor white voters were also disenfranchised. When Mississippi passed a new poll tax, the number of qualified white voters fell from 130,000 to 68,000. An editorial in the Charlotte Observer praised the disenfranchisement of both black and poor white voters in North Carolina as the struggle of the white people to rid themselves of the dangers of the rule of Negroes and the lower class of whites. Leading the charge against Reconstruction was a coalition of elite Democrats known as the Redeemers, wealthy businessmen and landowners who attempted to maintain the conditions of slavery in all but name. In the words of historian C. Van Woodward, the Redeemers frankly constituted themselves as champions of the property owner against the propertyless and allegedly untaxed masses. Between the years 1882 and 1930, a black man was lynched or legally executed in the United States every 4 days. A study by Stuart Tolnay and E. Beck demonstrated that these lynchings tended to follow economic cycles, with blacks safer from mob violence when the profits were high. According to historian Robert N. Grando, not infrequently, the mob was encouraged or led by people prominent in the area's political and business circles. The racially targeted violence of the Klan and other vigilante groups was not limited to blacks. In the Southwest, interracial violence was a routine occurrence between whites, Native Americans, Hispanics, and Mexican Americans. The sheer number of European immigrants expanding westward sealed the fate of the land's original inhabitants. In California, a genocidal campaign had reduced the indigenous population from 150,000 in 1846 to 30,000 by 1870. The Sacramento Union newspaper reported in 1862, "The baby hunters sneak up to a rancheria, kill the bucks, pick out the best-looking squaws, ravish them, and make off with their young ones." As the Indian population was decimated, and as new borders were charted in the wake of the Mexican-American War, 9 whites found themselves labeled aliens in their own ancestral lands.
The American conquest of Mexico was first presaged by efforts to acquire northern regions of Mexico non-violently, first through purchase, but when that failed, the architects of westward expansion engineered a war that ultimately allowed for the U.S. to occupy strategic points of Mexico, including Los Angeles, San Diego, New Mexico, and Arizona. After the cessation of the war, the United States acquired what is today the Southwest with the signing of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, which compelled Mexico to forfeit its northern half of the country, and with it, tens of thousands of Mexicans who now lived in a land that they had always lived in but was now part of a foreign country. Within a short period of time, the incoming Anglo-American population quickly outnumbered the Mexican population and began to construct a legal regime to displace the landowning Mexican population and to reduce the rest of the population to labor in the new industrial firms, agriculture, railroads, mining, etc. On the heels of the failure of Reconstruction and the creation of Jim Crow, these techniques of racially segregating a population were applied throughout the Southwest. And Mexicans quickly found themselves not only dispossessed of their land, but limited as to where they could live, where they could work, what social spaces they could even travel through. Even though the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo guaranteed that they would have a path to citizenship and would enjoy equality under the law, they found themselves legislatively constructed as a foreign people, as a people with little rights, as a people in some parts of the Southwest who couldn't own land, who couldn't work in certain types of jobs, who couldn't intermarry or intermix with the European American population, and ultimately relegated to a second class of citizenship, much in the way that African Americans were in the U.S. South.
By the turn of the century, American corporations were largely in control of the Mexican economy. The Rockefellers, Guggenheims, Morgans, Hearsts, and other wealthy families had made billions by exploiting Mexican resources and labor, while Mexican rulers served American corporate interests over those of their own people. Mexican troops and rural armies, or rurales, drove farmers off their land, leading to massive impoverishment. In the wake of the Civil War, a similar pattern of dislocation occurred in the United States itself.
A time of incredible transformation, rapid industrialization, hothouse economic growth. Every decade in the late 19th century saw either an acute recession or a major depression, throwing thousands, if not millions, of people out of work, pushing businesses into bankruptcy. All of this was an incredible challenge for working people. On the eve of the Civil War, the United States was predominantly an agricultural nation. By the turn of the 20th century, it was the #1 industrial power in the world. So what this meant for working men and women and children was, as they faced proletarianization, as they faced the rise of corporate capitalism, powerful corporations sometimes exercising a tyrannical impact on their lives, it meant that they had very little chance at achieving the economic independence they had come to expect. As corporations grew so powerful in the late 19th century, inequality radically increased. Henry George said, memorably, "The tramp comes along with the locomotive. The prison, the almshouse, comes along with mansions."
Freed from virtually any government oversight, corporate monopolies were established in all of the major industries. The names remain familiar: John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil, Cornelius Vanderbilt's Central Railroad, Andrew Carnegie's Carnegie Steel, J.P. Morgan's banking house. The robber barons portrayed themselves as virtuous high flyers in a fair, free market economy. Many even told stories of previous poverty, and in a few instances were telling the truth. Yet a study of 303 textile, railroad, and steel executives from the 1870s revealed that 90% had come from middle-class or upper-class families. While publicly singing the praises of laissez-faire capitalism, the robber barons took every opportunity to bribe politicians and crush their competitors. Payoffs became so expensive that some industrialists established bribe caps, a variant on price fixing. During the 1870s, when Jay Gould and Cornelius Vanderbilt competed over control of the Erie Railroad, they held a meeting in New York where they negotiated a ceiling for bribing politicians. By the late 19th century, American corporations had become so powerful that even some members of the ruling class expressed concern. In 1888, President Rutherford B. Hayes wrote in his diary that the United States was becoming a government of the corporation, by the corporation, and for the corporation. In public discourse, Congress became known as the Millionaires' Club. While profits accrued at the top, misery accrued at the bottom. 90% of American families survived on less than $100 per month. In contrast, at the height of their power, the combined fortunes of Morgan, Rockefeller, and Carnegie totaled today's equivalent of $1 trillion. Workplace death rates were shocking. Records from the 1899 Interstate Commerce Commission revealed that during that year alone, and in that industry alone, 22,000 railroad workers were killed or injured. Brutal exploitation in the workplace was mirrored by increasingly squalid living conditions in the home. Charles Dickens, who had become internationally famous for his vivid portrayals of the English working class, was appalled by what he witnessed during a mid-19th century trip to New York. After visiting the notorious slum known as 5 Points, he wrote of figures crawling half-awakened, as if the judgment hour were near at hand, and every obscene grave were giving up its dead. Where dogs would howl to lie, women and men and boys slink off to sleep, forcing the dislodged rats to move away in quest of better lodgings. Mark Twain referred to a new Gilded Age in contrast to the Golden Age. For Native Americans, the end of the previous age was signified by the massacre at Wounded Knee. In 1890, U.S. Army soldiers slaughtered 300 men, women, and children on the Lakota Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. By the same date, nearly all of the buffalo on the North American continent had disappeared. The Army and Navy Register reported after the massacre at Wounded Knee that the red savage is pretty well subdued, but there are white savages growing more numerous and dangerous as our great cities become greater. Ignored by the political class, poor Americans banded together to survive.
American workers were profoundly influenced by small r republicanist ideas that the most valued citizen in America is the honest producer, the idea that labor creates all wealth, the idea that citizens should be equal, the idea that they should expect to achieve some degree of economic independence. This meant, in turn, massive protests rocking the United States in the late 19th century as working people and indeed as entire communities rose up in protest against what they saw as injustice. There were no minimum wage laws or maximum hour laws. Economic insecurity became an important part of their lives. In order to survive, they needed to rely on a family economy so that not only would the men go out to work, but women would take in work often, do laundry, take in boarders, or increasingly go out to factories looking for work. It meant that even children needed to be economically productive. Increasingly, children were going into factories to work. Child labor became a huge issue. The number of children under the age of 16 roughly doubled. By 1900, something like 20% of all American workers were under the age of 18.
First started work as a breaker while I was 12 years old. Boy, what a place. You sat on a hard seat. You didn't dare cushion it nowhere, no matter how much you what you had, you have to sit on that plain plank with your feet in the chute and bend over like this, throwing the rock out. A man who's known as the sled boss, walking around with a broom, stub of a broom. He'd look behind you. If you let any rock go by, you got a poke or a sock across the back. Well, I'll tell you, it was very scary, believe me. You didn't dare say anything. You didn't dare quit, because it was something to have a job at 8 cents an hour. Your fingernails, you had none. The ends of them would be bleeding every day you come from work. So we fashioned out amongst ourselves, us boys, got old electric wire, burnt the insulation off and fashioned a little stick, twisted around, made a finger, and then used to slide them over, at least 2 fingers on each hand. And I'm telling you, it was a living hell.
Elections were controlled by a new phenomenon in the American experience: Metropolitan Police.
Beginning in the 19th century, and really going into the first part of the 20th century, local government was largely just an exercise in organized corruption. I mean, it was really government by organized crime. The system in place was political loyalty in exchange for material benefit. And that came almost automatically, you might say mechanically, which hence the name political machines. The idea was that the entire resources of the city government were at the disposal of whatever political party happened to be in power at the moment. And so they would use those resources to reward their supporters and to punish their opponents. The police were very important in the operation of these machines for a number of reasons. One being that police jobs could be used as rewards for supporters of the political party who won the election. So it wasn't unusual to see departments completely emptied out and suffer a complete turnover following an election that went one way rather than the other. Also, the elections were largely determined by physical control of the polling places. Political parties would mobilize their supporters more or less as rival gangs and literally fight for control of polling places. Of course, the police were instrumental in making sure that these fights went one way rather than the other, and then also had responsibility for regulating the polls, and then in many places for transporting the ballots, and some places for counting the ballots. So they could suppress the votes of the opposition party and inflate the votes of the party that was in power. So really this worked as kind of a protection racket. And when I talk about political support, I don't just mean support in the sense of mobilizing votes and expressing sympathy and that kind of thing. I also mean support in financial terms. Businesses, prominent citizens, that sort of thing, were expected to financially contribute to the funds of the machine that they supported. The ones that did would receive police protection, the ones that didn't would receive police harassment. This was especially important in terms of illegal businesses, so illegal saloons, brothels, that sort of thing. If they supported the party in power, could expect police protection, and in fact, in many cities, the police would be responsible for collecting the bribes. If they did not, they could expect that the law would be enforced and they would see their business quickly shut down. This arrangement continued in most American cities well into the 20th century.
In addition to providing protection rackets for organized crime and determining the outcome of elections, police were also used to discipline the working class. In Tompkins Square, New York, 1874, 7,000 workers protested unemployment, only to be savagely attacked by police. In the words of Samuel Gompers, who went on to lead the American Federation of Labor, mounted police charged the crowd on 8th Street, riding them down and attacking men, women, and children without discrimination. It was an orgy of brutality. A few years earlier, common experiences between workers at the hands of police, politicians, and employers had given rise to the first major attempt at unionization in the United States. Founded in 1869 by garment cutters in Philadelphia, the Knights of Labor rapidly expanded to 700,000 members.
The whole idea for capital was to pay as little as possible for workers. And workers obviously ended up reacting to that and organizing, first realizing the power of their numbers. So for example, in the 1880s, you had the rise of the Knights of Labor, which was the precursor to industrial unionism, in that basically working class people just banded together and went on strike. The head of the union, Terence Powderly, was opposed to strikes, but the workers went on strike anyway and began to realize the power that they had to withhold their labor as a key weapon against the employers.
The Knights opposed the wage system, calling it an insult to the divine nature of man, his high and noble capability for good. They welcomed blacks and women, arguing that failure to do so would drive down the wages of everyone. They opposed what they termed the aristocracy of labor, the common tendency of trade unions to exclude members according to skill level. Tongues firmly in cheek, they excluded bankers, lawyers, liquor manufacturers, and stockholders, whom they labeled unproductive members of society. Despite the Knights' promotion of working-class unity, the entrenched racism of American society made progress difficult. Attempts to unionize black workers in the South often ended in violence. In 1886, the Knights tried to organize African American workers in the southern sugar fields. At Thibodaux, Louisiana, martial law was declared. 2 black union organizers, Henry and George Cox, were arrested and never heard from again. The next day, 20 other black union members were found dead. In response to the massacre, an editorial in an African American newspaper reported, "To even think that such disregard for human life is permitted in this portion of the United States makes one question whether or not the Civil War was a failure." Though the Knights achieved some victories, they were ill prepared for the massive task of organizing 750,000 people. Shortly after their founding, they were replaced by the more exclusionary American Federation of Labor, as well as a diffuse network of smaller, less powerful unions. When the Knights were still gaining in influence, the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 demonstrated the ability of ordinary workers to coalesce into a powerful nationwide force.
In the 1870s, as the United States was still recovering from Civil War and Reconstruction and industrialization is rapidly taking off, the United States is hit by a depression, 1873 to 1877. Businesses are going bankrupt. Employers trying to survive are laying off workers or slashing wages. Workers begin protesting the wage cuts, which are happening repeatedly. On the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, for example, railroad workers had already, by 1877, confronted 3 different wage cuts. They go on strike in Martinsburg, West Virginia, refuse to let trains pass until the wage cut is revoked. And this strike quickly spreads. Often it's referred to as the insurrection of 1877. It's really the first major uprising against the new capitalist order. The strike spreads from Virginia to Baltimore, and then west through Pennsylvania to Illinois to Missouri. One of the striking things about this upheaval is that it's not just the railroad workers. Whole communities come out to support the striking railroad workers. So families, women, and children. They're saying, this is our community. We built this, and it shouldn't be left to a few railroad owners to dictate to us. In some cities, in Chicago and St. Louis, the strike flowers into an all-out general strike, paralyzing the entire cities for days. So as this is happening, as protest is spreading, as the strike is spreading, the governments at the city and state and federal level are figuring out what to do. They send in some cases, state militias. In some cases, the militias refuse to restore order, refuse to fire on the strikers. In Pittsburgh, militiamen bayonet and shoot strikers, killing 20 of them. In protest, the strikers then destroy several buildings and more than 100 train cars and locomotives. So in several cases, order is not restored until the president sends in federal troops. In fact, order is restored in part because the president takes troops. This is a signal moment in U.S. history, I think. The president orders troops out of the South, where they had been protecting the rights of freed men and women, and orders them north to put down working class insurrection. And with that, you can kind of see symbolically the shift in U.S. history from a moment that was about empowering freed slaves, shifting to a moment to repress the rights of working class men and women. We see it as really the first great protest against the new industrial order. And also in its aftermath, governments across the country take action to build urban armories and forts so that the next time a working class uprising occurs, the government will be able to use troops more easily to suppress them.
Although the Great Upheaval was defeated, it wasn't a total loss. Workers in many areas received increased wages and improved working conditions. More importantly, the event crystallized the concept of class struggle in the minds of the poor. During the strike, workers complained that they were treated just as the rolling stock of locomotives. In Baltimore, a striker remarked on class solidarity. "The working people everywhere are with us. They know what it is like to bring up a family on 90 cents a day." Barely able to survive after endless toil, workers increasingly looked at the philosophies of socialism, communism, and anarchism. Though socialist literature was often banned from libraries and schools, a spirited labor press emerged in all of the major cities. When a lawyer named Edward Bellamy published a utopian socialist novel titled Looking Backward, it quickly sold over 1 million copies. Unions around the country were becoming increasingly militant and often resorted to sabotage to prevent strike breaking. In the tradition of the Luddites, they monkey-wrenched and destroyed machinery. An account from Atchison, Kansas, provides one example. At 12:45 this morning, 10 men on guard at the Missouri Pacific Roundhouse were surprised by the appearance of 35 or 40 masked men. the guards were corralled in the oil room by a detachment of the visitors, who stood guard with pistols drawn, while the rest of them thoroughly disabled 12 locomotives. By the early 1880s, workers across the nation were uniting under the demand of the 8-hour workday. 4,700 workers struck in Boston, 7,000 in Milwaukee, 9,000 in Baltimore, and 32,000 in Cincinnati. In New York, 25,000 union members created a torchlit procession along Broadway. The largest campaign occurred in the industrial epicenter of Chicago, where 40,000 workers went on strike. In 1884, anarchists in Chicago argued for the establishment of a free society based upon cooperative organization of production, organization of education on a secular, scientific, and equal basis for both sexes, and equal rights for all without distinction of sex or race. Other workers joined in. The Chicago cigar makers called for the open rebellion of the robbed class. In 1885, a new central labor union was created, which included metal workers, carpenters, cabinet workers, and butchers. In 1886, following a scuffle at a picket line, police shot and killed several workers outside the McCormick Harvester factory in Chicago, the single largest factory in the country. 1,300 men worked 10-hour shifts, 6 days a week, for non-subsistence wages. Both the mayor and the chief of police routinely received bribes by Cyrus McCormick Jr., the factory's owner. Outraged by the violence, anarchists organized a rally at Haymarket Square. As police charged the protesters, an unknown assailant lobbed a bomb in their direction, killing one officer and fatally wounding another 6. The police opened fire.
You still don't know to this day where the bomb came from or who threw it. A policeman was killed. The policeman opened fire, killing several workers and several other policemen. This incident became known as the Haymarket incident. 8 laborers, all of them anarchists, activists, active both in the trade unions and in the anarchist movement, were arrested. Anarchism plays a remarkable role in the late 19th century U.S. It sees state power or centralized power of any kind as fundamentally corrupting, and instead it emphasizes participatory democracy, kind of grassroots ways of organizing oneself, cooperatives, collaboration at a very grassroots level.
Although the anarchists who'd organized the rally at Haymarket were not linked to the bombing, they were nevertheless arrested and charged with conspiracy. 7 of the men were sentenced to death, and the 8th to 15 years in prison. The trial was widely recognized as a farce. Prior to the arrests, State's Attorney Julius Grinnell publicly recommended to make the raids first and look up the law afterwards. The hand-picked jury consisted of businessmen, their own clerks, and a relative of one of the dead policemen, and they were instructed that anarchy is on trial, make examples of them, hang them, and save our institutions, our society. Sentenced to death, August Spies delivered a speech before the court. If you think that by hanging us you can stamp out the labor movement, the movement from which the downtrodden millions, the millions who toil and live in want and misery, the wage slaves, if that is your opinion, then hang us. Here we will tread upon a spark, and behind you and in front of you, flames will blaze up. It is a subterranean fire. The ground is on fire upon which you stand. A year after his trial, August Spies was hanged along with Albert Parsons, Adolf Eicher, and George Engel. Louis Ling committed suicide while in prison to deny the state its pound of flesh. Though the executions were welcomed by Chicago's gentry, international opinion was overwhelmingly negative. From London, the famous playwright George Bernard Shaw remarked, "If the United States must lose 8 men, it could better afford to lose the 8 members of the Illinois Supreme Court."
It was a huge incident in U.S. history, not only for those arrested, but for the entire labor movement, because it led to a powerful backlash against workers and against anyone perceived as being radical and or immigrant. Across the country, workers were fired if they were suspected of being union activists or being radicals. Many workers lost their jobs. Many found it just politically impossible to express radical beliefs freely. And in this environment, the Knights of Labor, which had risen to something like 800,000 members, in the aftermath of Haymarket, the Knights of Labor membership quickly fell until by 1890, it was nearly a dead organization. At the same time that the Knights of Labor was growing in power in the 1880s, another approach to organizing workers was created. The Federation of Trade and Labor Unions is founded in 1881, and in 1886 it changes its name to the American Federation of Labor, the predecessor to what we know today as the AFL-CIO. Founded by Samuel Gompers, a cigar maker, along with several other skilled workers, the AFL emerged with a very different approach to things than the Knights of Labor. It was a federation of mostly craft unions, meaning that for the most part it organized workers according to their craft. Craft workers tended to be the most highly skilled workers, the workers who were paid the most, who had the most resources. So within the AFL you would have a union of printers, of steel workers, of carpenters, etc., all the different kinds of crafts coming together in this federation. In the late 19th century, what you have is workers have to find a path to opposing the new capitalist order. And they can do it by coming together in broad solidarities. They can do it through political action, or they can assume a more defensive posture and focus on a unionism that will mostly just represent the most highly skilled workers.
Despite the exclusionary policies of the AFL, the flame of labor activism in the United States continued to spread. Union membership continued to grow exponentially, increasing 20-fold between the years 1886 and 1905, and resulting in over 35,000 separate strikes. At the Homestead Steelworks factory in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, workers were being pushed to the brink. One out of 11 steelworkers died while on the job, often due to lack of sleep. Pay between workers and management was grotesquely unequal. And new technologies were de-skilling workers and driving them further into poverty. When labor actions resulted, the owner of the factory, Andrew Carnegie, fled to Scotland. Publicly supporting labor unions, he privately wrote to the plant's manager, Henry Frick, that he should reorganize the whole affair. Far too many men are required by amalgamated rules. Frick went on to hire a private militia known as the Pinkerton Detective Agency. The goal: to intimidate workers into submission.
The U.S. is not so different from Europe as some would claim, but the U.S. ruling class has always used the most repressive and violent means at their disposal to crush workers when they went out on strike. The U.S. is notable because large corporations tended to have their own private militias or armies. And when they didn't, they would hire what was then, the most famous company was known as the Pinkertons, but they would hire basically private armies to come in and do battle with workers. And I'm talking about armed, using whatever weapons they could, killing workers as often as they wanted to, and getting away with it.
There were many different companies that created detective agencies, and their specific goal was to have them there and ready to serve as watchmen, as guards, to infiltrate unions and radical movements, and to break strikes, and often to incite riots, to serve as agent provocateurs. Pinkerton's agency became famous, founded in 1850. By the late 19th century, it was the best-known detective agency and was active in many of the most important strikes in the period. From the government investigations into their activities and from a few exposés by men who had served as Pinkertons, we know that they used a wide range of nefarious tactics to achieve their ends. Terence Powderly, the leader of the Knights of Labor, once said, whenever we saw that Pinkertons had been assigned to work as watchmen, we had to get our own guys to be watchmen, to watch over the watchmen. And we would see them doing things like laying dynamite on railroad tracks or inciting men to engage in riots. So there's an entire world of really quite shadowy infiltrations, creation of goon squads to go in and bust up heads, that sort of thing. It's an important part of the history of labor in the United States. A great example of this is the Homestead Strike of 1892, easily one of the most important strikes in United States history. It was centered in the steel industry. Steel workers had a strong union. They were among the most powerful and militant of all workers in the United States.
The Homestead struggle is motivated by the skilled workers who belong to an organization called the Sons of Vulcan. And they're fighting not only to get better wages and shorter hours, but also to try to forestall these organizational changes that are going on. Frick hires Pinkertons, and there's this hugely dramatic moment where the Pinkertons come floating up the Monongahela River because, of course, all of these industrial facilities sit on rivers. both in order to ship their stuff more cheaply and in order to dump their crap into the water. And so here come the Pinkertons up on a raft.
On the morning of July 6th, a tugboat appeared on the Monongahela River, towing a barge of 300 Pinkertons. Tipped off by other workers, the strikers in Homestead armed themselves with rifles and awaited their arrival. A standoff ensued. Then, a gunshot rang out. Outnumbered and outgunned, the Pinkertons raised the white flag after a full day of fighting. The prisoners were then marched through a gauntlet of townspeople, where they suffered verbal and sometimes physical abuse. Remarkably, none of the prisoners were killed, and were ultimately set free. On July 12th, Governor Robert E. Pattison sent in the National Guard. The troops were used to protect strikebreakers, which in turn led to the defeat of the Union.
The strike by now has been pretty much defeated. This defeat became a signal one in the history of U.S. labor. It would not be until the 1930s that you would have a strong union in the steel industry again as a result of this. So by breaking the back of the steel union, employers had really profoundly weakened the entire labor movement.
Trials from the time period reveal a widespread knowledge of the duplicitous tactics used by private detective agencies. In response to the Homestead strike, 160 workers were charged with treason and murder, but not a single jury would convict. The entire strike committee was then arrested and charged. Again, no convictions resulted. Henry Frick was not charged for his role in the conflict, prompting one man to take matters into his own hands. On July 23rd, an anarchist named Alexander Berkman walked into Frick's office in downtown Pittsburgh and fired at him from point-blank range. The gun jammed after one shot. Frick survived the attack. Berkman spent the next 14 years in prison. If the Homestead and Pullman strikes revealed the extraordinary capacity for solidarity between American workers, the union movement as a whole continued to be plagued by divisions based on race, ethnicity, sex, and skill level. Chinese immigrants had played a major role in the building of California's roads, railways, aqueducts, and orchards. Yet, when Chinese railroad workers went on strike in 1867, demanding higher wages, shorter working hours, a ban on whipping, and the right to quit their jobs. Almost no one came to their aid. In November 1885, members of the Knights of Labor participated in a race riot in Rock Springs, Wyoming, which resulted in the deaths of 28 Chinese Americans.
Racialization of citizenship in the context of class conflict and class struggle produces the Chinese Exclusion Act. There were major strikes within the rail system, and Chinese workers were a significant part of the railroad workforce, especially in the western part of the country. The movement to exclude the Chinese developed in the context of that labor struggle and in the context of a great economic crisis that had happened a few years before. Both Democrat and Republican parties, and even smaller parties, began to promote the idea that a solution for the immediate crisis is the exclusion of Chinese workers. And while there were minority voices opposing this, especially amongst socialists at the time, the dominant voice, one that united the whole working class and whole sections of the middle class and penetrated into the working class, was to exclude the Chinese, to drive the Chinese out. And so the exclusion of Chinese represents the first comprehensive exclusionary immigration policy, primarily based on race. And it begins a shift in our immigration policy, in which now immigration policy is going to be defined more increasingly as a means of excluding people based on race, based on class, based on politics, rather than including people and encouraging people to come.
Race, gender, ethnicity were used to divide workers against one another. If we think about what employers were trying to achieve in this period, in their eyes, their goal was to reduce their labor costs. And they did that by introducing technologies that allowed them to de-skill workers. They did it by opposing unionization. And they did it by finding workers they could hire more cheaply and control more easily. And so increasingly, for employers, the use of different kinds of workers became really important. They recruited labor from Europe, first German and Irish, and then later Southern and Eastern Europeans, Hungarians, Italians. They recruited women into certain industries. They recruited, as time went by, they recruited Mexicans. They looked for Chinese or Japanese when they could, all as part of this larger effort to undercut the power of their workers and to reduce their costs. They became, over time, very, very deliberate and careful and strategic about this. And you can find in the written record, especially when you look beyond the northeast of the United States to other parts of the country, you can see employers laying out in their letters their concern to bring in different workers to undercut the power of those that are already there. Think about the plantations in Hawaii, for example. I've seen letters where employers say the Japanese have too much control, too much power, we have to do something. We want an okay from the United States government to bring in Filipinos and Puerto Ricans. And so they do. And so several thousand Puerto Ricans and Filipinos go to work in the cane fields of Hawaii. And the same official then writes, it has been a splendid experiment. The Japanese now know they are not the only worker. We've been able to cut their wages. So with experiments like that, employers, planters, steel owners learn that using different kinds of workers can be one of their best weapons. Scholars studying who's working in steel mills in the early 20th century have found that employers would bring in people from different parts of Europe, people who spoke different languages, and having them work right next to each other, specifically so that it would be harder for them to organize. If you can't even communicate in the same language, it's going to be bloody difficult to form a union and protest what the employer is demanding of you.
In the late 19th century, an increasing number of workers began to recognize that they could not successfully mobilize under the robber barons without overcoming their own racial and cultural prejudices. One of the most remarkable strikes occurred in New Orleans, 1892, when Teamsters, Scalesmen, and Packers united under what they called the Triple Alliance. Their demands included a 10-hour workday, overtime pay, and a union shop. In the words of one historian, the New Orleans strike represented the first general strike in American history to enlist both skilled and unskilled labor, black and white, and to paralyze the life of a great city. Delivery of food ceased. Streetcars remained idle. Electrical and gas workers walked off the job, plunging the city into darkness and revealing the stars. During the strike, the New Orleans press repeatedly tried to stoke the flames of racial hatred. Newspapers ran fabricated stories about mobs of black men harassing and beating up whites. The Triple Alliance abandoned their fight after the governor threatened to bring in the National Guard, but they maintained racial solidarity throughout the campaign.
There was this mass strike in 1892 in New Orleans, uniting basically the entire black and white working class of New Orleans. Workers, for example, at the docks were organized into biracial unions, so they were segregated within the same union local, but on the job, dock workers, line workers, etc., the danger of the job and the physical effort that goes into it tended to really break down racial divisions in those occupations first and foremost. So it was very significant. It was crushed, but then within a decade or so afterwards, there was another mass strike in New Orleans in which black and white workers again united. In the meantime, the local ruling class decided to make Jim Crow. Jim Crow was essentially a response to populism, the enforcement of separation of the races. It was legally sanctioned in the South. In the North, you had basically de facto racial segregation. So it was really a nationwide phenomenon. So basically, what did the U.S. ruling class do? They made it illegal for blacks and whites to share any public space together. They made it illegal for blacks and whites to marry. By the 1930s in Alabama, it was against the law to agitate for any kind of equal rights. That was the weapon that developed, that the U.S. corporate class developed in response to things like the New Orleans strike in 1892.
The New Orleans strike was emblematic of a growing spirit of solidarity between workers. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it would find political expression in the People's Party, the Socialist Party, and the Progressive Movement. More importantly, it would lead to the formation of the Industrial Workers of the World, the most radical union in the history of the United States.
praise, praise for I. Come to that happy land, come away. Why will ye doubting stand? Why still delay? Oh, we shall happy be when from sin and sorrow free. Lord, we shall live with thee. Blessed, blessed for I. Bright in that happy land beams every eye, kept by a Father's hand, love cannot die. Oh, then to glory run, be a crown and kingdom won, and brighter than the sun, we reign for I.
In the late 19th century, a brutal class war was underway in the United States. And, as in all wars, the poor suffered the majority of casualties. American industry had the highest job accident rate of any country in the industrialized world. Approximately 35,000 deaths and 1 million injuries occurred in the workplace every year. Most workers were paid what amounted to a starvation wage. In 1890, Idaho's Commissioner of Labor Statistics detailed a 33-item standard budget for the American family, excluding all so-called luxuries from his analysis, including carpets, drapes, streetcar fares, medicine, and medical assistance. He concluded that the typical family required at least $549 per year to survive. Despite working an average of 60 hours per week, 88% of Iowa's laborers earned less than the required amount. Presiding over society was a small group of industrialists and bankers, nicknamed the robber barons. The richest 2% owned more than a third of the nation's wealth, while the bottom 40% possessed no wealth at all. In terms of property, the wealthiest 1% owned 51%, while the bottom 44% owned a meager 1.1%. Economist Henry George wrote in 1886 that chattel slavery is dead, but industrial slavery remains. Working people were fighting back with increasing militancy, and alongside the growth of labor unions was the growth of metropolitan police. During an economic depression sparked by the Panic of 1873, mounted police officers attacked thousands of protesters in Tompkins Square, New York. The NYPD then began assigning detectives to spy on socialist and anarchist groups. By 1896, they had tapped 350 phones, including those of churches. Workers were forced to contend not only with public, but private police forces. The largest of these groups was the Pinkerton Detective Agency. By the 1890s, the Pinkertons had amassed more agents than the entire standing army of the United States. During the Homestead Strike of 1892, when 300 Pinkertons were defeated by a guerrilla army of steelworkers, the National Guard came to the Pinkertons' rescue, protecting strikebreakers and defeating the Union. The Pinkertons did more than provide goon squads to big business. According to former Pinkerton detectives, such as Sam Hammett, the agency employed a wide variety of dirty tricks. These included infiltration, spreading false rumors, assassination, and false flag operations, acts of violence staged by detectives and blamed on workers. Among their targets were the Molly Maguires. Born of mysterious origins, the Molly Maguires were a secret society of Irish immigrants who became active in the anthracite coal fields of Pennsylvania during the 1870s. Victims of perilous working conditions and non-subsistence wages, they were blamed for a number of bombings and assassinations. Though historians agree that the Mollies engaged in militant activities, including the beating up of scabs, they are divided over whether they committed all, or even most, of the serious crimes attributed them. Joseph Rayback's 1966 volume, A History of American Labor, notes that the crime wave that emerged in the anthracite fields came after the appearance of the Pinkertons, and that many of the victims were union leaders and ordinary miners. The evidence brought against them, supplied by James McParlin, a Pinkerton, and corroborated by men who were granted immunity for their own crimes, was torturous and contradictory. On the 21st of June, 1877, 10 Irish-American coal miners were hanged in Carbon County. 10 more Mollies would be hanged in the following 2 years. Miners and their families marched through the night to honor the dead. According to eyewitnesses, the crowd in Pottsville stretched as far as one could see. Over the next several decades, the workers' movement in the United States would become a powerful and revolutionary force. One of the most important labor struggles in the late 19th century was the Pullman Strike of 1894. When the American Railway Union organized a boycott against the Pullman Palace Car Company, workers came together in dozens of towns and cities in solidarity. The federal government stepped in to resolve the dispute, not on behalf of workers, but corporations. 17 years earlier, during the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the government bloodily suppressed a rebellion sparked by massive wage cuts.
True! Halt! Present! Arms!
This time, it would do so under color of law.
There's this guy named George Pullman who gets a monopoly on sleeping cars for railroads. So a monopoly on everything to do with the technology of how to go from sitting up seats to flip them into beds so that people could sleep in them. He becomes a very rich man. And his major factory, which is in a suburb of Chicago, is in a company town called Pullman. And I always tell students, it's a bad sign when the town has the same name as the owner of the major factory. It's kind of a clue. And so it's a company town, and that meant that everyone who worked for Pullman lived in a house owned by Pullman, shopped in stores owned by Pullman. Their kids went to schools where the curriculum was controlled by Pullman. The police were picked by Pullman. So in 1893, the economy goes into one of these depressions, and Pullman cuts his workers' wages, but won't reduce their rent. And the workers have the nerve to think that that's unfair. And so they go on strike. Now, back up a hair. In 1894, this is the summer of 1894, in the spring of 1894, there is a strike on the Great Northern Railroad. And the Great Northern Railroad was centered in St. Paul, owned by James J. Hill. When this depression hit, Hill cut his workers' wages. Railroad workers since 1888 had been developing a new kind of union called an industrial union. The idea was that all railroad workers, whether you were an engineer or a fireman, a brakeman, a conductor, a trainman, a maintenance of way worker who laid the tracks, that whatever you did, it made sense for all of you to be in one union rather than in a whole bunch of separate unions. And there was this very interesting, very charismatic guy named Eugene V. Debs, who started this union in 1888 that he called the American Railway Union, one big union for all railroad workers. Debs had started out as a fireman, that is the guy who shovels coal. Some guy has the wicked job of shoveling the coal and putting it into the boiler. Endlessly. So Debs starts this American Railway Union, and the idea spreads among railroad workers. In 1894, in April, when the Great Northern workers are faced with this wage cut, they start a strike in Montana, and the strike moves into St. Paul. And it's all the railroad workers together against this wage cut. And there is this great confrontation in St. Paul in April of 1894 between Eugene Debs and James J. Hill. And it's such an entrenched conflict that George Pillsbury steps in to mediate a solution, because he's worried that as long as the railroad workers are on strike and the trains aren't running, his flour is not going to Duluth to be sent across the Atlantic Ocean. And so Pillsbury mediates a settlement that gives the workers back the pay cut. The word spreads throughout the country. Join that American Railway Union. That's the way to be safe and secure. So 3 months later, when the workers in Pullman, Illinois experience their wage cut, they say, well, we're going to join that American Railway Union. And they contact Debs and they say, we build the trains, we build these Pullman cars. Can we join your union? Debs says, sure. And they say, well, we're already on strike. What can you do for us? Debs comes up with the idea that he will urge railroad workers throughout the country to boycott any train that has a Pullman car on it. Well, Pullman has a monopoly on these cars, which basically means every train has these cars, which means that Debs is really calling a nationwide railroad strike, but he doesn't want to use the words. Mr. Pullman sends his corporate lawyer, a guy named Richard Olney, who had been Attorney General of the United States. Olney goes into a federal court in Chicago and calls for an injunction against the boycott on the grounds that every train also carries mail and that this strike is interfering with the shipment of the nation's mail. And a federal judge grants what is the first federal injunction against a strike.
Under the command of Brigadier General Nelson Miles, 12,000 U.S. Army troops were sent in to attack their own citizens. Riots broke out in several cities. Before the smoke cleared, 30 strikers had been killed and 57 wounded. Property damage was estimated at $80 million.
That's the way that's going.
Charged with contempt of court, Eugene Debs delivered a speech before his accusers. It seems to me that if it were not for resistance to degrading conditions, the tendency of our whole civilization would be downward. After a while, we would reach the point where there would be no resistance, and slavery would come. Debs was sentenced to 16 months in prison, where he began reading socialist literature. He eventually renounced capitalism and went on to lead the American Socialist Party for the next several decades. Despite the solidarity expressed by workers during the Pullman strike, the union movement as a whole continued to be plagued by artificial divisions. Debs himself had previously supported the Chinese Exclusion Act, the first immigration policy in the United States to prevent immigration on the basis of race. In the South, following the Civil War, racism was the most important factor in limiting the growth and effectiveness of organized labor.
Well, certainly working people have different impulses that arise out of our situation. One of our impulses is to compete with one another because we have to compete for jobs and opportunities and schools and housing. We're constantly in competition with each other. Another of our impulses is to band together, to try to challenge our conditions, to stick together in solidarity and hope that by sticking together we can be stronger than the employers or the politicians or whomever may be oppressing us. And so we have competing impulses, an impulse to stick together and an impulse to compete against each other. And so when we ask the question about white people and black people in the South, especially working people, and who benefited, I think if we start from the perspective that something new and radical was possible out of the Civil War, then I think there's a strong argument that all working people lost out by the defeat of Reconstruction, because the imposition of an extreme racist regime meant that the employers, North and South, would always have the card of racial antagonism, to play against various groups, which they did quite effectively for a very long time. So we see unions participate in racism strongly. Speaking of, many of the first unions in this country were what you call craft unions, meaning that this group of people who have this craft are trying to protect their craft by, in some sense, banding together and having solidarity, but also in some sense competing with other workers whom they keep out of the craft and they exclude them. And so you see both impulses. It's like, we're going to stick together and we're going to exclude these other people. And by excluding them, we hope to maintain the high salaries and the benefits and whatever we can of the prestige and position of this craft. So a lot of unions take on that aspect, which very easily plays into racism. So white workers who participate in that kind of very strict exclusion will do horribly racist things like go on strike to prevent a black person from joining their ranks or being hired. And so, of course, that benefits them in a sense that they get those jobs and that's their exclusive protected sphere. But from the perspective of what could they have achieved had their coalition or their potential coalition with working black people been realized, affirmed, strengthened, not crushed with violent racist terror, had that been allowed to flourish, had a genuine democracy and genuine land reform flourished in the South, had Reconstruction continued and been expanded, black people would have had property and wealth, and working people would have had a very strong ally, and they would have had a kind of, who knows where that experiment in kind of workers' democracy might have ended up. So from the perspective of what was the possibilities that were opened up after the Civil War, I think we have to say the defeat of Reconstruction was a defeat for everybody.
Racism was not the only means of keeping workers apart. In Latimer, Pennsylvania, ethnicity was the dividing factor. Over the preceding decades, immigrants had been arriving from Germany and Eastern Europe in desperate search for work. Slavic immigrants, in particular, were among the most exploited workers in the country. They were often used as strikebreakers, causing anger amongst their native-born counterparts. Conditions in Latimer were so dangerous that thousands of workers had lost their lives since the opening of the mines in 1870. Yet, in 1897, coal companies actually lowered wages while simultaneously raising fees at the company store. They also instituted a so-called alien tax for new immigrants, exacerbating ethnic tensions. When a group of breaker boys went on strike in the nearby village of Coleraine, Slavic workers were brought in as scabs. Yet instead of complying with their employer's demands, they joined the boys in solidarity. This was followed by another strike in which German and Eastern European miners came together in a united front. At first, their campaign seemed successful. The company quickly agreed to a 15% wage increase. But the bosses reneged on the deal. Refusing to back down, 300 unarmed workers marched to a coal mine owned by a man named Calvin Party. The response was savage. "19 unarmed coal miners were killed and another 30 wounded. Nearly all of the victims were shot in the back while attempting to flee. Despite the testimony of 140 witnesses, no convictions resulted. After the verdict, the Hazleton Daily Standard published a poem in protest. If the courts of justice shield you, and your freedom you should gain, remember that your brows are marked with the burning brand of Cain. O noble, noble deputies, we always will remember your bloody work at Latimer on the 10th day of September." The brutality of the massacre inspired workers across the anthracite region to unionize under the United Mine Workers. Over 10,000 men joined the UMWA in the next 3 years. In Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, workers confronted yet another form of division: skill level. The dispute began when the owners of a silver mine introduced hole boring machines, displacing single jack and double jack miners. Many skilled workers were then forced into lower paying jobs. Additionally, mine owners raised working hours to 10 hours per day. There would be no days off. Miners would have to work 7 days per week, with an occasional exception made for the Sabbath. The American Federation of Labor, created in 1886, represented only skilled workers and excluded what they called common laborers from their union. Yet in Coeur d'Alene, 3,000 higher pay miners stood in solidarity with 500 lower pay miners. Together, they demanded what they called a living wage of $3.50 per day. Spies from the Pinkerton and Thiel detective agencies were sent in to infiltrate the union, creating dossiers on key organizers. When the spies were uncovered, gun battles erupted, followed by an explosion at one of the mines. Several workers and one spy were killed, after which 60 private police surrendered. The detectives were taken prisoner and marched to the Union Hall, but were not harmed. While tolerant of violence by company spies against workers, the state government would not tolerate violence by workers against company spies. Martial law was declared, and state militia called in to suppress what the governor termed insurrection and violence. 600 miners were arrested, denied habeas corpus rights, and imprisoned in bullpens. The Pinkerton agent who had sparked the battle, Charlie Siringo, applauded the unconstitutional arrests, referring to the workers he had betrayed as unruly cattle. Veterans from the Coeur d'Alene strike went on to found the Western Federation of Miners, one of the most radical unions in the history of the United States. WFM President Ed Boyce stated in 1897 that they were open to every working man, whether engineer, blacksmith, smelterman, or millman. The mantle of fraternity is sufficient for all. Workers were also mobilizing against prison labor and embracing unity in the process. According to the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, American citizens cannot be subject to involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. This stipulation allowed for prisoners to be leased to corporations and used as strikebreakers. Working-class prisoners were treated as virtual slaves. In the South, blacks received the most brutal treatment. Records from 1880s Mississippi recount the prisoners ate and slept on bare ground, without blankets or mattresses, and often without clothes. They were punished for slow hoeing, 10 lashes, sorry planting, 5 lashes, and being light with cotton, 5 lashes. According to historian Joy James, more African Americans died under the convict leasing system than during slavery. Calls by unions to eliminate these practices went unheeded by politicians, and workers in some states began taking matters into their own hands. In 1891, coal miners in Tennessee overpowered company guards, set 500 convicts free, and burned down a prison. An observer reported to the Chattanooga Federation of Trades that whites and Negroes are standing shoulder to shoulder. The divisions that labor organizers attempted to overcome during the late 19th century were also reflected in the political realm. From the time of the nation's founding, Americans had been divided into a caste system in which only the wealthy were deemed fit to make decisions on the public's behalf. In the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson defined the ideal of America: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase had been borrowed from the English philosopher John Locke, with one significant alteration. The original read, life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. On the issue of voting, the Constitution had little to say, and the matter was decided by individual states. Even among white males, majorities were often excluded due to property requirements. The most restrictive states were South Carolina and Virginia, where prospective voters had to own at least 50 acres of land. The link between wealth and voting rights sometimes caused unrest. In 1841, an uprising in Rhode Island sought to enfranchise poor immigrants. Led by Thomas Wilson Dorr, the uprising culminated in a failed attack against the state arsenal in Providence. Their cannon failed to fire, and the rebels were forced to retreat. By 1850, most states had eliminated property restrictions, but poll taxes and other anti-democratic measures ensured that large numbers of Americans remained disenfranchised. The first literacy test for voting was enacted in Connecticut, 1855, and was designed to exclude Irish Catholic immigrants. In the South, following the Civil War, both black and poor white voters were disenfranchised. The mere act of challenging this exclusion could be dangerous. According to historian Aaron Forner, every election in Louisiana between 1868 and 1876 was marked by rampant violence. During a contested election for governor in 1872, a mob of Democrats massacred between 62 and 153 African Americans after they attempted to take refuge in a courthouse in Colfax. The number of victims was difficult to establish, as the bodies were buried in mass graves and thrown in the river. White people were not immune to terrorist violence when they attempted to defend black voting rights. In 1874, on the Red River in Louisiana, a racist militia known as the White League murdered 6 white Republicans and 7 black freedmen. After being driven out of town, the victims were chased down by mounted gunmen and shot. The assassins were never brought to justice, in part because the White League, like the Ku Klux Klan before it, functioned as a paramilitary arm of the Democratic Party. The League's stated purpose was to defend a hereditary civilization and Christianity menaced by a stupid Africanization. The women's suffrage movement had begun gaining in strength during the late 19th century, with Wyoming becoming the first state to grant women the right to vote in 1869. Most battles were fought in the court of public opinion. The dominant attitude at the time was that men and women should have separate spheres of influence, and traditional attitudes among both sexes were slow to change. The women's movement was also plagued by the same racial and class bigotries that afflicted labor unions.
There was a struggle within the women's suffrage movement because middle and upper class women tended to care less about the interests of the working class in general. So in Europe, there were property requirements to be allowed to vote. So most working class men didn't have the right to vote at that time. There was a debate among socialists in Europe about whether to even support the right for suffrage for women if it didn't take up property rights, because what it would effectively do is not only not help working class men, but it would also if the same property rights are in place, you can be sure that working class women would also be denied the vote. So it really wasn't universal suffrage. The suffrage movement in the US certainly had the opportunity, and at certain points in the 19th century had united with the abolitionist movement and had united to fight for women's rights and for the rights of African Americans. Unfortunately, the dominant force in the suffrage movement turned away from that fight consciously did nothing to encourage black women to be involved, and in fact included white supremacists within it. That's the fact. So that's been a dividing issue among radicals, socialists, and so on. For example, the IWW didn't support the suffrage movement because they basically considered them just a bunch of rich white so-and-sos, kind of thing. The Socialist Party in the United States did support the suffrage movement, so you could see how the possibilities for building a working women's suffrage movement were there. It was important, but ultimately the suffrage movement did not break through the racial segregation.
Despite restrictions on voting rights, suffrage had sufficiently expanded by the late 19th century to allow for a challenge to the two-party system of Republicans and Democrats. Embracing elements of both left and right-wing populism, the People's Party achieved widespread support in the South and Great Plains regions. At the core of their movement were impoverished farmers. In the same way that industrial workers became indebted to company stores, farmers became indebted to banks. When they could no longer keep up with interest payments, their land was repossessed. By 1880, 25% of all farms were rented by tenants. By 1900, there were 4.5 million farm laborers. Many farmers suffered additional humiliation by being forced to work as wage laborers on their own former property. In the words of historian Lawrence Goodwin, the crop-lien system became for millions of Southerners, white and black, little more than a modified form of slavery. Among the populists' planks was the collective ownership of the means of production and distribution. They also declared that the interests of rural and civil labor are the same, and demanded shorter working hours, as well as the elimination of private militias like the Pinkertons. In 1896, the Georgia State Platform of the People's Party denounced lynching and terrorism and asked for the abolition of the convict lease system. In at least one instance, populists prevented a black man from being lynched. They also pledged to create free public schools for both African American and poor white children.
The Democratic Party's history, its rootedness is in the Southern slaveocracy. It was the party of Jim Crow, the party of slavery, for the better part of the first 100 or so years of its existence. When you come to the end of the 1800s, the Democrats are actually in power in Washington, a conservative Democrat, Grover Cleveland. It's the time of a huge economic crisis, not unlike what we've just been through, which leads to massive outbreak of struggle in both the cities and towns, as well as in the countryside. In the countryside in the South, this helps to create a movement, an interracial movement of farmers that then look for an electoral way to make their voices heard. And that's the beginning of the People's Party or the Populist Party. And for the early part of the 1890s, it actually competed with the Democrats in areas such as the South and in the kind of rural Midwest. At that point, the Democrats and the Populists both faced choices. The Democrats actually tried to adapt some of their rhetoric in order to capture some of the energy that was going to the Populists. The Populists themselves, initially successful on a fairly radical program, a number of politicians calling themselves Populists, got elected and decided that instead of actually trying to build the party as an independent force, to even replace the Democratic Party or to make the U.S. a three-party system, that it actually decided that it wanted to have a fusion with the Democrats. And the Democratic Party in 1896 allowed that to happen, got the one politician that had any sort of semi-credibility with the populists, William Jennings Bryan, to run. As a result of that, not only then did the Democrats actually lose the election and lose for the next 40 years, we're in a minority party, but all the energy was sucked out of the populist movement into this electoral dead end of the Democratic Party. I think in relationship to that the historian Howard Zinn wrote that one of the functions of the two-party system, particularly the Democrats, is to stamp out attempts at independence and to send out as one of its columns to go and surround, using a kind of military analogy, to go and surround any possibility of a break away from the democratic system, the democratic two-party system, and to move it back into the fold. In the early 1900s, in a lot of places where the populace had been active, the Socialist Party became a strong force. It would be kind of hard to believe today, but the Socialist Party in the U.S. had fairly substantial support in places like Kansas and Oklahoma and Texas. You kind of think of this today as very conservative states, but obviously wasn't always the case. Several small socialist parties kind of formed together in, I think, 1901 to form the Socialist Party of the U.S. And then for the next 20 years or so, its main probably spokesperson, probably the best popularizer of socialism in U.S. history, Eugene Debs, ran several presidential campaigns where he campaigned on the socialist platform against the two main capitalist parties.
The Socialist Party was not like a socialist party now. It was pre-Bolshevik, but farther left than anything we call socialist now. It wasn't like Democratic Socialists of America. It was very, very radical. It was solidly Marxist, but it was very grassroots leadership. Eugene Debs was from southern Indiana, a small town guy, and trade unionist. In Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Socialist Party was the Oklahoma Socialist Party was the largest per capita party of any state in the United States, and the largest in numbers of socialists outside of New York, which is pretty amazing considering that Oklahoma is now right down there with the most reactionary. They did run presidential candidates, but mainly they were interested in local offices. So, for instance, in Oklahoma, they actually controlled the majority of school boards, of county commissioners, and they did that in many states.
Coinciding with the rise of the Socialist Party and radical labor was a new movement amongst the middle class, which sought to reform, rather than replace, the capitalist system. Christians began speaking of the social gospel. The Reverend Hosea Strong declared that Christ came not only to save individual souls, but society. Journalist Ida Tarbell wrote an expose of John D. Rockefeller that helped lead to the U.S. government's antitrust actions against Standard Oil. In 1906, the U.S. government passed the Pure Food and Drug Act in response to exposés of the unhygienic conditions in American meat factories. Progressives also attempted to curb the worst abuses of capitalism and to eliminate child labor.
State after state, you start to see laws limiting child labor. You start to see national associations focused on it. And you see efforts by 1916, 1918, you see efforts at federal laws to set minimal age limits on who can work, although these are ruled unconstitutional. Not until 1938 with the Fair Labor Standards Act do you finally have a federal legislation to eliminate child labor. The progressive era got its name from a wide range and sometimes actually contradictory movements that tried to reform society. But at its heart, the progressive era was interested in finding some way to curb what was seen as the new excesses of the new industrial order and the new power of corporate capitalists, and to solve problems of political corruption. Progressives had a lot of ways of doing that. Some thought and argued that the way to clean up the system would be to disenfranchise African Americans or disenfranchise immigrants. So not all progressives were what we think of today as progressive. But for many or most progressive reformers, the key question was what people of the day called the labor question. People were alarmed both at the rising inequality, also alarmed at seeing this new permanent working class amongst them, permanent proletariat that had little chance at achieving economic independence. The United States had the worst record of any developed nation in the world when it came to industrial accidents. Something like 35,000 people a year killed in industrial accidents in the late 19th century, every year of the late 19th century.
Despite achieving many positive reforms, the progressive movement had a dark side. Their ideas about religion and social health saw many progressives supporting authoritarian legislation, such as alcohol prohibition, and they often blamed the poor for their alleged moral shortcomings. Progressives also played a role in the oppression of Native Americans. A process of ethnic cleansing had driven indigenous peoples onto reservations, where they held putative sovereignty, but were effectively powerless. The 1887 Dawes Act had allowed for communal tribal lands to be divided into allotments for individual families, which would be easier to sell. Federal policymakers worked with churches to impose Christianity as a part of what they called the civilizing project, imposing bans on traditional cultural practices, such as the eating of peyote and the sun dance. Decades passed before such policies were reversed.
Although this ceremony was photographed recently, it portrays highlights of the ancient sun dance ceremony. From their homes on the reservation, the Plains Indians travel to the Sundance encampment. Only in automobiles, others still carry their camping equipment. Joe Newrobe lifts his buffalo robe from the wagon. As he carefully folds his precious robe, he remembers his grandfather who gave it to him. He will use his buffalo robe to help cover the sweat lodge. In the past, the sun dancers fasted and danced continuously for several days and nights. The sun dance was one of the most important tribal ceremonies of the Plains Indians. Today, the sun dance is fully understood only by the older members of the tribe.
Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the cultural assimilation program was the practice of removing Native children from their parents and forcing them to attend abusive residential schools. In some schools, children had their mouths washed out with lye soap when they spoke their native languages. They could be locked up in the guardhouse with only bread and water for other rule violations. And they faced corporal punishment and other rigid discipline on a daily basis. Many students were sexually abused. In Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler based his ideas about concentration camps and the practicality of genocide in part on the experience of American Indians. And there was another disturbing parallel. Eugenics, a pseudoscience based on the idea that poverty, crime, and other social maladies are caused by racial and genetic inferiority, also had strong roots in the United States. the rich and powerful welcomed eugenics and gave lavish funding to the movement. Among its supporters were the DuPont family, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Ford Foundation, Mrs. E.B. Scripps, J.P. Morgan, and Harvey Kellogg. Tens of thousands of American people deemed unfit, mostly poor, disabled, and non-white women, were forcibly sterilized over the coming decades. Although the horrors of Nazi Germany brought eugenics into disrepute, programs in some American states continued until the 1970s. In the meantime, eugenics would play a major role in justifying discrimination against non-whites during the early 20th century. By this time period, the Republican Party was increasingly abandoning its support of African American rights. One of the most important figures in spreading awareness about lynchings was Ida B. Wells. Born into slavery in Mississippi mere months before the Emancipation Proclamation, she grew up to become a teacher at a black elementary school. In 1884, 71 years before Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus in Alabama, Wells refused to give up her seat on a train in Memphis. She was dragged out of the train car and unsuccessfully sued the railroad company in response. Wells went on to become an investigative journalist, publishing a pamphlet titled Southern Horrors: Lynch Law in All Its Phases. She found that the traditional justification for lynching black men raping white women had zero basis in reality. Rather, lynching was a form of social control designed to terrorize black people and sublimate the anger of poor whites onto African Americans. The black community reached out to the labor movement for help, but from the time of the dissolution of the Knights of Labor in the 1880s, most unions had become exclusive clubs. Samuel Gompers, the leader of the American Federation of Labor, supported eugenics and regarded blacks and non-whites as inferior. A socialist during his early career as a cigar maker in New York, Gompers became increasingly reactionary as his power increased, eventually arguing in favor of what he termed racial purity. The AFL's primary competition during the time period presented a radically different vision. The industrial workers of the world, otherwise known as the Wobblies, eschewed divisions based on race, sex, creed, and skill.
Union men, my ass. You want to be treated like men? You want to be treated fair? Well, you ain't men to that coal company. Your equipment, like a shovel, a gondola car, a hunk of wood brace. They'll use you till you wear out or you break down or you're buried under a slate fall, and then they'll get a new one. And they don't care what color it is or where it comes from. It doesn't matter how much coal you can load or how long your family has lived on this land. If you stand alone, you're just so much shit to those people. You think this man is your enemy? Huh? This is a worker. Any union keeps this man out ain't a union. It's a goddamn club. Now they got you fighting white against colored, native against foreign, holla against holla. When you know there ain't but two sides of this world, them that work and them that don't. You work, they don't.
William Dudley Haywood, commonly known as Big Bill Haywood, delivered the IWW's first speech. A descendant of the original Pilgrims and a former leader of the Western Federation of Miners, Haywood famously remarked, "I've never read Marx's Capital, but I have the marks of capital all over me." On June 27, 1905, Haywood addressed a crowd at Brands Hall in Chicago. "This is the Continental Congress of the Working Class," Haywood proclaimed. "We are here to confederate the workers of this country into a working class movement that shall have for its purpose the emancipation of the working class from the slave bondage of capitalism."
The IWW is the industrial workers of the world. It's a revolutionary union that was formed in the United States in 1905. The IWW shares many features with European anarcho-syndicalist unions, such as the CNT. Anarcho-syndicalism is a form of anarchism that developed in the 1890s in France and Spain that places a significant emphasis on building radical labor unions. Anarcho-syndicalism is really a strategy within the larger anarchist movement that suggests anarchists can build power by creating revolutionary unions of workers. Workers will come together to form labor unions that can push for short-term reforms such as shorter working hours or better pay. But as they're doing that, they're building their power to one day hold a general strike and overthrow capitalism itself. The IWW was distinct from most other labor unions of the time because it tried to organize all workers into one big union. The IWW was openly anti-capitalist. It wanted to totally overthrow the wage system and to create a situation in workers owned the businesses that they worked in. Another feature of the IWW that distinguished it from other unions of the time was that it organized workers of all skill levels rather than simply the most skilled workers. It also organized workers across racial divides. It was welcoming and open to African American workers and other non-white workers, as well as to women at a time when most unions were the preserve of white men. The industrial workers of the world were able to organize tens of thousands of workers in the decades between 1905 and 1925.
They were kind of the culmination of the 30 previous years of very violent reaction of companies, corporations, to union organizing. One thing that was really unusual about the industrial workers of the world is that although they organized in workplaces, the workplaces shifted. These were shifting workers, workers who were really like migrant workers because they worked in the oil fields, in the mines. And these mines would open and close, or the jobs they tried to organize, they would get fired. So whole families moved. They lived in encampments usually, often in tents and dugouts around the mines, around the oil fields. In Oklahoma, where I come from, it was called the Saudi Arabia of North America back in the 1880s, 1890s, early 20th century. So whole towns were, in fact, the town where Woody Guthrie grew up was one big oil workers encampment. And These were very, very rough conditions. So it was very different from the, big industrial plants, the steel mills, where it's in place. It was much harder to organize. They moved around a lot, sometimes alone, sometimes with families. So they were it was a difficult population of workers to organize, just like, say, the farm workers were in the early 60s. The people who founded the Wobblies had that in mind. How do you organize? How do you have this kind of mobility and flexibility to go from place to place?
I took a freight train to be my friend. Oh Lord. You know I hoboed a long, long ways from home. My mother, she found me that morning. She found me down to the yard. Oh Lord. She said, my son, he's gone. Yes, he's gone in the was somewhere, oh Lord.
Despite their revolutionary ideas, the Wobblies advocated strict nonviolence. The same was not true of their opponents. In Fresno, 1910, the IWW successfully organized Mexican farm and construction workers, causing panic amongst business leaders. Migrant workers from Mexico had become a super-exploited class, in large part due to their exclusion from unions. By challenging this exclusion, the IWW presented a real and present danger to the racial caste system relied upon by both corporations and trade union bosses. Heading up the struggle in Fresno was Frank Little, who described himself as half Indian, half white, and all IWW. He was arrested in September 1910. Before long, dozens of his fellow Wobblies were imprisoned alongside him. The mayor decreed that union organizers could only deliver public speeches if they had a permit from the government. On December 9th, a mob of vigilantes burned down the tent headquarters of the IWW, stole their belongings, and marched on the local prison where they threatened to break in and lynch union members. The police chief gave a tacit endorsement to the violence, stating, "If the citizens wish to act, I will not interfere." Behind prison walls, activists were subjected to frequent beatings and a diet of bread and water. Wobblies responded with a campaign of civil disobedience. They refused to engage in prison labor. They demanded jury trials. And they kept up their spirits by singing labor songs. At the same time, hundreds of other Wobblies were making their way to Fresno by train, establishing new camps and demanding the release of their comrades. Workers traveled from as far away as the Pacific Northwest. Finally, on March 11th, the ordinance limiting free speech was rescinded and the activists released from jail.
They fought basically to just address their constitutional rights to free speech. The most dramatic of all of those fights was San Diego. There, the city had passed an ordinance banning public speaking in kind of the heart of the business district. The industrial workers of the world had been going on soapboxes every single day, to rail against capitalism and against industrial tyranny, to speak out for the rights of workers everywhere. And once this ordinance hit, they wanted to get up on their soapboxes even more. They put out a call to workers across the country to come to San Diego to test the new ordinance. And their idea was they would just get up over and over again onto the soapboxes and begin speaking. As soon as they got on the soapbox, they would be arrested. This was in 1912. They'd be sent off to jail. So their idea was to flood the jails with workers from across the country, paralyze the judicial system by being put on trial. And to a degree it worked. It messed things up mighty good in San Diego for a while. Ultimately, in San Diego, the Wobblies had to leave town and kind of give up the fight without a full victory. But historians of the right to free speech see this as one of the most important battles in U.S. history in terms of fighting for and restoring the basic right to free speech.
The Wobblies had been active in San Diego since 1906 and had helped organize Mexican migrant workers employed by the San Diego Gas and Electric Company. Their actions led to a raise in wages for workers and the establishment of a union shop. Strikes in the metalworking and brewing industries in nearby Los Angeles had also resulted in anti-free speech ordinances, leading to the arrest of over 500 workers. During the conflict, a bomb exploded at the offices of the Los Angeles Times newspaper, killing 21 people and wounding dozens more. The dynamite was allegedly planted by James and John McNamara, two trade unionists belonging to the International Association of Bridge and Structural Iron Workers. Neither men had any connection to the Wobblies. The owner of the Times, Harrison Gray Otis, was despised by workers for his rabidly anti-union stance. Head of the most powerful chamber of commerce in the country, he remarked, "We say to capital, here in Los Angeles you can invest safely. Stand in back of me and we will make this town union-free. You're either with me or against me." Otis perceived the war between capital and labor in unabashedly militarist terms, referring to the Times building as his fortress and keeping caches of weapons in his office. As a reigning newspaper baron, Otis's position on unions was far from exceptional. In San Diego, the major papers were controlled by John D. Spreckles, whose street railroad empire had been targeted for organizing by the IWW's Local 13. When the Wobblies began gaining influence, an editorial in the San Diego Tribune stated, "Hanging is too good for them, and they would be much better dead. They are absolutely useless in the human economy." The paper also advocated beatings, deportations, and other tactics of terror. This is what these agitators may expect from now on, that the outside world may know that they have been to San Diego. Spurred on by calls for bloodshed, 3 policemen attacked a 60-year-old free speech advocate named Michael Hoey. Repeatedly kicked in his stomach and groin, he was thrown in a prison cell where he was denied medical treatment for 40 days. Finally transferred to a hospital, he died shortly thereafter. In one demonstration, 5,000 people surrounded the prison. Authorities then used a new tactic that would be made infamous during the Civil Rights era. A journalist from the Oakland Globe reported, "For a full hour, hundreds packed themselves in a solid mass, bending themselves to the terrific torrent that poured upon them. An old gray-haired woman was knocked down by the direct force of the stream from the hose. A mother was deluged with a babe in her arms." 2 years earlier, in Fresno, the IWW had won its free speech fight largely due to the arrival of reinforcements, men who traveled long distances to support their imprisoned comrades. In San Diego, authorities were determined that this not happen again. A train full of Union supporters was stopped by 400 vigilantes carrying guns, knives, whips, and clubs. 140 men and teenage boys were kidnapped and taken to a cattle corral, where they were forced to run through a gauntlet and tortured for 18 hours. At the peak of the violence, America's most famous anarchist, Emma Goldman, arrived on the scene. A mob formed outside of her hotel room, chanting, "Give us the anarchist. We'll strip her naked. We'll tear out her guts." Goldman was not physically assaulted, but her then lover, Ben Reitman, was not so lucky. A physician and pioneer of sex education in the United States, Reitman was kidnapped, branded, and sexually assaulted by vigilantes. While most of the San Diego press cheered on the violence, one journalist took a stand for free speech. After voicing support for union organizers, Abram R. Sawyer of the San Diego Herald was kidnapped, bound and gagged, and left in the desert with a rope around his neck. He remained steadfast upon his return, offering unique insight into the class dynamics of vigilantism. He noted that the personnel of the vigilantes represented the bankers and merchants, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Real Estate Board.
You know, the violence comes from the state and their, goons. In this period back at that time, I would say people in the industrial workers of the world were nonviolent in all of their activities. It didn't mean they didn't defend themselves personally when they could, but they were murdered, tortured, killed, hunted down, put in prison, locked up with a key, thrown away. All these trade unionists were. And it's really amazing the extent that they were able to use mass presence as a means of, organizing and self-defense.
Besieged by violence, some Wobblies began losing faith in the idea that nonviolent civil disobedience and direct action would ever be sufficient to create what they considered a just society. IWW member Al Tucker swore that if he ever took part in another free speech fight, it would occur with machine guns or aerial bombs. Nevertheless, the Wobblies would retain their commitment to nonviolence and went on to lead successful campaigns in industries as varied as timber, construction, oil, agriculture, and garment manufacturing. Other activists were less forgiving. A small number of anarchists had already decided to respond to state and vigilante violence with a violent campaign of their own. They called it propaganda of the deed. the target, members of the international ruling class.
Propaganda of the deed was a strategy promoted by anarchists in the late 19th century, and to a lesser extent into the 20th century. Anarchists always produced propaganda of the word, that is, they created newspapers and held forums, debates, gave speeches, but the idea of propaganda of the deed goes to the general idea that actions speak louder than words. Propaganda of the deed stems from the idea that working class people are naturally rebellious, that they're angry about their conditions of life, and that there's an inborn tendency of them to rebel. Many anarchists thought that masses of working people would rise up in a fairly spontaneous way, as they had at a number of times and places in Europe in the 19th century. Propaganda of the deed was meant to encourage such spontaneous uprisings. In a sense, anarchists thought that an act of political violence might serve as a trigger that would set off a larger social conflict. Some of the most notorious acts of propaganda of the deed were assassinations of leading industrialists and political figures, military generals, and other members of the elite. Anarchists hoped to show workers that it was possible to resist authority figures even when they seemed invincible.
Propaganda of the deed would also find support in the United States. Though few dissidents were willing to advocate violence publicly, a small number did so at considerable risk to their own lives. One example was Lucy Parsons, whose husband, Albert Parsons, was involved in the Haymarket Affair of 1886. He was among a group of anarchists charged with conspiracy after a bomb was thrown at police during a rally for the 8-hour workday. 4 of them, including Albert Parsons, were hanged.
The anarchist leaders, including Albert Parsons, were in a coffee shop several blocks away, talking and making a plan when the violence broke out. They weren't even present, but they were put on trial. The leaders were put on trial. Albert Parsons was the only native-born. He was a Texan. He was actually a Confederate officer in the Civil War. But then he met Lucy Parsons, who's actually African American. and probably had been in slavery, but shadowy. She never wanted to talk about her past. But they fell in love, and this changed Albert from, clearly a Confederate racist, Confederate officer, to a person who was a leader in the Reconstruction in Texas. They couldn't get married because of segregation laws against black and whites marrying. Their lives were in danger because they were an interracial couple. And I'm sure it also had to do with his, becoming a progressive Reconstructionist as well. So they went to Chicago, the great gathering place for radicals from everywhere. And there they threw themselves into organizing. And then they had 2 small children. They had only been married probably 10 years when he was killed. She lived on into the 1950s, long life of organizing. She was a promoter of using violence. She spoke once to in the South to a group of African-American sharecroppers in a church. She got up and she talked about segregation, and she says, but you are not powerless. Never think you're powerless. And she takes out a match and strikes it, one of those big kitchen matches, and she says, you always have this. So it's like, burn it down.
Even more vociferous was the German immigrant Johann Most, lamenting, all the wealth of this great republic is the property of a handful of cunning schemers. He argued that the existing system will be quickest and most radically overthrown by the annihilation of its exponents. Inspired by Most's call to arms, a Russian immigrant and anarchist named Alexander Berkman decided to take revenge against Henry Frick of the Carnegie Steel Company. During the Homestead Strike of 1892, Frick had used Pinkerton detectives to assault workers. Berkman's gun jammed after the first shot, causing him to fail in his task. He was sentenced to 14 years in prison. A year after his arrest, Berkman's friend and lover, Emma Goldman, delivered a speech to unemployed workers in Philadelphia. Urging them to steal bread if they were denied work, she was arrested for inciting to riot. Authorities offered to drop the charges in exchange for her becoming an informant. She responded by throwing a glass of ice water in her interrogator's face. Goldman was imprisoned for 1 year at Blackwell's Island Penitentiary. Upon release, she was met by cheering crowds.
Emma Goldman was perhaps the most notorious anarchist in the history of the United States. She was born in 1869 and immigrated with her family to the United States a few years later. She lived in Rochester, New York as a teenager and as a young woman, and worked in a garment factory there. In the late 1880s, she became aware of the Haymarket Affair, in which a number of anarchists were imprisoned and later executed for supposedly throwing a bomb at a number of police officers. This enraged Emma Goldman, and it also promoted her interest in anarchism. She wanted to learn more about the political beliefs of these people that she saw as martyrs to the cause of economic justice. For the most part, Emma Goldman was self-educated. She learned a lot from just engaging in dialogue and debate with many other activists in the movement, from reading classics of anarchist thought, such as the writings of Peter Kropotkin, and she taught herself to read a variety of foreign languages. Newspapers were being created, and anarchists met in a number of groups. They had social clubs. They frequently held street protests. They helped workers form unions, and she became very involved in the movement. Goldman was an eloquent speaker and an intelligent and original thinker as well. She traveled throughout the country talking about anarchist ideas and values. She promoted worker organization, and she defended the rights of workers to resist their exploitation with violence, if necessary. In some ways, Emma Goldman broadened the anarchist movement to address a variety of other issues beyond economic injustice. For example, she was a leading advocate of free speech in the United States and for the rights of immigrants in the United States. She was also a staunch defender of women's rights to control their own reproduction. And in this way, by beginning to address a variety of issues beyond economic injustice, I think Emma Goldman helped to broaden the base of supporters for the anarchist movement in the United States in the 1900s and 1910s, the decades before the First World War.
In 1901, Goldman delivered a speech attended by a poor immigrant named Leon Czolgosz. Czolgosz had become unemployed when Andrew Carnegie sold his steel interests to J.P. Morgan. The exchange made Carnegie the world's wealthiest man. It also put Leon Czolgosz out of a job. He went on to purchase a train ticket to New York and a .32 caliber Ivor Johnson revolver. Renting a room in Novak's Hotel at 1078 Broadway, he took in some of the sights. Then, on August 31st, he shot the president. William McKinley died 1 week later. Czolgosz's action had more profound repercussions than he himself had anticipated. After the dissolution of the populist movement in the late 19th century, McKinley had been backed by the nation's wealthiest men to run under the Republican ticket against the Democratic candidate, William Jennings Bryan. But the robber barons were also frightened by the up-and-coming Republican Teddy Roosevelt, who had campaigned against corporate monopoly. Roosevelt had been enticed into assuming the inconsequential position of vice president. After McKinley's assassination, Roosevelt assumed top command and began antitrust actions against some of the most dominant corporate monopolies, including U.S. Steel. Although Goldman had no links to Czolgosz, she was blamed in the media for inciting him to violence. Remarkably, she refused to condemn the assassin. Referring to McKinley as the president of the Money Kings, who had betrayed the trust of the people, she denounced him for the Spanish-American War of 1898. The Spanish-American War represented the ascendance of the United States as a major world power, allowing for the new republic to establish control of the former Spanish colonies of Puerto Rico, Guam, Panama, Cuba, and the Philippines. During the campaign, over 1 million Filipinos were killed. Goldman's refusal to distance herself from Czolgosz angered some of her previous supporters. For a time, she abandoned activism and took up full-time work as a nurse. But Goldman found it impossible to remain in the shadows. She re-emerged when Roosevelt began a campaign against anarchists far more severe than anything he would undertake against the robber barons. He promised to crack down not only against anarchists, but against all active and passive sympathizers with anarchists. In 1903, the U.S. Congress passed the Anarchist Exclusion Act, which allowed for the exclusion and deportation of immigrants with anarchist beliefs. Following a speech by Scottish anarchist John Turner in New York, the Bureau of Immigration arrested him and threatened deportation. Goldman petitioned the lawyers Clarence Darrow and Edgar Lee Masters to argue on his behalf. Despite support by free speech groups, Turner lost the court battle and became the first person deported under the new law. Goldman never directly participated in propaganda by the deed, but her former lover and lifelong friend, Alexander Berkman, spent 14 years in prison due to his action against Henry Frick and the Carnegie Steel Company. Berkman was released in 1906 and went on to edit Goldman's newsletter, Mother Earth. Leon Czolgosz, assassin of President McKinley, was executed in 1901 by a ghoulish new invention, the electric chair. This recreation, filmed for Thomas Edison's film company at Auburn Prison, shows Czolgosz's final minutes. The electric chair was conceived as a more humane alternative to hanging. However, some states later determined that it constituted cruel and unusual punishment. Acts of violence against elites would continue throughout the early 20th century, but most anarchists remained nonviolent and regarded propaganda of the deed as a tactical failure.
In the late 19th century, many anarchists promoted or supported propaganda of the deed. However, they found that propaganda of the deed typically did not spark the larger uprisings that they hoped it would. Instead, it brought down severe repression by police and other government forces.
Teddy Roosevelt's war against anarchists coincided with a much more far-reaching program that would revolutionize policing in the United States. Following the Great Anthracite Strike of 1902, a commission was formed by Roosevelt that went on to recommend the creation of not only municipal, but state police forces. The commission suggested that peace and order should be maintained at any cost, but should be maintained by regularly appointed and responsible officers at the expense of the public, and at the request of various companies. The new police forces would socialize the cost of policing, reducing the need for massive expenditures by corporations on private armies like the Pinkertons.
In terms of the privatization of the police, this comes and goes in waves, has throughout history. There are periods where there's a tendency to creating private police forces, and then there are periods where the emphasis goes back onto public police forces. And this tracks pretty closely the demands of the business community, and especially in response to class tension and usually labor unrest. During the early 20th century in Pennsylvania, the coal and iron companies had their own private police force called the Coal and Iron Police. They were actually chartered by the state of Pennsylvania on the terms that the companies paid the state $1 per officer, and therefore they had arrest powers and that sort of thing. But it was really just a private army run by the companies for the sake of breaking strikes. Now, why was this needed? It was needed because in small towns, the police forces were generally very small, also had direct community ties, were often related to people in the workforce, and were not particularly excited or good at the kind of strike breaking that the companies needed them to do. So instead, they could raise this private army, recruit from everywhere, didn't have the same problems, and could just deploy it wherever unrest was happening. The problem is it's really expensive to maintain a private army. So as the period of unrest faded, the business community pressured the state government to take over the Coal and Iron Police. And they literally did just transfer it from private organization to public organization. The Pennsylvania State Constabulary was created, exactly the same guys doing exactly the same work. Again, mainly focused on breaking strikes. And that was really the first modern state-level police force. Once Pennsylvania created it, within a few years, other states started replicating the model. Very shortly, every state had one.
In May 1905, Pennsylvania Governor Samuel Pennypacker created what would become the dominant model of policing in the United States. The end result for workers was remarkably similar to what they had experienced under the rule of private detectives. In 1911, S.P. Bridge of New Alexandria described the role of the Pennsylvanian police in a labor strike. Gentlemen, state police came to New Alexandria July 31st, 1910, Sunday. The state constabulary are of no use in this country to farmers or working men. They make all efforts to oppress labor. I cannot see that anyone but the coal company is benefited. Despite constant oppression, the workers' movement continued to grow in strength during the early 20th century. The need for strong unions was made clear not only by low wages, but also by the extreme dangers inherent to many low-paying occupations. In 1907, 367 men and boys were killed in a mining accident in West Virginia, the deadliest in U.S. history. The disaster produced headlines around the world and led to the creation of the United States Bureau of Mines, but little was done to increase the safety of workers. Female workers were also subject to dangerous conditions. As technology advanced, women and girls were increasingly exploited in low-paying jobs. Between 1880 and 1900, the number of employed females rose from 2.6 to 8.6 million. While some women enjoyed rewarding professions such as schoolteacher, the majority faced miserable working conditions and, in some cases, death.
In New York City, in Greenwich Village, there was a substantial garment industry in the early 20th century. And it mostly employed women, and most of the women were immigrants, particularly from Italy and from Eastern Europe, mostly Jews and Italians, quite young. 12, 13, 14 years old was not unusual. And these were sweatshops. These were workplaces with terrible working conditions and a great deal of pressure on the workers. In 1909, there was a strike that had a little bit of success in getting some better wages and some better working conditions. But one of the shops that had not been converted by the strike was the shop where this fire would take place in 1912. The Triangle, what was called the Triangle Factory. And shirtwaists were one-piece garments that women wore. And so they were pretty easy to mechanize the making of them. The fire broke out on the 8th and 9th floors of this factory. The fire trucks had ladders that only reached the 7th floor. It came out that the employers had locked the doors because they were afraid that workers were either taking breaks or stealing cloth. And so they would lock them in when the shift began. Many of the girls jumped to their deaths in front of hundreds of witnesses because people were drawn by the fire. And 146 young women died in this fire.
Strikes during the late 19th and early 20th centuries failed at least as often as they succeeded. But each victory served as an inspiration for workers across the country. One of the most remarkable labor actions from the time period was the Lawrence Textile Strike of 1912, which involved immigrants from over 40 different nationalities, both men and women. Working conditions in Lawrence were atrocious. 6-day work weeks of 60 hours were the norm. Workers were sometimes punished just for speaking to one another, and many grew ill from breathing in toxic fibers. On average, textile workers died 20 years earlier than the national norm. Most of them lived in dirty, overcrowded slums, where the infant mortality rate was among the highest in the nation. Leading the strike were the industrial workers of the world, otherwise known as the Wobblies. Big Bill Haywood, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Joseph Ettor, and other activists organized the resistance. Before long, police began attacking the picket lines.
So they arrested the people that they considered to be the quote-unquote leadership of the strike, who they assumed were men. And then they were shocked and horrified when, despite these arrests and removing the male so-called leaders, that women were at the front of the picket lines leading the strike. And the way Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, who's one of the most effective labor organizers of the IWW at that time, a young woman known as the Rebel Girl, she said people often accuse the IWW of pushing women to the front. In reality, we don't hold them back, and they move to the front.
As winter set in, workers decided that their children should be temporarily sent to the homes of sympathizers in New York and Philadelphia. At the train station, police brutally beat women and children, causing one woman to miscarry. The assault against women and children produced a national outcry, and donations poured in from around the country. With help from members of the Socialist Party, the Wobblies set up soup kitchens, food banks, and medical clinics. Joseph Ettor advised against any resort to violence, stating, "You cannot win by fighting with your fists against men that are armed or against the militia, but you have a stronger weapon than they have. You have the weapon of labor, and they cannot beat you down if you stick together." Sensing the truth of Ettor's statement, William Madison Wood, the owner of the American Woolen Company, and John Barron, a local businessman, decided to engage in violence on their behalf. They hired a mill contractor named Ernest Pittman to plant dynamite in several locations around the city with the goal of framing the Union leadership. Although Pittman confessed to the crime, none of the conspirators received any jail time. On January 29th, a striking worker named Anna Lopizzo was shot and killed by a policeman. The next day, another striker, John Ramey, was bayoneted to death by a U.S. soldier. Instead of arresting the murderers, authorities decided to charge two strike leaders, Joseph Ettor and Arturo Giovannini. They spent several months in jail, but were ultimately acquitted by a jury. Despite the involvement of police, state militia, Pinkertons, and even U.S. Marines, the Lawrence textile strike was successful. Workers not only reversed the pay cut, but achieved a raise in wages with overtime pay. Equally important, the strike drew national attention to workplace safety issues, child labor, and the dismal living conditions of the American working class. In the months after the Lawrence strike, 250,000 textile workers won pay increases.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. We stand outcast and starve amidst the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. All the world that's owned by idle drones is ours and ours alone. We have laid the wide foundation, built it skyward stone by stone. It is ours not to slave in, but to master and to own, while the union makes us strong.
In 1831, French diplomat and political scientist Alexis de Tocqueville voyaged to the United States to study the American prison system. Traveling across the country from New York to New Orleans to Washington, D.C., he soon decided to study American political life as a whole. De Tocqueville, a classical liberal, held a generally positive view of the new republic. Yet, he also expressed concerns. On the one hand, he feared that representative democracy would devolve into what he called a tyranny of the majority. On the other, he worried that the new manufacturing class would become indistinguishable from the aristocratic systems that Americans had sought to replace. I am of the opinion, he wrote, that the manufacturing aristocracy, which is growing up under our eyes, is one of the harshest which ever existed in the world. If ever a permanent inequality of conditions again penetrate into the world, it may be predicted that this is the channel by which they will enter. A few decades later, de Tocqueville's worst fears had come true. A tiny group of industrialists and bankers largely controlled the American government. John D. Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, and Andrew Carnegie collectively owned today's equivalent of $1 trillion, while the average American earned less than $1 a day. President Rutherford B. Hayes, elected in 1884, wrote in his diary that no longer is this a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It is a government of corporations, by corporations, and for corporations. By the early 20th century, antitrust actions, sparked by the labor and progressive movements, had succeeded in breaking up some corporate monopolies. Yet massive wealth inequality remained. Between the years 1800 and 1920, economic inequality in the United States increased more than 100-fold. Mercenary armies, like the Pinkerton Detective Agency, operated in conjunction with local and federal law enforcement to suppress the emerging working class. In the words of labor historian Stephen H. Norwood, the United States during the early 20th century was the only advanced industrial country where corporations wielded coercive military power. Paradoxically, the nation that never experienced feudalism and that pioneered in introducing civil liberties allowed corporations to develop powerful private armies that often operated outside the law, denying workers basic constitutional rights. Nowhere was this oppression more prevalent than in the hard rock mines that provided the raw materials for the expanding industrial economy. During the Gilded and Progressive eras, workplaces often came to resemble battlefields. The most notorious of these battles occurred in Ludlow, Colorado, 1914.
And there you had a company that was owned by the Rockefeller Trust. Part of the ways that corporations were organizing monopolies in which they controlled every step in the process that led to their final product. So they would control the mines, they would control the mills that processed the coal or the iron, and then they would also control the finishing plants and means of transportation like railroads. So these were very, very powerful corporations, and Rockefeller and his company was one of the most powerful of all. And into that situation steps, in the great sense of the drama of labor history, a figure named Mary Harris Jones, who became known as Mother Jones, or referred to affectionately by the workers as the miner's angel. She was the descendant of Irish immigrants. She had grown up in Pennsylvania. She had been married to a miner who died in a mine cave-in. And she devoted her life, a long life, she lived to be 100. She devoted her life to traveling around and advocating for and inspiring miners. And so in Ludlow, miners from these disparate backgrounds of Southern, Central, and Eastern Europe went on strike against the horrendous working conditions and the low pay that they were being forced to accept. They had the support of radical labor organizations like the Western Federation of Miners and the IWW, and they had this charismatic figure, Mother Jones, on the scene. And so they launched a strike. Now, one of the elements in these situations, particularly in mining, was that miners often lived in company towns. So the mine is out in the boondocks. Where are the workers going to live? A company like Rockefeller comes along and opens the mine, and then there has to be housing for the workers, and the housing belongs to the company. If there are schools, the schools are controlled by the company. If there's a sheriff, the sheriff is picked by the company. And this was the story from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, across the Iron Range of Minnesota, across the copper region of Montana, into the copper, lead, and zinc regions of New Mexico and Arizona. And this was the story in Colorado. So when the workers went on strike, the company said, well, you can't live in these houses anymore, you're out. And the miners decided to pitch tents. And so they created what was called a tent colony, in which they tried to survive while they continued to be on strike, and while they were on strike, trying to dissuade any other workers who might come to the region because they had heard, oh, there are jobs available there. And so there they were living in these tents, and the company reached out to the state government of Colorado, and they sent the National Guard, and one night the National Guard fired into the tents, killing a significant number of miners, their wives, their children. There were horrific stories of people who survived by digging trenches inside the tents.
Only one day before the massacre, miners and guardsmen engaged in a friendly game of baseball. Greek immigrant and labor organizer Louis Tikes then met with National Guard leader Pat Hamrock to suggest a truce. Hamrock had something different in mind. Tikes was shot in the back and his head crushed with a rifle butt. "150 men attacked the miners, who fought back as well as they were able. The miners tried to lure their assailants away from the camp, but were unsuccessful. Guardsmen machine-gunned, then set fire to the tent colony, murdering 2 women and 11 children. 10 miners and 1 guardsman were also killed.
So, like a number of struggles in this time period, it did grab national attention. There was a national news media, and there was no Twitter yet, but the word did get around, and it really became a cause célèbre.
Although the massacre of striking workers was not unusual, the killing of their families caused national outrage. Protests erupted across the country. Pickets sprung up in front of Rockefeller offices in New York City. The largest demonstration occurred in Denver, where 5,000 workers assembled on the lawn of the state capitol to demand the guardsmen stand trial for murder. Guardsmen themselves refused to engage in further attacks, stating that they would not engage in the shooting of women and children. The conflict was eventually diffused by a sophisticated public relations campaign organized by publicity expert Ivy Lee, who went on to serve as a propagandist during World War I. Amongst other suggestions, Lee urged the Rockefeller family to substantially increase their donations to charity through the recently formed Rockefeller Foundation. The public's response to Ludlow was an expression of growing working-class solidarity. Unions had been gaining an influence over the past several decades, winning small but significant reforms and encouraging a national dialogue about workers' rights. In the political arena, the Socialist Party was also experiencing rapid growth. By 1912, 12,000 socialists had been elected across the country, mostly to local offices, while in the presidential election, Socialist Party leader Eugene Debs received 6% of the national vote. All signs pointed to significant reform on behalf of the working class. Yet within just a few years, the workers' movement would be a shadow of its former self. President Woodrow Wilson, having campaigned on a promise to keep the U.S. out of World War I, betrayed his constituents by reversing course. It was the duty of America, he now claimed, to make the world safe for democracy. The United States declared war against Germany on April 6, 1917. Observing the subsequent collapse of the radical labor movement, philosopher Dwight MacDonald would later write, "American radicalism was making great strides right up to 1914. The war was the rock on which it shattered." November 19th, 1915. A Swedish immigrant and labor organizer named Joe Hell awaits execution by firing squad. At the time of his arrest, Hill worked as a laborer at the Silver King mine in Park City, Utah. He was accused of murdering a grocer and his son during a robbery. His real crime was being a member of the Industrial Workers of the World, nicknamed the Wobblies, the most radical union in the history of the United States.
The IWW is the Industrial Workers of the World. It's a revolutionary union that was formed in the United States in 1905. The IWW shares many features with European anarcho-syndicalist unions. Anarcho-syndicalism is a form of anarchism that developed in the 1890s in France and Spain that places a significant emphasis on building radical labor unions. Anarcho-syndicalism is really a strategy within the larger anarchist movement that suggests anarchists can build power by creating revolutionary unions of workers. Workers will come together to form labor unions that can push for short-term reforms, such as shorter working hours or better pay. But as they're doing that, they're building their power to one day hold a general strike and overthrow capitalism itself. The IWW was distinct from most other labor unions of the time because it tried to organize all workers into one big union. The IWW was openly anti-capitalist. It wanted to totally overthrow the wage system and to create a situation in workers owned the businesses that they worked in. Another feature of the IWW that distinguished it from other unions of the time was that it organized workers of all skill levels rather than simply the most skilled workers. It also organized workers across racial divides. It was welcoming and open to African American workers and other non-white workers, as well as to women at a time when most unions were the preserve of white men. The Industrial Workers of the World were able to organize tens of thousands of workers in the decades between 1905 and 1925.
Despite their embrace of nonviolence, The Wobblies were routinely subjected to brutal attacks by police, private detectives, and vigilantes. Joe Hill himself had been permanently scarred in an assault during a free speech battle in San Diego, where IWW members disobeyed ordinances banning them from speaking in public. Many union members and free speech advocates were tortured, and at least one man killed. Joe Hill had a unique weapon in his arsenal. Not just speech, but song. A gifted musician, his songs included titles like The Rebel Girl, There is Power in a Union, and The Preacher and the Slave.
And ordinances were passed to make it unlawful to hold street meetings, except for the Salvation Army, which is a religious organization, was exempted. This contest between the Salvation Army and the IWW for street corners inspired one of the IWW members, Joe Hill, to write a verse called The Preacher and the Slave.
Joe brought it in and turned it over to the secretary of the Portland local of the IWW, and he got out a leaflet on it, and long-haired preachers come out every night, try to tell you what's wrong and what's right, but when asked how about something to eat, they will answer with voices so sweet, you will eat by and by, in that glorious land above the sky, way up high, work and pray, live on hay, you'll get pie in the sky when you die.
In 1914, a grocer, along with his teenage son, were shot dead by two masked gunmen in Salt Lake City, Utah. Historian William Adler believes that the man police first arrested for the crime, Magnus Olson, was the most likely culprit. A lifelong criminal who possessed 20 different aliases, Olson went on to serve as a bodyguard and bill collector for the gangster Al Capone. Despite the lack of evidence implicating Joe Hill, he was found guilty and sentenced to death. 30,000 Wobblies in Australia sent a resolution to Governor William Spry demanding Hill's release. Similar petitions came in from Britain and other European countries, but the execution went ahead as planned. Prior to his execution, Hill sent a letter to IWW leader Big Bill Haywood. "Goodbye, Bill," he wrote. "I die like a true blue rebel. Don't waste any time in mourning. Organize."
And am I born to die, to lay this body down?
Are you hiding?
And must my
What are you waiting for?
trembling spirit fly into
Fire!
unknown. All and of deepest shade on pierced by human thought, the dreary regions of the dead, where all things are forgot.
What the Wobblies tried to do was organize unions that would organize everybody, but whose politics were to the left, radical, for revolution, that sort of thing. And in some ways that was genius, because you're talking about, people who in the early part of the 20th century did things that were unimaginable, organize desegregated locals where black and white workers would mix and mingle freely, take tremendous risks in order to do so, risking their lives, obviously, the threat of violence and the Klan and terrorism and so on. And I guess on the negative side, they would, because they didn't believe in wage labor, in some cases fail to negotiate a contract for the workers in that union, because they were just unwilling to accept the terms of exploitation, some terms of exploitation.
The Wobblies rejected all forms of division. They also embraced an anarchic spirit, leading to innovations in strike tactics. In 1908, New York, the IWW engaged in the first sit-down strike, an innovation that would achieve remarkable results during the Great Depression. The sit-down was described by the American anarchist Lucy Parsons. "My conception of the strike of the future is not to go out and starve, but to strike and remain in and take possession of the necessary property of production." In the 1920s, Parsons was described by the Chicago Police Department as more dangerous than 1,000 rioters. During the Lawrence textile strike of 1912, the Wobblies invented another new tactic: revolving picket lines. By keeping in constant motion and alternating positions, strikers were able to avoid anti-loitering laws. Women also assumed leadership positions, breaking down sexual barriers. As the strike reached its peak, a worker named Anna Lapizzo was killed by Massachusetts state militia. The Italian immigrant, poet, and labor organizer Arturo Giovannitti, along with Wobbly leader Joseph Etter, were charged as accessories to the murder. The justification for their arrests was that by inciting workers to, quote, riot, the Wobblies were responsible for any deaths that occurred as a result. In the wake of his trial, Giovannitti published his first book of poems, Arrows in the Gale. Its foreword was written by Helen Keller, the first deaf-blind person to earn a graduate degree. Though her beliefs have often been whitewashed in school textbooks, Keller was a member of the Socialist Party and the IWW. Speaking before striking workers in Lawrence, Arturo Giovannitti made what was then an incredibly subversive speech. He called it the Sermon of the Common. Blessed are the strong in freedom's spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of the earth. Blessed are they that mourn their martyred dead, for they shall avenge them upon their murderers and be comforted. Blessed are the rebels, for they shall conquer the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after equality, for they shall eat the fruit of their labor. Blessed are they that do battle against wrong, for they shall be called the children of liberty. Unlike Joe Hill, Giovannitti and Etter were not convicted. The charges against them were simply too far-fetched. After months of struggle, the Lawrence strike proved successful, leading to a raise in wages and overtime pay. Years later, workers in the United States would listen to very different sermons as they prepared to do battle against their counterparts in Europe. During World War I, religious leaders in each country declared that God was on their side. When a stalemate occurred in France, leading to the horror of trench warfare, one French unit built an underground chapel. The exit led directly into no man's land. The Wobblies and the Socialist Party opposed entry into World War I, but America's largest union, the American Federation of Labor, reversed its anti-war stance when President Wilson did the same. In the words of historian Philip Nicholson, AFL leader Samuel Gompers dropped the AFL's earlier objection to the war in the fall of 1916, just in time to be named by President Wilson as a civilian advisor to the newly formed Council of National Defense. He was eager to assist the government in the suppression of the Socialist Party and the outright destruction of the IWW, his two main rivals for the leadership of labor. In 1916, a group of Nebraska citizens attempted to stop America's entry into World War I. They created a petition for a constitutional amendment under which anyone who cast a ballot in favor of war would be required to register as a volunteer in the United States Army. The petition reflected a widespread sentiment given voice by socialist leader Eugene Debs. It is the working class who fight all the battles, the working class who make the supreme sacrifices, the working class who freely shed their blood and finish the corpses. Yet they have never had a voice in either declaring war or making peace. The Nebraska petition failed, and by the summer of 1918, 500,000 American men had arrived in France. Millions more would follow. They would face a nightmare unparalleled in the history of warfare.
We can date the Western peace movement from about 1812 or 1814, where it simultaneously began in the US and in Britain, shortly after in other countries. There was a lot of dissatisfaction with the wars that the people in those countries were involved with, whether it be Napoleonic wars or whether it be the War of 1812, which wasn't all that popular among many Americans. And people began thinking about this thing called war. Was this something that humanity was fated to be engaged with forever, or is it something we could get rid of? And this is an abolition movement that began, very similar to the movement for the abolition of slavery. And there was a lot of interaction between the two. There were a lot of people who belonged to both of those abolition movements. But in my view, it's World War I, about a century later, that put war in a situation of crisis, a legitimacy crisis, that people began to think, do we really need this? Is this really a good thing? And how about the war party, the people who are pushing it all the time? How do we feel about them? In World War I in Europe, it was mainly ruling classes, traditional ruling classes, that began that war and that directed it. And by that I mean traditional aristocracies who still had considerable power in 1914, and also what some call the haute bourgeoisie, the major capitalists. So these are the people that plunged Europe into this war, and they did so, it appears, through a great deal of myth and illusion. And by that I don't mean simply that they sold myth and illusions to the ordinary peasants and working class who fought and died in these wars, though they certainly did that. But they also, in many ways, fooled themselves. They knew that they wanted certain resources. Wars are often fought for territory, for resources, for slaves, for markets increasingly. So that was all true. I mean, this was definitely a war among imperialists, That's why it became a world war. Their imperial possessions became part of the war. But they also went into it with illusions. Many of the young men who became officers and who were relatively high class had been raised on, Latin and Greek authors from the classical world, and they'd been taught what a glorious thing war was. A romantic adventure, a manly exercise, something that would purify their country and have a great effect on Europe. They talked about this openly in a way that you wouldn't hear very often nowadays. In other words, people openly praised war. And the young men, especially in the British public schools, let's say, were taught that war was like a game. It was like the playing fields of Eden. And you went and you did your duty and you died nobly, and it was a romantic exercise. And this is where the poet Wilfred Owen gets material for some of his poems, like Dulce et decorum est. This is from a quotation by Horace, a classical writer. How sweet and proper it is to die for the fatherland. And Owen contrasts that with the reality of what it's like to be in trench warfare, and especially to be under a gas attack in World War I, which he had experienced. This is the clash that many young men experienced in World War I. There was what they were told it was going to be, a romantic adventure, and there was the slaughterhouse that they actually discovered. Some wrote poems about it, some were driven into silence by the shock of it. But all in all, this was a major crisis of legitimacy for war as an institution, and for those who had promoted it and who had rather enthusiastically roused the ardor of their populations so that this great adventure could take place. And so on went the slaughter. Battle of the Somme. The first day of the Battle of the Somme, July 1st, 1916, 60,000 British casualties. 4.5 months the Battle of the Somme went on, over 1 million casualties, meaning men killed and wounded. And remember that wounded isn't something romantic. It's not like, hey, it's just a flesh wound. A lot of these were disfiguring, major, depressing, demoralizing wounds, mental as well as physical. The other thing that's going on at this time, though, is it was also a shock and a disaster for those social movements that had for years proclaimed that they were against war and that they would never engage in another war. And this included the women's movement, this included the socialist movement. So, for example, the women's movement was fractured when the war arose. Even within families, like the Pankhurst family in England, which had been so important in the suffragette movement, trying to get the vote for women. So you have Emmeline and Christabel Pankhurst going off and making a deal with the British government that will tone down our protests and support the war effort. And pretty soon, these women who had proclaimed they were against war were handing out white feathers to men to shame them, to say, you're a coward, you should be killing and dying on the front.
Certainly, women have the right to say to men, are you going to fight to defend your country and redeem your promise to women? The least that men can do is that every man of fighting age should prepare himself to redeem his word to women and to make ready to do his best to save the mothers, the wives, and the daughters of Great Britain from outrage too horrible even to think of. What bitterness there was in the hearts of many women when they saw work and business going on as usual, carried on by men who ought to be in the fighting line.
What is it?
A white feather, of course, coward.
Stop this at once. This is neither the time nor the place.
These people should be aware that there are cowards among them.
Will you please leave? You are the cowards here, not they.
On the other hand, Sylvia Pankhurst, from the same family, she stuck to her principles, her anti-war principles, her socialist principles. The same thing happened in the socialist movement. Socialist leaders had generally proclaimed loudly that they were against war, that they would never allow the working classes to go forth and be slaughtered on the fields on behalf of the upper classes. And there was all this great, apparently well-intentioned rhetoric, but when the war broke out, almost all the major socialist parties in Europe caved, and pretty soon they were enthusiastic about the war. Pretty soon their young men were going off and dying on the fields. On the other hand, some refused to do that. For example, Rosa Luxemburg, a brilliant Marxist, stuck to her guns. And because of anti-war agitation and speeches, she was thrown into jail and spent most of the First World War in a German jail.
Nun, ich wage nie, wenn der Parteivorstand etwas behauptet, es nicht zu glauben. Da für mich als frommes Parteimitglied der alte Satz gilt, wenn der Parteivorstand geredet hat, credo qui absurdum. Ich glaube, weil es absurd ist. Ich fürchte nur, unsere Freunde in Frankreich wären in schöner Verlegenheit, wenn Bebels Rede so gedeutet werden könnte. Denn dort haben die Genossen erklärt, lieber einen Volksaufstand als den Krieg. Das war die männliche Sprache des französischen Proletariats. Und ich hoffe, auch das Deutsche wird den Mut haben zu sagen, kein Krieg gegen unseren Willen. Kein Krieg gegen unseren Willen. Die einzige im Zusammenhang mit der Frage des Kriegs.
Propaganda was a key strategy in World War I and was really the dawn of modern propaganda as we understand it today, as it existed during the Cold War and World War II. New techniques, new players, some new technologies for propaganda, the beginning of psychological approaches to propaganda, social psychological approaches to propaganda. This is all rooted in this specific experience of World War I. One of the basic assumptions of propaganda of that period came from Walter Lippmann, who's a well-known intellectual journalist, a kind of a public intellectual type of that era. And it was fundamentally anti-democratic. Despite the slogan of this being a war to make the world safe for democracy, its actual premise was ordinary people cannot listen long enough or absorb enough information to make the judgments that the Washington Consensus wanted them to make. And that therefore, propaganda had to come along and be used to convince those people to get in line, stand in line, give back the slogans to the leaders, vote the way that they were told to vote, join the military the way they were told to join the military. In the United States, the president, Wilson, created what was called the Creel Committee. And this was essentially an information control and propaganda committee made up of journalists and academics and government officials whose specific purpose was mobilizing the American population to support a war in Europe, and second of all, to put down dissent of any sort, and most particularly labor dissent, during the war. One of the effects of the Creel Committee was to come up with what was then a clever psychological move, but it indicates how science began to play a role in propaganda and in mass persuasion. So they had corps that they called 4-minute men. And these were guys who were trained to go out to churches and to unions and to businesses and to bowling alleys or wherever and give a 4-minute speech supporting the administration's approach to war in Europe and patriotism and the claims that the war was making the world safe for democracy. And the reason they were 4 minutes long is that scientists of that era, early psychologists, had come to the conclusion that 4 minutes was a typical human attention span, and that so the message was always placed in that format. You can see the beginnings of far more complex and far more sophisticated forms of propaganda in those early days. One of the ways that propaganda worked at that time was, and today, was to play upon deeply rooted fears that could be manipulated to support the goals that the state and its corporate supporters wanted to secure. So one of those concepts was Americanism. So that Americanism was that everybody would be unified and support the war.
The Creel Committee initiated what is perhaps the largest propaganda campaign in American history. It established relationships with 18,000 newspapers, 11,000 national advertisers, 10,000 chambers of commerce, 30,000 manufacturers associations, 22,000 labor unions, 10,000 public libraries, 32,000 banks, 58,000 general stores, 3,500 YMCA branches, and 100,000 Red Cross chapters. When the United States entered the war, many Americans greeted the news with enthusiasm, bordering on giddiness.
Johnny, get your gun, get your gun, get your gun. Take it on the run, on the run, on the run. Hear them calling you and me, every son of liberty. Hurry right away, no delay, go today. Make your daddy glad to have had such a lad. Tell your sweetheart not to pine, to be proud her boy's in line. Over there, send the word over there, that the Yanks are coming, the Yanks are coming, the drums rum-tumming everywhere, so prepare, say a prayer, send the word to beware, we'll be over, we're coming over.
The beginning of the war, there was a great deal of attention to what you might call feel-good propaganda. In other words, we're all in this together, we're separating ourselves from anti-Germanism or of demonization of the enemy and so on. And this was in part because, say for example, in the Midwest, there's a very large German ethnic population. But as the war went forward, it became harder to recruit people for the war. And so they turned more and more to accusations that people who resisted the war were spies. They were secretly German, they were secretly this or that or the other thing. that they were criminals of one sort or another, that they were mental defects of one sort or another. And meanwhile, the enemy was portrayed in increasingly bestial terms. And this became characteristic of war efforts, not only in the United States, but in other parts of the world as well. That was the rosy dawn of modern war propaganda.
Propagandists highlighted atrocity stories about the Germans, some of them real, some of them fabricated. Anti-German sentiment was already rife in the United States due to the sinking of the British ocean liner Lusitania, at the time one of the largest passenger ships in the world. In 1915, a German U-boat torpedoed and sunk the ship, killing almost 2,000 civilians and crew. 128 of the victims were American. Unbeknownst to the public, the Lusitania was carrying 750 tons of ammunition and 1,250 cases of shrapnel artillery shells. In fact, Germany had gone so far as to publish a warning in the New York Times, on the same page as an advertisement for the Lusitania. Travel to Britain at your own risk. British Naval Intelligence Officer Patrick Beasley later stated, "I am reluctantly driven to the conclusion that there was a conspiracy deliberately to put the Lusitania at risk in the hope that even an abortive attack on her would bring the United States into the war. Such a conspiracy would not have been put into effect without Winston Churchill's express permission and approval." Only 1 week before the sinking of the Lusitania, Churchill wrote to Walter Runciman, the president of the Board of Trade, that it is most important to attract neutral shipping to our shores, in the hope especially of embroiling the United States with Germany. Though real atrocities abounded, propagandists insisted on embellishing the horrors of war. Stories began to circulate that German troops were bayoneting and even eating babies, that nuns were having their breasts cut off, and that Canadian soldiers were being crucified. Anti-German hysteria was the result. Sauerkraut became known as Liberty cabbage. Dachshunds were renamed Liberty dogs. Music by Beethoven, Mozart, and Schubert were banned. And 14 states prohibited the speaking of German in public schools. One German immigrant, a socialist and coal miner named Robert Prager, was lynched. After being falsely accused of being a German spy, he was hanged in front of a crowd of 200 people in Collinsville, Illinois. 11 men were tried for his murder, but acquitted after only 20 minutes. The Washington Post responded, "In spite of excesses such as lynching, it is a healthful and wholesome awakening in the interior of the country." Not everyone was convinced by the propaganda campaign. The Socialist Party and the IWW retained their opposition to the war for its duration. In her newsletter, Mother Earth, famed anarchist Emma Goldman wrote, "The pathos of it all is that the America which is to be protected by a huge military force is not the America of the people, but that of the privileged class. The class which robs and exploits the masses and controls their lives from the cradle to the grave." When former Stanford University president David Starr Jordan was denied permission to deliver an anti-war speech at Princeton, the First Presbyterian Church offered him a platform. "It is very evident that the Wall Street people are running this thing in their own interest," stated Jordan. "The war is motivated by the great prospects of having Uncle Sam endorse billions of European bonds and throw his money with Morgan and Company into the bottomless pit of war." References to Wall Street by anti-war critics owed not only to war production, but debt. By 1917, Britain and France owed American banks no less than $2 billion. If Germany won the war, that money would disappear. Socialist leader Eugene Debs stated in a speech that he would rather be shot as a traitor than, quote, "go to war for Wall Street." He was imprisoned after the passage of the Draconian Espionage Act of 1917, which allowed for the arrest of people who interfered with military recruitment or conveyed information with intent to interfere with the operation or success of the armed forces of the United States. In 1919, in the landmark case Schenck versus United States, the Supreme Court ruled that the Espionage Act was constitutional despite its prohibitions against free speech. Though the court's ruling has been revised over the years, its restrictions remain controversial. In the modern era, it has been used to prosecute or threaten whistleblowers like Daniel Ellsberg, Chelsea Manning, and Edward Snowden.
Wouldn't you go to prison to tell son this war?
The Espionage Act had been passed under the pretense that German spies could sabotage the war effort. Such fears were not entirely unfounded. Following the blockade of Germany by the Royal Navy, German spies blew up a munitions depot in New Jersey. Yet of the more than 2,000 convictions obtained under the Espionage and later Sedition Acts, none involved German or Austro-Hungarian agents. Instead, law enforcement focused almost exclusively on anti-war activists, pacifists, and radicals.
The court's ruling in the Schenck case essentially held that the provisions of the First Amendment, that Congress shall pass no law abridging freedom of speech, press, and association, was not an absolute ban. And the example specifically cited is that an individual did not have the right to yell fire in a crowded theater. When speech posed a clear and present danger to the nation's security, that speech could be abridged. So there was a major breakthrough in terms of the extent to which the government could regulate certain forms of speech, and it was revisited variously in the 20th century, with sometimes the court cutting back on government's restrictions on forms of speech, and other times providing stricter standards that there must be a relationship between speech and conduct.
Following the arrest of Eugene Debs, the Washington Post declared that Debs is a public menace, and the country will be better off with him behind bars. He spent 2 years in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. Incredibly, in 1920, Debs ran for president while incarcerated. Even more incredibly, he received almost 1 million votes. Debs was pardoned in 1921 as his health deteriorated and died in 1926 at the age of 70. Another important labor leader imprisoned under the Espionage Act was the anarchist Ricardo Flores Magón. The son of a Zapotec Indian and mestiza, he played an important role in the Mexican Revolution. Magón was arrested after writing an anti-war statement. In the homes of those on the bottom, there are laments about a son sent off to war. These boys go to confront, gun in hand, another youth who is, like him, the light of his home, and whom he doesn't hate and can't hate, because he doesn't even know him. Magone was sentenced to 20 years at Leavenworth Prison, where he died blind and penniless in 1922. His remains were returned to Mexico in 1945. For all the pomp and circumstance, only 73,000 American men volunteered to fight in the 6 weeks following the government's declaration of war. In response, Congress passed the Selective Service Act, by far the most oppressive legislation of the time period. Like the Espionage Act, selective service legislation remains on the books to this day. The new conscription law required military service from men aged 21 to 30, and 1 year later, 21 to 45. Less men in the United States volunteered to fight in World War I that were conscripted, with over 2.8 million being forced to serve. Like the Espionage Act, the Selective Service Act was challenged in court. Emma Goldman and other radicals argued that it was a direct violation of the 13th Amendment's prohibition against slavery and involuntary servitude. The Supreme Court unanimously rejected their argument. In Europe, approximately half of the men who died in the Great War did not even have the right to vote. This included Great Britain, where 40% of adult males lacked the necessary property requirements to become enfranchised. Draft protests occurred in London and other cities. In Quebec City, Canada, riots erupted. Thousands of angry men ransacked the conscription registration office, as well as 2 pro-conscription newspapers. Rebellions also occurred on the front lines, most notably in Russia, where mass defections were a driving force behind the Russian Revolution. While the majority of American men felt honor-bound to serve when called upon, a number sought conscientious objector status. Some were granted exemptions, others were not. Joseph and Michael Hofer, 2 Hutterite brothers, were sentenced to 20 years hard labor in Alcatraz. Confined to solitary cells, the men were fed only bread and water and subjected daily to a method of torture known as high cuffing. As their health deteriorated, they were transferred to Leavenworth. Joseph and Michael died from pneumonia shortly thereafter. During the spring of 1917, nearly half of the entire French infantry mutinied against their commanders on the Western Front. 554 men were sentenced to death, and though 90% were later granted reprieves, leaders were shot as a warning to others. One man was found guilty of having stated, "We need to end the war, not through victory, but through revolution." In rural Oklahoma, 2 months later, a coalition of poor whites, blacks, and Native Americans would attempt to do exactly that.
Well, the Green Corn Rebellion took place in Oklahoma in 1917. It is a unique occurrence in the United States, and although an anomaly, I think it's one of the most important events, certainly the most important event in U.S. history that no one knows about. When World War I was joined by the United States, they immediately imposed conscription. They had officials going out and hunting down, anyone who looked of age. If they couldn't show their draft card, they would be taken. Oklahoma was a cauldron of activism. At that moment in time, the Socialist Party had been organizing there already for 15 years. Regular trade unions were the railroad unions, and others were very, very strong in Oklahoma. The Wobblies were very strong. The Socialist Party had been organizing tenant farmers and sharecroppers, that is, landless farmers. Sharecropping is really harsh because basically they raise the crop and then they have to give a certain percentage of it, usually about 75% of it, any profits, to the landowner. If there is no profit, then they simply are made to leave. They actually are then in debt to the owner of that property. Every member of the family works. Even the smallest child contributes to the survival of the family. And then the able-bodied 18-year-old is absolutely essential to the survival of the family, the boys. And here's who they were going to take away from them. So they had a very fundamental, basic reason for rebelling because it was life or death. So they organized themselves. Most of these people were illiterate, so the Communist Manifesto was actually read aloud, and the preachers of these, Baptist churches actually were preaching the social gospel, as they called it. But they organized themselves into this rebellion and rose up in August 1917. The leadership was really the Native American Muskogee. The Muskogee people, their land had all been allotted. All of the Native American land had been allotted in Oklahoma, and most of it lost. It was because of oil that they allotted it. Desperately poor, working as sharecroppers and tenant farmers because they had no land. It had been taken away from them. But they had a very militant history of resistance, that went back a couple of 100 years. The green corn of August every year is the most important holiday for the Muskogee people. They're also called Creeks and Seminoles, Choctaws. They're mostly Creeks. They call themselves Red Sticks. And the Red Sticks had formed 150 years before to fight against relocation. That finally happened in 1830, where they were relocated from the southeast to Oklahoma Territory. So the Green Corn Rebellion was that kind of very organic peasant rebellion, but with ideas that had come in and that they had absorbed, which made it a very potent formulation. So their manifesto is absolutely amazing. Naming the capitalists, the owners, they had a concept. They knew that they were a part of something larger in the world. The green corn that comes in August, it's not edible at that point in time, but it can be picked and stored. Their plan was to gather up the green corn and to feed themselves, and they were going to march all the way to Washington. They were going to organize themselves, do some damage in that area. They cut gas lines, electrical lines. They burned bridges. They created a kind of liberated zone for themselves. And then they stopped and rested, which wasn't a very good thing to do, because by that time several counties, the sheriffs had organized posses of the shopkeepers and the owners of things, the bankers and all, to come and surround them. So they didn't get out of that area. They were arrested, imprisoned. But their plan was to go through Missouri and then down into Louisiana, where there was all this organizing going on, and then to go and to gather people with them to march on Washington and overthrow the government. That was their goal, stated goal, was to overthrow the government.
Only a tiny number of dissidents engaged in militant action against the American government during World War I. Yet thousands of labor leaders, radicals, and pacifists became targets for repression. Heading up the dragnet was the Bureau of Investigation, later to be known as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI. At the time of its founding in 1908, the Bureau was composed of only 34 agents operating out of Washington, D.C. Ironically, it was primarily conservatives, rather than progressives, who expressed concern over the potential threat of a federal police force. Conservatives in Congress warned of a general system of spying and espionage of the people, such as prevailed in Tsarist Russia, and of executive branch officials employing Secret Service men to dig up the private scandals of men. Between 1911 and 1920, the Bureau's budget underwent a 7-fold increase, from $329,000 to $2.5 million.
The Bureau was founded in 1908 as the investigative division of the Department of Justice. The department itself was established in 1870 and did not have an independent investigative force. With the expansion of federal laws into the areas of interstate commerce crime, it seemed essential to have a skilled investigative force, and so the Attorney General at the time, Charles Bonaparte, established the Bureau. Its mission was very limited. There were 34 agents at the time, and there were very few federal interstate commerce laws that it was responsible for. Over time, as the Congress enacted additional laws defining interstate commerce crimes, the Bureau's role would expand. In the 10s and 20s, this was the so-called progressive era, and that was marked by the expansion of federal regulatory powers. There was a sense that laissez-faire did not work and that there was a need for a greater federal role. Law enforcement until 1908 had been primarily, if not exclusively, a local and state responsibility, and as the federal responsibility increased, so too did the need for an enhanced federal investigative role, and that was a role that the Bureau assumed. Although there was a significant change during World War I when there was this concern about internal security threats, and that marked a significant expansion of the Bureau's role, ostensibly to investigate the violations of the Espionage and Sedition Acts of 1917 and 1918. The Espionage Act, as the title suggests, was intended to prevent spying, but there was a definition of opposition to military recruitment, the draft, raising liberty bonds, and so that what the Bureau began to do during the 1917 is to focus on these areas of political dissent, and those targeted included radical groups such as the Socialist Party, the Industrial Workers of the World, and there was intensive monitoring of German Americans and Irish Americans because of their opposition to U.S. involvement in World War I itself.
The same day of the passage of the Espionage Act, police arrested the famed anarchists Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman. Goldman's newsletter, Mother Earth, was forced to shut down, as was virtually every other anti-war or radical publication. The Postmaster General, was given the power to ban from the mail any literature that could potentially interfere with the war effort. In September 1917, Bureau agents raided offices of the industrial workers of the world across the country, seizing their assets and arresting union leaders. "165 Wobblies were indicted and given prison sentences of up to 20 years.
In the United States, as we know, the previous 30 or 40 years before World War I had been characterized by very bitter labor struggles that had to do with who would make decisions about people's livelihoods, about how the country was run, about what was a fair or just way to divide the wealth of the country, those types of questions. This was in the era of robber barons, who basically were corporate leaders that either disregarded laws altogether when it was convenient to do that, or a bit later entered into the process of making laws in such a way that their corporate interests would be protected. So in the propaganda themes of World War I, the labor struggles, people struggling for their own families, for their own sense of human decency and the sense of human empowerment, their own sense of democracy, that was portrayed as enemy activity. Context, the Wobblies, which were a radical type of unionism, became enemy number one.
The portrayal of radical labor leaders as traitors made their already hazardous position one of extreme danger. On August 1st, 1917, a group of vigilantes lynched the IWW leader Frank Little. The son of a Quaker father and Cherokee mother, Little had led free speech fights on the West Coast and organized workers across the country, including lumberjacks, miners, oil drillers, and fruit pickers. In June 1917, 168 miners were killed in the Speculator mine disaster in Butte, Montana. The men had died excruciating deaths, spending several days trapped in underground tunnels, dying from asphyxia. Little arrived and made a speech in which he urged workers to fight the capitalists, but not the Germans. He was lynched the next day. Tied to the bumper of a car wearing only his underwear, he was dragged down the street, bludgeoned in the head with a rifle, and strangled to death. His body was found hanging from a railroad trestle. An estimated 14,000 people attended Frank Little's funeral procession. His grave marker reads, "Slain by capitalist interests for organizing and inspiring his fellow man." Frank Little's murderers were never brought to justice, in part, activists claimed, because authorities themselves had participated in the lynching. From the very beginnings of the labor movement, police had given indirect and sometimes overt support for right-wing vigilante groups. This pattern of collusion increased during and after the Great War, with state actors working in tandem with groups like the Ku Klux Klan and the American Protective League. The American Protective League, or APL, was created by a coalition of business leaders and given full support by the American government. Bureau Director A. Bruce Belaski met with then Attorney General Thomas Gregory to establish a liaison relationship with the new organization. At the height of its power, the APL reached 350,000 members. It became, in the words of one historian, a largely out-of-control quasi-governmental, quasi-vigilante agency which established a massive spy network across the land. For the most part, APL agents acted as glorified snitches, passing information onto the police and the Bureau concerning persons unfriendly to this government for the protection of private property, etc. However, they sometimes took a more hands-on role. In July 1917, deputized APL members in Cochise County, Arizona, rounded up 1,200 striking IWW and AFL miners, herded them into boxcars, and left them in the Mexican desert. The APL would be disbanded in 1919, but not before participating in a new round of repression against dissidents, a series of events known as the Red Scare. In the months leading up to the end of World War I, two pieces of legislation were passed in the United States that allowed even more far-reaching powers for the government. The Sedition Act, passed in May 1918, made it a crime to utter any disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language about the form of government of the United States, while the Immigration Act of 1918, passed in October, permitted the deportation of people with anarchist beliefs.
Immigration policy as a form of labor control goes through various stages, the first being racialized exclusion in the context of a multinational working class and labor conflict beginning to draw together a multinational working class within the United States. Another stage is going to involve the control over the politics of the working class. It's in the context of increasing class struggle, the development of radical political philosophies within the working classes, especially in the industrialized world, that we begin to see the U.S. ruling class becoming increasingly concerned about the ability of these ideas to resonate amongst larger and larger numbers of workers. Politics, which varied, anarchism was a catch-all for any politics that were really anti-capitalist, but that was the essence of them. It became necessary from the point of view of those trying to control labor that not only people be excluded who have a history of any kind of affiliation with this idea, but more or less to use the immigration policy and the anti-anarchist concept as a way of policing people once in this country. Because once in the country, whether or not they held these political views before coming in, once in the country, if they affiliated in any way to any kind of anti-capitalist ideology, or at that time joining a union or supporting anything that inhibited the free functioning of capitalism, they can then be policed. They could be deported, they could be detained. And so this gave a valuable tool to the capitalists to be able to then use that as a means of policing their own workforces.
There were, of course, different factions among radicals in the United States. And they, to some degree, they fought one another. But mainly what they were fighting was the capitalist system and the police authorities and the corporate spies, the industrial spies, that stood in the way of a more just society. One of the particular flavors, if you will, of that battle were the Italian anarchists known as Gallianists. And they favored an approach to struggle that would later be called a single spark approach, or sometimes it was called propaganda of the deed. And the gist of this was that a secret cadre, a little group, 5, 10 people, would bomb something. They would blow up a stock exchange, they'd blow up a bank. And in this way, the idea was that they would set off a revolution in which millions of people would come to participate, and that subsequent stage of a revolution would give birth to a genuinely new society. Well, it didn't work. It didn't happen that way. The people who favored that approach, many of them lost their lives, many of them gave their lives to pursue that concept of social revolution.
Though anarchists undoubtedly participated in the bombing campaign, some labor organizers were skeptical that they were solely responsible. 3 years earlier, in 1916, a suitcase bomb was detonated at a San Francisco parade held in anticipation of America's entry into the war. It was the worst terrorist attack in San Franciscan history, killing 10 people and wounding 40. 2 labor leaders, Thomas Mooney and Warren Billings, were tried and convicted for the attacks. Many years later, it was revealed that they had been framed. Ironically, Mooney had himself warned prior to the attack that agent provocateurs may attempt to give a black eye to the labor movement by disrupting the festivities. He was convicted on what was later exposed to be perjured testimony and suppression of evidence. This propaganda film, released in 1916, attempts to link the Preparedness Day bombing to the industrial workers of the world. Thomas Mooney and Warren Billings were released in 1939 after spending 23 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit. Other events during and after the Red Scare served to justify suspicion of official accounts. During the 1912 Lawrence textile strike, William Madison Wood, the owner of the American Woolen Company, paid a local undertaker $500 to plant dynamite in several locations around the city with the goal of framing the Union leadership. And in the 1923 report upon the illegal practices of the U.S. Department of Justice, which focused on the Red Scare, its authors note, agent provocateurs have been introduced by the Department of Justice into the radical movements, have reached positions of influence therein, have occupied themselves with informing upon and instigating acts which might be declared criminal.
Many of the tactics that later showed up as institutionalized parts of the CIA, of the FBI, of the COINTEL programs during the 60s and 70s, those are tactics that were first developed and first perfected during the wars against American working people. For example, the use of false flag operations, where some attack is secretly perpetrated and then blamed on whoever the enemy of the moment was, which in this particular case would have been the Wobblies or other radical movements, or patsies, where a person was set up, friend of the police, a friend of one of these private detective agencies, something like that, who became the fall guy when an operation went wrong, and sometimes even when it went right, using provocateurs to create a crisis or to set a bomb that could then be blamed on somebody else. What they were doing in terms of tactics are essentially the same sort of brutal and often systematic betrayal that is characteristic of hardball CIA tactics around the world or hardball police tactics. Officially, it is the legal side of the struggle, but as a practical matter, is illegal and is used illegally because this is a way to compromise other people.
Whatever the truth about the bombing campaign, the stage was set for a crackdown, and as the guns in Europe fell silent, the war in the homeland was just beginning. On November 11th, 1918, World War I came to an end. "10 million soldiers and 7 million civilians had been killed. 21 million were wounded. Those who survived would face not only physical, but mental scars that lasted a lifetime." Author and screenwriter Dalton Trumbo, who would be blacklisted during the McCarthy era, wrote a searing novel titled Johnny Got His Gun. Then there was this freedom the little guys were always getting killed for, Trumbo wrote. Was it freedom from another country? Freedom from work or disease or death? Freedom from your mother-in-law. Please, mister, give us a bill of sale on this freedom before we go out and get killed. Give us a bill of sale drawn up plainly in advance what we're getting killed for, so we can be sure, after we've won your war, that we've got the same kind of freedom we bargained for. July 1919. 3 months after the interception of 39 mail bombs postmarked to American business and political elites, race riots are exploding across the country. The season is nicknamed the Red Summer by civil rights activist James Weldon Johnson, denoting both the spilling of blood and the fear by American leaders of socialist movements at home and abroad. The impetus for the riots had occurred several years earlier during the Great Migration.
From 1880, which was the beginning of an economic boom after a long depression in the 1870s, from 1880 to World War I, an average of 500,000 new immigrants from Southern, Central, and Eastern Europe came to the United States. And they came in part because the next stage of the Industrial Revolution was creating a demand for unskilled labor. World War I breaks out in Europe precisely in the countries where the largest numbers of immigrants are coming. Those governments then decide that they want to prevent their young men from leaving and moving to the United States or moving to Australia or South Africa or Canada. They want them to stay home and be soldiers. And so this flood of immigrants is shut off in 1914. Meanwhile, the United States is not yet in World War I. We don't enter the war until halfway into 1917. And there is a great demand for products to be made in the United States and shipped to Europe. There's a great industrial boom in the north of the United States and a great labor shortage because the immigrants are not able to come. And so employers in the north begin sending recruiters into the south to recruit African Americans and to some degree whites, but mostly African Americans, who have been trapped in this system of sharecropping since Reconstruction. They are now doubly damaged by the arrival of the boll weevil, which begins to eat its way across the cotton south, starting in Louisiana and Texas and moving east. Times are really hard for African Americans in the South. And suddenly there are job opportunities in steel mills, meatpacking plants, machine shops. So this very substantial wave of African American migration begins. Between 1915 and 1920, 500,000 African Americans moved north. Between 1920 and 1930, another 1 million moved north. And as they are coming north, they discover
that white people who are already there are not so happy to see them. In some cases, they're being used as strikebreakers. In other cases, they're being used to depress the level of wages anyway. And in some places, they're just plain running into deeply embedded racism. And so, starting in 1917 in East St. Louis and continuing through the summer of 1919, there are a series of race riots around the North. The two that get talked about the most are East St. Louis in 1917 and Chicago in the summer of 1919. And in both cases, there had been significant labor conflicts going on. White workers, many of whom were European immigrants who had only lived in the United States for a decade or less, and now were fearful that they were going to lose the foothold that they were beginning to establish because of the availability of cheap black labor. And so the hostilities that these African American workers ran into sent a very powerful message about the ways that race might trump class in the ways that workers thought of themselves in the United States.
Post-war racial conflict was exacerbated by the failure of the United States government to reincorporate returning veterans into the labor market. During the Red Summer, race riots occurred in 36 cities, leading to hundreds of deaths. In most cases, it was whites attacking blacks. But blacks also fought back in cities like Chicago, where 15 white people were killed. 2 years later, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, yet another race riot occurred, this time against the wealthiest black community in the nation. After a dubious rape accusation, thousands of whites went on a rampage, killing men and women and burning down their homes and businesses. "10,000 black people were left homeless. According to some accounts, police officers participated. The complicity and even involvement of authorities in vigilante violence against African Americans was echoed in their treatment of the industrial workers of the world. Though arrests and confiscations under the Espionage Act had significantly weakened their union, the IWW persevered after the war's close. One of the last major conflicts in which they would play a significant role occurred in Centralia, Washington, in November 1919. A gun battle erupted in front of the IWW Union Hall, resulting in 6 deaths. Legionnaires and Wobblies presented conflicting accounts of who shot first. That night, a mob formed outside the jailhouse where IWW leader Wesley Everest was being held. Electrical power was cut as Legionnaires approached in vehicles with their headlights turned off. Everest was kidnapped, taken to the Chehalis River Bridge, and lynched. None of the murderers were brought to justice, but 7 of the Wobblies who were present at the gun battle were convicted of second-degree murder and spent between 11 and 20 years behind bars. In the same month as the Centralia Massacre, Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer set about to crush radical labor using the power of the federal government. He created a new so-called Radical Division, renamed the General Intelligence Division, or GID, a year later. It would be headed up by a young J. Edgar Hoover. The GID was assigned the task of collating information about radicals collected by Bureau agents, the State Department's Consular Service, military and naval intelligence, local police, and so-called patriotic citizens. The GID quickly produced an astonishing 200,000 cross-indexed cards on 60,000 activists across the country. The main targets were labor leaders, but also included pacifists like Jane Addams, supporters of Irish independence, and groups devoted to African Americans such as the NAACP and Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association. During the Palmer raids, thousands of people would be detained under conditions that a later report characterized as grossly unconstitutional. The document, prepared by a group of distinguished jurists entitled Report upon the Illegal Practices of the U.S. Department of Justice, explains, under the guise of a campaign for the suppression of radical activities, the Office of the Attorney General, acting by its local agents throughout the country and giving express instructions from Washington, has committed continual illegal acts. Wholesale arrests, both of aliens and citizens, have been made without warrant or any process of law. Men and women have been jailed and held incommunicado without access of friends or counsel. Homes have been entered without search warrant and property seized and removed. Other property has been wantonly destroyed. Working men and working women suspected of radical views have been shamefully abused and maltreated. At the time of the raids, the law profession as a whole had been considerably less supportive of constitutional rights. Bench and bar proclaimed, "The need for repression is great, and the time for repression is now." Perhaps because the Bolshevik Revolution failed to spread, or perhaps because the Bureau of Investigation had begun compiling dossiers on American politicians, cooler heads eventually prevailed. During the Teapot Dome scandal of 1924, it was revealed that the Bureau had been spying on several high-level critics of the Harding administration, including Senator Robert La Follette and Congressman Roy Woodruff. Following President Harding's death, the new Attorney General, Harlan F. Stone, sought to restore public confidence in the Bureau. Stone recognized the possibility that a secret police may become a menace to free government and free institutions because it carries with it the possibility of abuses of power which are not always quickly understood. Ironically, his choice to replace Bureau Chief William J. Burns was J. Edgar Hoover. Of the thousands of people detained during the Palmer raids, only a few hundred were deported, though among them were a number of legendary American dissidents such as Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman. Most of the men and women deported were guilty of nothing more than thought crime.
Emma Goldman, the famous anarchist leader, has returned to the United States after an exile of 15 years.
I'm delighted to be back in the United States, my hunting ground of 35 years. The country where I had my innings in the social and economic struggle, and where I decided to devote myself to the presentation of anarchism, a social philosophy which aims at the emancipation, economic, social, political, and spiritual of the human race.
Ms. Goldman, should the government here object to your speeches of anarchism, would you change them or leave the country?
I will leave the country rather than deny my ideas. I prefer to stick to my gun.
Ultimately, the Bureau would fail to abide by Attorney General Stone's public position that agents not be concerned with political or other opinions of individuals, only with their conduct, and then only with such conduct as is forbidden by the laws of the United States. Under J. Edgar Hoover, the Bureau not only continued to monitor radical and civil liberties groups, but eventually conducted full-blown counterintelligence operations against American dissidents. Despite the conciliatory tone of public officials during the 1920s, the damage had been done. It would take a decade for the American labor movement to recover from the assaults of World War I and its aftermath. Yet even labor actions that failed offered valuable lessons for future generations of activists. Perhaps the most remarkable strike from the time period was the short-lived Seattle General Strike of 1919, which occurred at the height of the Red Scare.
1919 was the most strike-prone year in all of American history. That is, the highest percentage of workers went on strike in 1919. I think it was like 22.5% of all workers went on strike. And the question really was, are the rights, the right to free speech, the right to organize, the right to have a union, the right to make a living wage, these are the things. Remember, World War I was supposed to be the war to make the world safe for democracy. And working people in the United States have really interesting conversations about what is democracy. Is democracy only political? Is democracy having the freedom to be able to find a better job? Is democracy having the freedom to be able to be secure in your older age? Is democracy cultural? Should workers be able to find plays and poems and books that reflect their experiences and not only the experiences of the wealthy? And so there's what we might call a robust discussion about what is democracy. And so that's coming together in Seattle, which was a major both manufacturing and transportation center. And there's a great labor newspaper in Seattle, edited by a woman, Anna Louise Strong. And her newspaper is becoming a voice for these debates and arguments among workers and this really congealing working class identity. And there is a Seattle Central Labor Council that includes people who are also involved with the IWW. And they have a showdown with like all the employers in Seattle about what are the ground rules going to be. Are you going to recognize unions? Is there going to be an 8-hour day? Are workers going to have the right to free speech? We're going to push on all of these issues and have one big conflict. What labor historians, some of us, have looked at in terms of what went on in Seattle that seems so interesting is that the minute that Seattle workers went on strike, and this idea of a general strike, everybody goes on strike at once. And then they immediately confront the question, aren't there some of the things that we do that if we stop doing these things, other working people will suffer? Who's going to run the hospital? Who's going to deliver milk to families that have infant children? What are the things that are really necessary that, as much as we're angry at the employers and angry at the city government and we want to change the ground rules under which we work and live, we don't want to hurt other working people by what we do. And they come up with this amazing idea that they will give passes to individual businesses that they can continue to operate. If they agree right at the start, they're going to recognize the workers' right to a union, and they're going to recognize the 8-hour day, and they're going to accept all of these conditions. And so they begin to essentially manage the city under their own control. For the duration of the general strike, the Seattle Trades and Labor Assembly has more power than the Seattle City Council. They're really deciding what activity will go on and what activity won't. And so when scholars of that period look at the Russian Revolution or the struggles in Germany and Austria in 1918, or other places where there were ferocious class conflicts, they also look at Seattle and talk about what Seattle shows us about what a worker's vision of a just society would be, and what happens when workers, even for a brief period of time, have the power to implement their vision.
I saw Joe Hill last night, alive as you and me. Says I, but Joe, you're 10 years dead. I never died, says he. I never died, says he. The copper bosses killed you, Joe. They shot you, Joe, says I. Takes more than guns to kill a man, says Joe. I didn't die, says Joe. I didn't die. And standing there as big as life and smiling with his eyes, says Joe, what they forgot to kill went on to organize, went on to organize. From San Diego up to Maine, in every mine and mill, where working men defend their rights, it's there you'll find Joe Hill. It's there you'll find Joe Hill. I dreamed I saw Joe Hill last night, alive as you and me. Says I, but Joe, you're 10 years dead. I never died, says he. I never died, says he.
September 16th, 1920. New York City. In the heart of the financial district, a horse-drawn wagon pulls up outside the offices of J.P. Morgan Bank at 23 Wall Street. Hidden in the cart are 100 pounds of dynamite and 500 pounds of cast iron weights. A timer is set. As the driver disappears into the crowd, the bomb detonates. The explosion is so powerful that it knocks a trolley from its tracks several blocks away. The bombing on Wall Street was the culmination of an ill-fated revolutionary strategy known as propaganda by the deed. "50 years earlier, in 1871, a mass uprising occurred in Paris. 2 million people established dozens of worker cooperatives, electing delegates to represent them instead of politicians. Everyone, no matter how poor, had a say in the running of their society. The experiment, which became known as the Paris Commune, was brutally crushed. After being overrun by French soldiers, tens of thousands of Parisians were slaughtered. Karl Marx wrote of the violence in Paris. The civilization and justice of bourgeois order comes out in its lurid light whenever the slaves and drudges of that order rise against their masters. Then, this civilization and justice stand forth as undisguised savagery and lawless revenge." The Paris Commune was heavily influenced by anarchism, and in its aftermath, anarchists throughout Europe were driven underground. Though most remained nonviolent, a small number turned to terrorism. Their targets included police chiefs, business leaders, politicians, and royalty. Their goal: to inspire the masses to revolution. Propaganda by the deed emerged in the United States under similar conditions of mass poverty and state violence. In the late 19th century, working people lived a meager existence of poverty, degradation, and toil. Most were paid subsistence or less than subsistence wages. Safety protections in the workplace were minimal or non-existent. Child labor was rampant, and living conditions were increasingly horrid. When workers tried to organize, they were met with violence. Their oppressors included police, vigilantes, private detectives, and even federal troops.
No! Halt! Present! Arms!
According to historian Philip Taft, the United States, at the turn of the century, became home of the bloodiest and most violent labor history of any industrial nation in the world. Dynamite, invented in 1862, offered a new and terrifying weapon for both sides. The German immigrant and anarchist Johann Most wrote, "In giving dynamite to the downtrodden millions of the globe, science has done its best work. A pound of this stuff beats a bushel of ballots all hollow." Bombings were also used in treacherous false flag operations, designed to portray all dissidents as dangerous criminals. During the Lawrence textile strike of 1912, the owner of the company, William Madison Wood, hired a local undertaker to plant dynamite around the city with the goal of framing the Union leadership. And in 1916, two labor leaders, Thomas Mooney and Warren Billings, were framed for the bombing of a military parade in San Francisco. The two men were pardoned after spending over 20 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit. During World War I and the subsequent Red Scare, the federal government began a massive surveillance campaign against American citizens. The budget of the Bureau of Investigation, founded in 1908 with only 34 employees, underwent a 7-fold increase. A new radical division was created. It quickly produced a remarkable 200,000 cross-indexed cards on 60,000 activists across the country. The primary targets were socialists and anarchists. Under the Palmer raids, thousands of American citizens were arrested and detained under conditions a later judicial report characterized as grossly unconstitutional. Hundreds were deported. The raids were given justification by a bombing campaign allegedly carried out by a cadre of anarchists, mostly Italian immigrants. Attorney General Palmer himself was one of the targets.
There were, of course, different factions among radicals in the United States. And they, to some degree, they fought one another. But mainly what they were fighting was the capitalist system and the police authorities and the corporate spies, the industrial spies, that stood in the way of a more just society. One of the particular flavors, if you will, of that battle were the Italian anarchists known as Gallianists. And they favored an approach to struggle that would later be called a single spark approach, or sometimes it was called propaganda of the deed. And the gist of this was that a secret cadre, a little group, 5, 10 people, would bomb something. They would blow up a stock exchange, they'd blow up a bank. And in this way, the idea was that they would set off a revolution in which millions of people would come to participate, and that subsequent stage of a revolution would give birth to a genuinely new society. Well, it didn't work. It didn't happen that way. The people who favored that approach, many of them lost their lives, many of them gave their lives to pursue that concept of social revolution.
In April 1919, a number of package bombs were intercepted by police. Among the targets were John D. Rockefeller Jr. and J.P. Morgan Jr. Morgan's Bank was the target of the 1920 bombing on Wall Street. "38 people were killed and hundreds more injured during the attack. Yet Morgan himself was not among them. Most of the victims were themselves members of the working or middle classes, messengers, stenographers, clerks, and low-level brokers. The crime remains unsolved to this day. According to the Bureau of Investigation, the culprit was most likely Mario Buda, an anarchist who fled to Italy after the bombing. Buddha was reportedly enraged by the arrests of Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti, two Italian-born anarchists who were charged and convicted of murdering two men during the robbery of a shoe company. The evidence against the two immigrants was slim, but widespread anti-immigrant sentiment prevented a fair trial. The case became an international cause célèbre, with figures such as H.G. Wells, George Bernard Shaw, and Albert Einstein urging a retrial. It never came. Sacco and Vanzetti were executed by electric chair in 1927 at Charleston State Prison. The case had received so much attention in the labor press that protests and wildcat strikes erupted around the world.
Two good men's a long time gone. Two good men's a long time gone. Two good men's a long time gone. Left me here to sing this song. Sacco's wife, 3 children had. Sacco was a family man. Vanzetti was a dreaming man. His book is always in his hands. Sacco earned his bread and butter, being the factory's best shoe cutter. Vanzetti spoke both day and night, told the workers how to fight. Two good men a long time gone. Two good men a long time gone. Two good men a long time gone. Left me here to sing this song. I'll tell you if you ask me about this payroll robbery. 2 clerks is killed by the shoe factory on the street in South Braintree. Judge Thayer told his friends around that he had cut the radicals down. Anarchist bastard was the name Judge Thayer called these 2 good men. I'll tell you the prosecutor's name, Katzman, Adams, Williams, Kane. The judge and lawyer strutted down, they done more tricks than circus clowns. 2 good men's a long time gone. 2 good men's a long time gone.
For their part, the 2 accused maintained their innocence until the end. In his statement before the court, Vanzetti declared, "I never committed a crime in my life. I have never stole, and I have never killed, and I have never spilt blood. I fought against crime, and I have sacrificed myself even to eliminate the crimes the law and the church legitimate and sanctify. My conviction is that I have suffered for things I am guilty of. I am suffering because I am a radical, and indeed I am a radical. I have suffered because I was an Italian, and indeed I am an Italian. If you could execute me 2 times, and if I could be reborn 2 other times, I would live again to do what I have done already." One year after the bombing of Wall Street, coal miners in the heart of West Virginia engaged in an all-out revolt against the state government. Their plan was to establish fair labor practices and safety standards. unionize the entire region, and release miners imprisoned under martial law statutes. Conditions for miners in early 20th century America were grim. In company towns, 12-hour workdays were the norm. Workers frequently became ill with black lung disease. Catastrophic accidents took thousands of lives. And what little pay they received was only redeemable at the company store. A common complaint was that mules were treated better than workers themselves. Mules were considered valuable company property, whereas workers were entirely expendable. When miners attempted to unionize, they were evicted from their homes. If they stayed, they were subjected to violence by private goon squads. The uprising in West Virginia was sparked by the murder of Sid Hatfield, a police chief in the town of Matewan who had made the rare move of siding with the workers against the coal companies. On May 19th of the previous year, Hatfield and several of his deputies engaged in a shootout with Baldwin Felt's gunmen sent in to evict strikers and their families. In September 1921, some 15,000 miners took up arms. It was the largest armed uprising in the United States since the Civil War. The majority of the fighting took place on Blair Mountain, where workers squared off against militia and police. Coal companies went so far as to hire airplanes to drop explosives full of shrapnel on the rebels. The battle lasted for 5 days. Just as it seemed the rebel army might prevail, President Warren G. Harding sent in federal troops from Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Many of the miners had fought in World War I and refused to engage American soldiers. After surrendering, over 1,200 indictments were laid down, including 325 for murder and 24 for treason. The public was sympathetic to the accused. Of the men convicted, most only served a few years in prison. All told, between 50 and 100 miners were killed and hundreds more wounded during the Battle of Blair Mountain. 30 deaths were reported on the side of the coal companies. 2 years after the battle in West Virginia, American labor would again suffer a major defeat, this time in San Pedro, California. Longshoremen were upset both by low wages and attempts to criminalize union organizing under the Criminal Syndicalism Act, a relic of the Red Scare. On April 25th, 1923, several thousand dock workers walked off the job. Huge sympathy walkouts also occurred on the East Coast. After 100 ships were tied up in the port of Los Angeles, police moved in to round up union leaders. At that point, the industrial workers of the world called for a citywide strike. The industrial workers of the world, also known as the Wobblies, were one of the few unions from the time period that rejected divisions based on race, sex, and skill. Embracing a non-violent but revolutionary strategy known as anarcho-syndicalism, they had come under repeated attacks by authorities from the time of their founding in 1905. During World War I and the Red Scare, their offices were raided, and some of their members given prison sentences of up to 20 years. Several Wobblies, such as Frank Little, were lynched by vigilantes. The Wobblies never recovered from these assaults. By the 1920s, many of their most effective organizers were either dead, deported, or languishing in prison, and their numbers had begun to decline. In San Pedro, they not only had to fight the police, but the Ku Klux Klan.
The Ku Klux Klan was reinvented by the federal government, literally, by Woodrow Wilson. It had come out of after the Civil War as a fascist, reactionary, terrorist group to create Jim Crow, and it was successful at that. And then all of the offices, every local office, the governorship, senators and congressmen, they were all Jim Crow, segregationists. So they didn't need the Klan anymore. You can really trace the reinvention with the Birth of a Nation, which was, first of all, a novel by a segregationist, and then it was made into a blockbuster silent movie in the early days of silent movies, Birth of a Nation, D.W. Griffith. These people, both the author of the book and the filmmaker, were good friends of Woodrow Wilson, who was a segregationist. And that movie was premiered in the White House. And it was lines around the block in every town and city in the country of people seeing that movie. It's a racial hatred movie that depicts the righteousness of the Ku Klux Klan. It's about the early Klan. So this, took off. People started forming clans. The Klan was literally recreated. From my work in Central America in the 1980s and the formation of death squads in El Salvador and Guatemala, I looked at that and I said, that's the purpose the Klan served. It was a parallel institution of the police. In Central America, they wore masks. But they were often just army people, doing this at night and with a full green light from the authorities.
Only 1 year before the strike in San Pedro, Los Angeles District Attorney Thomas Lee Woolwine raided Klan headquarters and seized their records. He was shocked to discover that the head of the LAPD, Louis D. Oakes, was himself a member. It was a nationwide problem. The Portland Telegram reported that the police bureau was full to the brink with Klansmen, while in Colorado, KKK members included several state senators, the Secretary of State, 4 judges, and scores of police. In San Pedro, members of the Klan arrived in gangs to intimidate strikers on the docks, both with and without their hoods. In response, workers began to assemble on a parcel of land overlooking the harbor. They named it Liberty Hill. One frequent speaker was the Los Angeles-based writer and socialist Upton Sinclair, author of the 1906 novel, The Jungle. The book's vivid exposés of the brutal working conditions and unhygienic practices in American meat plants had led to reforms in the industry. On May 15th, on Liberty Hill, Sinclair read the First Amendment to the American Constitution. Before he could finish, he was arrested by the LAPD. 3 days later, 71 Wobblies were arrested and jailed, while 500 scabs were granted full employment on the docks. the strike had been defeated. The Wobblies continued to agitate in San Pedro, and the Klan continued to assault them. In 1924, the Union held a benefit for workers who had died in a railroad accident. Masked Klansmen burst into the meeting hall and assaulted men, women, and children. 2 children, Andrew Kruglis and Mae Sunstead, were severely burned when the attackers threw boiling water at them from a coffee pot. Sunstead's mother, a poor washerwoman named Lisa, died from injuries sustained during the assault. The 1923 San Pedro strike is recognized by labor historians as the biggest challenge to anti-unionism in Los Angeles prior to the 1930s. However, its failure also signified the decline of the Wobblies, as well as the broader anarchist movement in the United States. After the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, working people increasingly looked to communism as a means of freeing themselves from the yoke of wage slavery.
During the era of World War I, many of the leading anarchist speakers, writers, editors were imprisoned or deported. So in the years after that, in the 1920s and the 1930s, the anarchist movement in the United States declined. Partially that was because some of the leaders had been taken out of the movement in the Red Scare period around World War I, but it was also because they were facing a number of other challenges. Of course, in 1917, the Russian Revolution occurred, and this gave birth to the rise of the communist movement internationally. And there was a communist party formed in the United States due to the victory, what seemed to be a real achievement of the first workers' state in Russia, and what would later become the Soviet Union. Many radical workers in the United States were drawn to this new movement, the Communist Party, were drawn away from the anarchist movement. In the mid-1920s, the industrial workers of the world started to go into decline. There were fights within it as to whether the IWW should align with the Communist Party and become part of the communist movement, or if it should be independent and retain its anarcho-syndicalist features. Another challenge that anarchists faced was the rise of fascism in Europe during the 1920s. So in the 20s and the 30s, we saw the rise of Mussolini in Italy and Hitler in Germany. Anarchists had always believed in internationalism. They wanted to unite the working class of different nations, and as we have said, the anarchists in the United States were often immigrants from Europe, so they had close family and personal ties to working people in Italy and Germany, elsewhere. In the 1920s and the 1930s, US anarchists put a lot of effort into fundraising and doing other forms of support for prisoners in the Soviet Union, in Germany, in Italy, and trying to build support for the anarchist movement in these other countries. This made it difficult for them to put the required amount of resources into organizing workers in the United States.
Prior to its eventual decline, the Socialist Party of America offered a powerful vehicle for democratic reform in the United States. At various times since their founding in 1901, their members had included mayors, representatives from local offices, and even 2 congressmen. Their leader, Eugene Debs, received almost 1 million votes during the presidential election of 1912. Debs was imprisoned after the passage of the Draconian Espionage Act of World War I for speaking out against the war. "I would rather be shot as a traitor than go to war for Wall Street," he declared. Debs audaciously ran for president while behind bars during the election of 1920. He died 6 years later after being released on humanitarian grounds. In 1919, 2 years after the Bolshevik Revolution, the Socialist Party held its annual convention. A crisis occurred when a majority voted to support the revolution in Russia and established direct contact with the Comintern, an international organization advocating world communism. The SP's leadership, which supported democratic reform rather than the direct seizure of power, then expelled 2/3 of its own members. By 1929, the Socialist Party's membership had declined to only 6,000 people. Taking its place was the American Communist Party.
I think that this period of the 19-teens was a period of industrial violence, a period of considerable class conflict with dimensions of racial and nativist or anti-immigrant conflict. It's all there. We also see the development of radical ideas. How could we have not just a decent wage, how could we have good work? How could we have work even that goes beyond not damaging us to work that allows us to develop as human beings? How could we live in communities in which people cared for each other and took care and looked after each other? How could we live with dignity and self-respect? And so these ideas, many of which receive cultural expressions in visual art, in theater, in music, these ideas are really burbling around in the United States. And in the midst of all of that, the Russian Revolution happens. And so the Communist Party, as it would take shape in the United States, and initially it was called the Workers' Party, and then later in the mid-1920s it took the name the Communist Party. That the Workers' Party became a place where workers went to learn about. So what had happened in Russia? How did they do it there? I think we often think other people must know how to do something better than we do because we're not succeeding at making things very much better. And so they had a lot of cachet because they were associated with the Russian Revolution and the seeming success of the Russian Revolution. Over the years, that would become a mixed blessing, that when there would be this huge conflict in the Soviet Union between Stalin on the one hand and Trotsky on the other, that would divide people who saw themselves as communists in the United States, and some would side with one and some would side with the other. And then later in the 20th century, when people would become more aware that the Soviet Union had created a new kind of inequality and new kinds of absences of freedom, and people who had considered themselves to be communists went through great internal angst about how could we have supported that. And so there was something to be gained by having identified with this, and over time there would also be something to lose.
In the early 1920s, the Soviet Union came into official existence. And so this communist revolution reverberated throughout the world. And in America, capitalists were very fearful that a revolution might occur here. After World War I, businesses cut back on a lot of the production. Union organizers were fired, and a huge strike wave followed the war. 1919 saw tremendous strikes. The Boston police force went on strike in 1919. Steelworkers, nearly 1 million steelworkers went on strike in 1919. There was a general strike in Seattle. And this strike wave was accompanied by a rash of anarchist bombings. And in self-defense, unions began to proclaim that they were very patriotic and very American, quote unquote American. And they excised a lot of the radical element.
During the AFL's 1923 convention, its leadership drove out the sole communist delegate, William Dunn. In 1923, the leadership of the United Mine Workers expelled all communists from its union. In 1924 and 25, the carpenters and machinists unions followed suit. Yet by destroying their left flank, unions would increasingly become paper tigers. The most passionate and effective organizers were almost invariably radicals, and business leaders continued to paint union members as dangerous subversives regardless of their political beliefs. The National Association of Manufacturers spread propaganda that unionism in any form was linked to communist activities, while Bethlehem Steel refused to sell its product to contractors who were so unpatriotic as to hire union labor. The AFL was also hamstrung by its exclusive focus on skilled workers, even as workplaces had become increasingly diverse and mechanized. By 1928, the American Federation of Labor had lost 1 million members. By 1929, the United Textile Workers represented less than 3% of the 1.1 million workers in that industry. Over 600,000 workers took part in more than 1,000 strikes between 1922 and 1926, but the majority ended in defeat. Increasingly, employers chose to move production south rather than tolerate union activity at all. Despite popular belief, the harsh racial divide in the South did not actually benefit white workers as a whole. A 1928 Bureau of Labor study of 17 occupations estimated that hourly wages were 43% lower in the South than in the North. Child labor remained. Congress had passed laws in 1918 and 1922 attempting to eliminate the exploitation of children. However, the Supreme Court ruled that such reforms were a violation of the so-called liberty of contract. A similar decision was made about minimum wage laws in the court's 1923 decision, Adkins versus Children's Hospital. Income tax rates for the wealthiest Americans fell from 77% during World War I to just 25% in its aftermath. By the end of the 1920s, the largest American corporations owned nearly half of the nation's wealth.
Conscience dulled by demon rum, liquor, thy name's delirium. Tomorrow we awaken to a new dawn.
In 1920, Prohibition became the law of the land. The American Constitution was amended to include a ban on alcoholic beverages. Supported by a coalition of law and order conservatives and social progressives, Prohibition had existed in some states since the 19th century. The most effective lobbying groups were the Anti-Saloon League and the Women's Christian Temperance Union. The WCTU was founded by Frances Willard, an early champion of women's education, women's suffrage, and progressive reforms like the 8-hour workday. However, like many progressives from the time period, she was a racist, claiming that the colored race multiplies like the locusts of Egypt. Also, like many progressives, Willard expressed an elitist contempt for the working class, especially working class men. For male workers, the saloon was an oasis where they could escape the drudgery of their everyday lives. For Willard, it was nothing more than a den of debauchery. Widespread alcoholism was a real issue affecting Americans, but the Prohibition experiment would create more problems than it solved. A study of more than 30 major cities in 1920 and 1921 found that theft and burglaries had increased by 9%, homicides by 12%, assaults and battery by 13%, and drug addiction by 44%. As organized crime exploded, police departments used street violence as a pretext to expand their own reach and power, even as they often worked with the very criminals they were paid to fight.
By now, America is well launched into an era of amazing madness. Bootlegging has grown from small individual effort to big business embodying huge coalitions and combine. The chase after huge profits is followed closely by their inevitable partners, corruption, violence, and murder. A new and horrible tool appears, the Tommy, a light, deadly, wasp-like machine gun, and murder henceforth is parceled out in wholesale lots.
Illustrating the insanity of Prohibition, at one point, the Treasury Department began poisoning industrial alcohols in an attempt to prevent bootlegging. An estimated 10,000 people died from drinking denatured alcohol. In common with the later war on drugs, working-class people were the primary targets of police. As historian Elizabeth Cohen noted, a rich family could have a cellar full of liquor and get by. But if a poor family had one bottle of homebrew, there would be trouble. Women's groups had been the primary champions of Prohibition, but the female sex was by no means united on the issue. When Ella Boole, the leader of the WCTU, declared that Prohibition represented the women of America, some women began organizing in defiance. A wealthy socialite named Pauline Sabin founded the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Reform. It would become a major force in turning the tide of public opinion against the dry forces. In the meantime, speakeasies serving outlawed liquor became the hangouts of choice for both the poor and the rich. Illegal drinking establishments took on a romantic character. Hollywood projected scenes of glitz and glamour in movie houses across the country. A new magazine, The New Yorker, published reviews of swanky nightclubs and jazz musicians. Judging from the dominant media, the American people were having a grand old time. Yet behind the scenes was the less than glamorous lifestyle of the average man and woman. Workers were not only suffering from a decrease in bargaining power, but a decrease in autonomy on the factory floor. Manufacturing had been undergoing a revolution in the methods of production. Between 1914 and 1927, productivity shot up by 55% in iron and steel, 178% in auto manufacturing, and 292% in rubber. The United States now accounted for nearly half of the world's industrial output. But the gargantuan profits did not trickle down to the workers at the bottom. Although the 1920s did see a rise in living standards for a significant portion of Americans, the majority continued to live below the poverty line. In 1929, economists estimated that $2,500 a year was the minimum income necessary to support a family, Yet more than 60% of the nation's families earned less than $2,000 a year. In fact, over 40% earned less than $1,500 annually. Advancements in technology also led to the dislocation of American farmers. New machines, such as combine harvesters and tractors, reduced the need for farmhands. And the oversupply of food caused agricultural prices to drop by up to 60%. Thousands of small farmers suffered foreclosures. As huge agro-businesses bought up the land, the dispossessed moved into cities where, for the first time, the majority of Americans now lived. There, they would find a profoundly dehumanizing form of work.
Small engines needed a new type of precision. The skilled men who built them belonged to craft unions and worked at their own pace. Despite the manufacturers' hopes, this was not to be the century of the motorbike.
Another part of the story is the way work itself was changing in the United States under the influence of Frederick Winslow Taylor, who was the founder of scientific management, the influence of Henry Ford, who introduced the assembly line, that most of the jobs that were being created were unskilled jobs, dangerous jobs, hard jobs, and employers felt that they could hire workers at very low wages for these jobs. Taylor tells the story of going to this factory in Philadelphia and looking for the most ambitious worker, and he finds this guy who works really hard, but sees that at the end of the workday, he literally runs home because he's building his own house. And Taylor says, I'm going to introduce my new system by using this guy as an experiment. And I want him to go home too tired to build his own house. I'm going to run him ragged and boost his productivity. And then I'm going to raise his wages so that he can afford to hire somebody else to build his house. That was Taylor's model. And unfortunately for the workers, the employers who used Taylor's model often didn't raise the workers' wages, they just raised their productivity.
Taylorism was certainly about de-skilling. It was about studying what skilled workers did to decompose those tasks into their basic elements, and then teaching people to do specific aspects of it without learning the entire set of or array of activities that were involved and are involved for a skilled person. In that sense, it's a mechanism of control, because you dictate to people, well, you do this part of the entire task and you don't do anything else, and you dictate to 8, 10, or 12 people various specific aspects of the whole task, rather than allowing a skilled person to decide how the entire tasks should be done. So there's very much control involved there. To the degree that this involves de-skilling and involves control, it tends to take power away from workers. It takes power away from, therefore, the collectivity of workers, and therefore makes them less likely to be rebellious, makes them less likely to form various kinds of movements that would operate against, let's say broadly, the capitalist system. Henry Ford, in effect, invented the automobile assembly line, and more generally the system that came to be known as Fordism. One aspect of Fordism had to do with hierarchical control over workers, and more specifically the control over workers by the assembly line. Before the assembly line, you might have a skilled worker or a set of skilled workers who put the various parts of an automobile together and made a car. The innovation in Ford's case was to create a series of highly specialized tasks next to one another on a very long assembly line. So all a worker might do, for example, is put a hubcap on a car as that car went past as it was being constructed on the assembly line. So instead of a thinking, creative, skilled worker, you had a kind of mindless kind of worker who repetitively did the same task over and over again. Well, that kind of worker is robot-like. You are forced into a series of robot-like actions. And of course, what that meant was that it was only a matter of time until the automobile assembly line and all assembly lines would be taken over by mechanical robots. Because in the end, if all you're asking a human being to be is a human robot, ultimately, when costs are low enough, a mechanical robot is going to be more effective than a human robot.
As we see the development of Taylorism and Fordism and the growth of assembly lines and mass production and efforts to rely less and less on skilled workers, many of these workers are confronted with the choice. They see the handwriting on the wall and that the only way to really make their lives secure is to begin organizing with the lesser skilled workers. For a period of time, they tried to hang on to their separateness from other workers. This wonderful character named Big Bill Haywood, who led the industrial workers of the world, would sarcastically refer to the American Federation of Labor as the American separation of labor.
The elitism of Henry Ford was also embraced by the broader intellectual class. Liberal intellectual Walter Lippmann crystallized elite opinion. The common interests very largely elude public opinion entirely and can be managed only by a specialized class whose personal interests reach beyond the locality. Evidently, they were not up to the task. The Federal Reserve Bank had been established in 1913 with the stated goal of preventing capital speculation and bank runs. Yet only 16 years later, on October 29, 1929, the stock market underwent the greatest crash in American history, beginning the period known as the Great Depression. Shortly before the collapse, the gangster Al Capone said of Wall Street, "It's a racket. Those stock market guys are crooked."
The top 1% of society had a great time during the 1920s because what they did was to what's called leverage money that they had accumulated with a business or whatever, and then use that to make what is today called a public offering and sell stocks of companies that did not in fact exist, and then take that money and borrow more money on top of it and repeat the process again. And this was legal, and it was, in its own way, for as long as it worked, a way to accumulate a great deal of wealth in a very short time. The fundamental problem with such strategies is that there's nothing underneath them. This is moving money around, using money to create more money. But there's no actual productive capacity. There's no actual goods in the more traditional sense of the term to support that. And sooner or later, that spiral breaks.
The tremendous crowds which you see gathered outside the stock exchange are due to the greatest crash in the history of the New York Stock Exchange in market prices.
The Wall Street panic, in my opinion, is over. It had to come. Stock speculation had become crazy. Like an appendix operation, it's a good thing to have it over with. I personally have been buying stocks since the crash set in on Tuesday.
During the Great Depression, the American people received no quarter from the capitalist class. In fact, business leaders used the threat of unemployment to further drive down wages. Within a year, earnings had fallen by 20% across all industries. The growing number of slums became known as Hoovervilles, named after the feckless U.S. President, Herbert Hoover. During Hoover's presidency, more than 13 million Americans lost their jobs. By 1933, fully 24% of the population was unemployed. 2 out of every 5 banks collapsed, causing $7 billion to seemingly evaporate into thin air. Remarkably, some capitalists regarded the Great Depression as a positive development. Hoover's Treasury Secretary, Andrew Mellon, himself one of the wealthiest men in the country, stated that it will purge the rottenness out of the system. People will work harder, live a moral life. Values will be adjusted, and enterprising people will pick up the wrecks from less competent people. Yet the capitalist system did not self-correct, and in 1933, the worst drought in American history struck the Great Plains. So-called black blizzards, massive clouds of dirt a mile high, swarmed through Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. Where once grass had anchored the soil, overplowing had left the land defenseless against wind erosion. Desperate families tried to escape the Dust Bowl by traveling west, only to find that jobs were scarce everywhere. About a third of the new arrivals ended up in California's agricultural valleys, where they worked alongside Mexican migrant workers. Living in squalid makeshift communities known as Oakeyvilles, they were viciously exploited by contractors. Firms conspired with growers to drive down their already meager wages. Dozens of major agricultural strikes occurred in California during the early 30s, but few gains were made. Growers were able to drive a wedge between Mexican and native-born workers, and most people were too desperate to remain out of work for long. The struggle in Depression-era California was immortalized by the great American author and socialist, John Steinbeck, in his novel, The Grapes of Wrath.
You know what I've been thinking about? About Casey. About what he said, what he done, about how he died. And I remember all of it.
He was a good man.
I've been thinking about us, too. About our people living like pigs and good, rich land laying fallow. Or maybe one guy with 1 million acres and 100,000 farmers starving. And I've been wondering if all our folks got together and yelled.
Oh, Tommy, they'd drive you out and cut you down just like they've done to
drive
Casey.
me anyways. Sooner or later they get me for one thing, if not for another. Until then...
Tommy, you're not even to kill nobody.
No, Ma, not that. That ain't it.
Then what, Tom?
Then it don't matter. I'll be all around in the dark. I'll be everywhere. Wherever you can look. Wherever there's a fight so hungry people can eat, I'll be there. Wherever there's a cop beating up a guy, I'll be there. I'll be in the way guys yell when they're mad. I'll be in the way kids laugh when they're hungry and they know supper's ready. And when the people are eating the stuff they raise and living in the houses they build, I'll be there too.
Living conditions in the cities were no less dire. Starving workers resorted to eating berries, dandelions, and pokeweed. In Chicago, dozens of men fought over a barrel of garbage. Zoo animals were shot and the meat given to the poor. The lack of effective labor representation also led to tragedies in the workplace. From 1927 to 1932, a tunnel was constructed near Golly Bridge, West Virginia, to generate electricity for a plant at Alloy. Reinhardt and Dennis, a subsidiary of the Union Carbide Corporation, failed to provide workers with breathing equipment or even protective masks. Hundreds of workers later died from the lung disease silicosis.
Finely pulverized granite is put into bags to be used as asphalt filler or other uses. This machine is being operated in such a way that the workman must breathe in clouds of harmful dust, and this man is totally unprotected. The foundry shakeout, wherein castings are removed from the molds, is also a dusty operation. These two men are working without any protection whatsoever. They are potential silicosis victims. Here is a typical American workman, one of the million who are dangerously exposed to silica dust. His name is John Steele. Once a master molder, he is still working in this foundry after years of exposure to silica. Once strong and healthy, John Steele is now weak and emaciated. He is short of breath. He cannot do even this work properly. The foreman tells him that he is sick, incompetent, can no longer do a day's work, and that he must let him go. He hands John his last time slip. As a result of his disability, John, like thousands of others, is being fired. He is paid off. Broken in health and in spirit, out of a job, he must seek work elsewhere. John Steele was more fortunate than many another silicosis victim. He was able to find work in a tombstone shed, work which was not too heavy, and where he could earn a little money to help support his family. But he is still exposed to the enemy. Across John Steele's mind flashes his fate. How soon will it become a stark reality? How soon will he join the thousands of others who have succumbed to silica dust?
Despite their severe demoralization, some workers attempted to fight back. In Detroit, socialists organized a march of unemployed workers on the Ford Motor Company complex at River Rouge. They were brutally attacked.
Violence has been a very important factor in controlling working people in the United States, from intimidation to outright repression. Sometimes that violence has come from the government and at different levels. The National Guard at the level of the state, sheriff's deputies and police at the level of local governments. Union organizers have been thrown in jail and prison. Picket lines have been broken up. Courts have provided injunctions. Lots of ways that the government has been a source of violence against working people. Powerful employers have also used violence against working people. They have hired private detective companies, they have hired private security guards. There were notorious detective companies like the Pinkertons or the Baldwin Phelps Company, which was active in the mining fields of West Virginia. And Henry Ford, who, most of the people who became captains of industry in the United States had character structures, we might say, that are pretty dictatorial and autocratic. That's how they got to the top and how they stayed on the top. Henry Ford was probably the worst. Henry Ford introduced the assembly line, measured workers' work down by the second, had industrial engineers figuring out how to keep workers busy. Even in the 1920s, hired what he called the sociology department, whose job was to visit workers in their homes and to see how they spent the wages. Did they buy alcohol? Did they buy tobacco? Did they subscribe to socialist newspapers? And Henry Ford's social workers would go out and spy on workers, and they were hated and feared. In the workplace, Ford turned to a guy named Harry Bennett and gave Harry Bennett the resources to organize a private security force that policed Ford's plants, that spied on workers' meetings. There were stories that, maybe you weren't safe in the bathroom, that maybe they had drilled holes in the wall and were listening to what people were saying when they were sitting on the toilet. Workers were terrified of Harry Bennett and his thugs, as they were referred to. When Ford began to close plants in the early 30s, and workers began to protest and to demand either that the plants remain open or that they be provided with food and some sort of unemployment benefits, Bennett's armed guards often broke those demonstrations up. In the Ford Hunger March at the River Rouge plant, those armed guards opened fire and killed several of the workers who were marching to demand food.
In the same year as the Hunger March in Detroit, almost 50,000 people, led by 17,000 World War I veterans, marched on Washington. The veterans demanded cash payment of bonuses promised to them in 1924. After the marchers set up encampments, President Hoover ordered the U.S. Army to clear them out. The assault was led by Army Chief of Staff Douglas MacArthur, who went on to become a celebrated general during World War II. MacArthur used infantry, cavalry, and 6 tanks to attack the veterans and their families, killing 2 men. Their shelters and belongings were then burned. Workers across the country looked to the union movement for support, but organized labor remained weak and divided. The AFL continued to represent mostly skilled workers, while the American Communist Party was plagued by the same factionalism that had overtaken the Soviet Union. In 1927, Joseph Stalin secured control of the Russian Communist Party, expelling his rival, Leon Trotsky, from the Politburo. Trotsky was forced into exile. He was eventually assassinated in Mexico on August 20th, 1940. Nevertheless, workers in the U.S. were beginning to organize from the ground up. In January 1933, 15,000 auto workers went on strike. In the same year, meatpackers in Austin, Minnesota, not only struck, but occupied their factory. The sit-down strike was an innovation of the Wobblies. First used at a General Electric plant in 1906, the tactic was described by the anarchist Lucy Parsons. Workers shouldn't strike and go out and starve, but strike and remain in and take possession of the means of production. The plant's owner, Don Hermel, asked Governor Floyd B. Olson to send in the National Guard. However, in a rare example of an American politician expressing solidarity with radical labor, the governor refused. The Hormel Company was forced into arbitration. Workers received a substantial wage increase, as well as recognition of their union. While most politicians were content to let the American people suffer, a small number embraced left-wing populism. Among them was Huey Long, nicknamed the Kingfish, who served as governor and later senator for the state of Louisiana. During his tenure, Long built hospitals for the poor, created night schools for the illiterate, revised tax codes to increase the burden on the rich, and offered free textbooks to schoolchildren. He advocated not only a minimum wage, but a maximum wage. He supported the idea that every man and woman should have the right to housing, medical care, and fulfilling work. He opposed the Federal Reserve banking system, and he was despised by the rich.
I can't remember any Saturday night that I went anywhere that we didn't talk about killing Huey Long. It was a normal conversation. I suppose that the very strong pro-Long people weren't talking that way, but the antis certainly. It didn't mean you meant to do it. It just meant that you wished that there was some way to rid the state of this incubus.
The Lord has answered the prayer. He has called the barbecue. Come to my feast. He said to 125 million American people. But Morgan and Rockefeller and Miller and Baruch have walked up and took 85% of the victuals off the table. Now, how are you going to feed the balance of the people? What's Morgan and Baruch and Rockefeller and Mellon going to do with all that grub? They can't eat it. They can't wear the clothes. They can't live in the house. Give them a yacht. Give them a palace. Send them to Reno and give them a new wife when they want it. That's what they want. But when they've got everything on the God's living earth that they can eat and they can wear and they can live in, and all that their children can live in and wear and eat and all their children's children can use, then we got to call Mr. Morgan and Mr. Mellon and Mr. Rockefeller back and say, come back here. Put that stuff back on this table here that you took away from here, that you don't need. Many men ever went to a barbecue and would let one man take off the table what's intended for 9/10 of the people to eat.
The only way you'll ever be able to feed the balance of the people is to make that man come back and bring back some of that grub he ain't got no business with.
Long had ambitions for the White House. By 1935, he had come to be regarded by Franklin Delano Roosevelt as one of the biggest threats to a second term as president. Long was struck down by an assassin's bullet. On September 10, 1935, he was murdered by a disgruntled doctor named Carl Weiss. Long's last words were, "God, don't let me die. I have so much to do."
They shot Huey Long in Louisiana as he walked down the Capitol stairs. Yes, they killed Huey Long in Louisiana as he strode from the Capitol there. Poverty was his share back in childhood. He was one of a family of 9, living in the clay hills of Louisiana, but he soon left those red hills behind.
And the hour came on the historic 4th of March to tell the people frankly and courageously that there had to be a new deal. From the inaugural platform erected upon the east front of the majestic Capitol, the President made his speech of acceptance as 150,000 looked on and as 50 million listened in by radio.
This is a day of national consecration. And I am certain that on this day my fellow Americans expect that on my induction into the presidency, I will address them with a candor and a decision which the present situation of our people impels. This is preeminently the time to speak the truth and boldly.
Roosevelt's populism was several shades less radical than that of Huey Long. A true conservative corrects injustices to preserve social peace, he stated. I am the best friend the profit system ever had. The salvation of American capitalism.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the president in the 1930s, was of course a scion of one of the richest, most prominent families from the colonial times all the way to the 1900s. And so one of his cousins, of course, is Theodore Roosevelt, who was a Republican president. Two wings of the same family, a perfect illustration of the two-party system, the way that that works. Congress members saying things like, if we don't do something, that the doors to revolution will be thrown open. The initial things that he did in the first 100 days, which has kind of become the legendary standpoint in which every successive administration is sort of measured by, he did push through the Congress, a fairly heavily Democratic Congress, a huge set of policies that, given today's Congress that can't seem to pass anything, it would be amazing in and of itself. And some of those were fairly fundamental reforms.
Roosevelt launched a huge number of initiatives under the New Deal. These included the allotment of $500 million for emergency relief to the poor, agricultural aid to farmers, the creation of a public works administration to employ everyone from construction workers to artists, and the establishment of the Tennessee Valley Authority to build dams on the Tennessee River. The National Industry Recovery Act placed restrictions on child labor, established minimum wage and maximum hour laws, and most importantly, codified the right of American workers to unionize and strike. Union organizers immediately set into action. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers doubled its membership from 60,000 to 120,000 between early 1933 and mid-1934. The United Mine Workers of America quadrupled its membership from 100,000 to 400,000 during the same time period. In 1933, there were almost 1,700 work stoppages, double that of the previous year. Fearing revolution from below, and skeptical that laissez-faire capitalism could stabilize the economy, some American elites actually supported Roosevelt's reforms. Others claimed he was a dictator or enabler of bureaucratic overreach. Still others looked fondly upon the growing fascist movement in Europe. These contradictions within the capitalist class led to a brazen attempt at a military putsch.
I appeared before the Congressional Committee, the highest representation of the American people, under subpoena to tell what I knew of activities which I believe might lead to an attempt to set up a fascist dictatorship.
In 1933, the decorated U.S. Marine Corps General Smedley Butler was approached by a representative from the banking firm Grayson, Murphy & Company. He was promised $3 million to lead a march of veterans on Washington, modeled after the bonus march of the previous year. This time, the veterans would not be asking for a small amount of money. They would be seizing the reins of power. According to Butler, the plot's backers included some of America's wealthiest men. But the plotters had picked the wrong Marine. After a life of service in the military, Butler had grown disillusioned with American foreign as well as domestic policy. I spent 33 years being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers, he said. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism.
The plan as outlined to me was to form an organization of veterans, to use as a bluff or as a club at least, to intimidate the government and break down our democratic institutions. The upshot of the whole thing was that I was supposed to lead an organization of 500,000 men, which would be able to take over the functions of government. I talked with an investigator for this committee who came to me with a subpoena on Sunday, November 18th. He told me they had unearthed evidence linking my name with several such veteran organizations. As it then seemed to me to be getting serious, I felt it was my duty to tell all I knew of such activities to this committee. My main interest in all this is to preserve our democratic institution. I want to retain the right to vote, the right to speak freely, and the right to write. If we maintain these basic principles, our democracy is safe. No dictatorship can exist with suffrage, freedom of speech, and press.
The response by the establishment press to the exposure of the so-called business plot was one of mockery. The New York Times claimed it was a gigantic hoax and a bald and unconvincing narrative. The mayor of New York dismissed it as a cocktail putsch. Yet a later congressional investigation determined that the plot was indeed real. The committee report stated, certain persons made an attempt to establish a fascist organization in this country. There is no question that these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. While some factions of the ruling class were busy scheming to install a fascist dictatorship, working class people were busy fighting for a living wage.
"1934 was a very important year in American labor history that saw workers in a number of places organize massive strikes in response to the poverty of the Great Depression, to the ways that those who even still had jobs found employers cutting their wages again and again, threatening them that they could be replaced by somebody who was even more desperate. So 1934 saw this great strike in Minneapolis of truck drivers and warehouse workers, a great strike in San Francisco of longshore workers and warehouse workers, a great strike in Toledo of workers who made auto parts, and a great strike across the South in the textile industry. And one of the things that makes it so interesting was that the textile industry had only come to the South running away from workers' unions, strikes, and organizing in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and really was the first runaway industry, moved from New England to the South, where they took advantage of racial divisions in the workforce to control the white workers that they employed in the textile mills. But in 1934, those white workers, many of them women, organized and launched this great strike to demand union recognition and living wages. They failed, but they set a tremendous standard and inspiration for other workers in the South and in the textile industry.
In 1934, textile workers up and down the East Coast, I mean many thousands of workers, went out on strike. Basically, one factory would shut down and the workers would all basically go from town to town. There were like factory towns at the time, calling out other workers on strike, and then workers in that plant would also walk off the job and come on strike, and the crowd would grow. We're talking about the self-activity of the working class at its most effective.
The textile strike of 1934 began in North Carolina on Labor Day, when 65,000 workers walked off the job. A few days later, 200,000 workers joined them. Ultimately, the strike would involve 500,000 workers from New England to the mid-Atlantic states to the southern states. The New York Times warned, "The grave danger of the situation is that it will get completely out of the hands of the leaders." For workers, it was the other way around. The real danger was posed by business leaders and the representatives in government.
The way rulers responded was with some of the worst bloody violence in U.S. history. Just coming in and shooting down peaceful pickets, bayoneting in the South, using bayonets to kill strikers who were wearing, ironically, peaceful picket buttons on them when they were found dead.
The extreme violence directed against the textile workers made a mockery of working people's alleged right to strike. In fact, it had been Democratic governors in 12 states that had themselves called out the militia. Rhode Island UTW leader Frank Gorman stated, "We know now that we are naive to depend on the forces of government to protect us." Despite the tragedy of the textile strike, union activity continued to grow as radical labor organizers emerged in every major industry. Writing of the time period, labor historian Sidney Lenz noted that 1 or 2 leftists among 1,000 workers was enough to give the group direction and stimulus.
The Toledo strike in '34 was against the Toledo Auto Light Company. And, in each of these cases, I think it's important to say, that radicals of one kind or another were elected to the leadership. They were very democratic. The first one was the American Workers' Party, which was led by A.J. Musty, and they had the ingenious idea of mobilizing unemployed people to join the picket lines. That kept the unemployed from scabbing or strike breaking on the strike. It brought them into the struggle, and essentially that is how the Toledo Auto Light strike was won.
Roy W. Howard of Scripps Howard newspapers wrote of the new tactic with amazement bordering on incredulity. The unemployed appeared on the picket lines to help striking employees win a strike, though you would expect their interest would lie the other way, that is, in going in and getting the jobs the other men had laid down. A series of arrests followed, and on May 24th, Ohio Governor George White sent in the National Guard. It was the largest peacetime mobilization in Ohio's history. Despite the presence of hundreds of troops, the crowd refused to budge. Even after 2 workers were killed by gunfire, the demonstrators fought back with bricks, stones, and their own fists. The refusal of workers and the unemployed to disperse, combined with the looming threat of a general strike, provoked the intervention of Department of Labor mediators. The auto parts makers agreed to a wage increase, recognition of the union, and the rehiring of workers. During the same year, 1934, 2 more massive strikes occurred, one in San Francisco and the other in Minneapolis. Both were reminiscent of the Seattle General Strike of 1919, during which workers had effectively taken over the entire city, creating parallel governing structures and providing services for workers, their families, and the public at large. The strike by longshoremen in San Francisco was motivated by the so-called shape-up, a system of hiring they referred to as the slave market. In the words of labor historian Jeremy Brecker, every morning at 6 a.m., longshoremen would crowd along the Embarcadero, where the foreman would pick out those they wanted for the day. The effect was that longshoremen could never count on steady work, had to suck up to or even bribe the foreman, and had to work to exhaustion or not be hired again. On May 9th, longshoremen from San Francisco to Seattle went on strike, cutting off nearly 2,000 miles of coastland. They were soon joined by other maritime workers, including sailors, marine firemen, cooks, and stewards. Several months of bitter and increasingly violent struggle followed. Then, the governor of California sent in the National Guard. At that point, unions across the city decided to join the maritime workers in solidarity.
Efforts of business interest to forcibly open the strike-paralyzed port of San Francisco failed. Open warfare rages through the streets of the city as 3,000 Union pickets battle 700 police. Guns, tear gas, clubs, and fists bring injuries to more than 80 persons and cause the death of 2. Listen to the strikers' side of the story.
We are asking for a general strike to keep organized labor on the Pacific Coast. We are not only asking for it, but we're going to get it.
Then, with a general strike and additional violence threatened, 2,500 guardsmen move in, commanded by Colonel Mittelstaedt.
The California National Guard has been ordered into active service by our governor for the purpose of maintaining law and order in San Francisco and protecting life and property. This we propose to do at any cost.
These idle ships and piers have more than local significance. They are symbols of wasted millions and represent a backward step in our recovery program.
Virtually all of San Francisco's unions voted to join the general strike. Two exceptions were the bakery and milk wagon drivers, whose services were deemed essential by all concerned. More than 100,000 workers walked off the job.
Mayor Rossi states the position of his administration.
I must insist, first, that law and order shall prevail. Second, that those desiring to furnish the people of San Francisco with the necessities of life must be permitted to do so without hindrance. Third, that the municipal government must continue to function. The general public must and shall be served.
Though violence occurred on both sides, the strike was ultimately defeated, not by police or the National Guard, but by the union leadership itself. Their betrayal was mirrored by the Roosevelt administration. New Deal Administrator Hugh Johnson publicly condemned the labor actions in San Francisco.
You are living out here under the stress of a general strike. Now the right of dissatisfied men to strike against a recalcitrant employer is inviolate. But the general strike is quite another matter. That is a threat to the community. That is a menace to government. That is civil war.
On the first day of the general strike, AFL President William Greene joined government officials in disavowing it. On the second day, the General Strike Committee called for arbitration of all issues. On the third, it reopened all union restaurants and butcher shops while ending embargoes on gasoline and fuel oil. Lacking bargaining power, the longshoremen who had begun the strike were forced to return to work with their demands unmet. The so-called slave market would continue. The sheriff of Minneapolis would later write of the Great Teamsters Strike of 1934. They had the whole town tied up tight. Not a truck could move. The head of the Teamsters, Dan Tobin, opposed the strike for its duration, but the local union 574 had ambitious plans. Led by a Trotskyist named Vincent Dunn, they set out to organize the Teamsters on an industrial level. Not only would truck drivers be involved, but anyone connected to the delivery process. The workers used sophisticated techniques in the battles that followed. They monitored police radios, gave instructions in code, and created disguised patrols to locate and subdue potential strikebreakers. At the same time, the Teamsters made sure that hospitals were kept running and food delivered to the hungry. A committee of 100 rank-and-file strikers was elected to direct day-to-day activities. Women created their own auxiliary group to organize demonstrations at City Hall, nurse injured strikers, and prepare meals. The Teamsters had massive support among other Minneapolis workers. 35,000 building trades workers walked out in sympathy, as did the city's taxi drivers. The Farm Holiday Association, a militant farmers group, provided contributions of food. Hundreds of non-Teamster workers showed up at strike headquarters daily to offer their services. Business leaders responded by using an AstroTurf organization called the Citizens Army. Some of its members were deputized as special police. The Citizens Army attacked Teamsters in the Central Market. they were not prepared for what followed. The next day, workers fought back with military precision. A strike leader explained. In the market itself, pickets without union buttons were placed in key positions. When that was accomplished, the signal was given, and the 600 men poured out of Central Labor Union headquarters. They marched to the market in military formation, 4 abreast with their clubs.
Outnumbering the police 10 to 1, they attack in gangs, the actual beginning of hand-to-hand fighting, in which one deputy was beaten to death and scores were injured.
The Teamsters continued to engage not only in militant activities, but outreach to the community. They created a newspaper whose readership shot up to 10,000 in 2 days. And they maintained support from farmers by allowing them to create their own markets in town. For a short time, it seemed as though the strike had been won, but negotiations broke down. On July 6th, the largest mass meeting in Minneapolis history occurred when farmer and labor groups organized a march in solidarity. On July 20th, police attacked workers at the market. 2 men were killed and another 76 wounded.
The pickup in which Ness is riding moves quickly to intercept the truck. Standing by, a line of policemen are ready with their shotguns.
We heard the shooting. It was in the middle of the block. The truck would have tried to intercept the truck, I'm sure. That was the intent. But nobody got out of the truck, and the pictures will show police started to open fire on them. Harry and I and Ben Koski, and I remember Ben because we were all 3 injured, come out of that alley, and we ran into a policeman who was down on one knee, and he had a Sub-Thompson machine riot gun. And just as we come around the corner, he fired. And he knocked Harry DeBoer's leg. We didn't know how bad, but Harry fell down. Ben Koski's hand was right next to Harry's leg, and he pretty near severed it. And I got the balance of the charge, lacerations in the stomach area, and I got some cracked ribs out of it. I thought I was killed because I was bleeding, but it was just surface wounds, it turned out to be. We got Harry, got him up to the strike headquarters. We got Koski there, and everyone went to different hospitals. Then came a terrible period of not frustration, but anger among the ranks. And the leaders had a problem because they were real concerned that several of the guys would want to get even with that. That was cold-blooded murder, what they done. It was cold-blooded murder.
40-year-old Henry Ness, a World War I veteran and father of 4, was the first to die from his injuries. A few days later, tens of thousands of Minneapolis citizens lined the streets for his funeral. Public opinion swayed in favor of the Teamsters, and it was at this point that Governor Floyd B. Olson decided to call in the National Guard. Olson was the same governor who had refused to send in the Guard against meatpackers in Austin after they occupied their plant the previous year. Having first declared, "I am not a liberal, I am a radical," he balked when faced with what seemed like a real possibility of mass revolt. Labor leaders were arrested and imprisoned in a makeshift camp. However, as the historian Charles Walker wrote, The strike's conduct had been such that 1,000 lesser leaders had come out of the ranks. The arrest of the leaders, instead of beheading the movement, infused it with demoniac fury. In the face of an implacable foe, Governor Olson and the broader business community decided to cut their losses. Imprisoned strike leaders were released, and the Teamsters' demands were met.
I think that the context is important. This year, 1934, these great, broad, quasi, if not fully, general strikes in Minneapolis, in Toledo, in San Francisco, and across the South in the textile industry. And these strikes led to critical developments in 1935, such as the birth of the CIO, of a new kind of union, the industrial union, rather than the craft unions of the American Federation of Labor. And so these strikes in 1934 laid a foundation in workers' experiences and in workers conceptualizing what kind of union do we need to be powerful in relationship to these employers and to the government. And so these strikes gave birth to this new form of union and led the United States Congress to pass a law called the National Labor Relations Act in 1935, also known as the Wagner Act because it was written by Senator Robert Wagner of New York, which provided a peaceful mechanism whereby workers could gain union recognition. They would sign cards. An organization called the National Labor Relations Board, established by the government, would review those cards to see if they were legitimate. Then if they were, they would conduct an election. The election would have a secret ballot. And if the workers voted by secret ballot to have a union, the employer would be required to negotiate with that union. All of those developments in 1935 grew out of what had happened in 1934.
You can tell them in the country, tell them in the town. The miners down in Mingo laid their shovels down. We won't pull another pillow, load another ton, or lift another finger till the union we have won. Stand up, boys, let the bosses know. Turn your buckets over, turn your lanterns low. There's fire in our hearts and fire in our soul, but there ain't gonna be no fire in the hole. Daddy died a miner, Grandpa he did too. I'll bet this coal will kill me before my working days is through. In a hole that's dark and dirty and early grave confined, I plan to make a union for the ones I leave behind. Stand up, boys, let the bosses know. Turn your buckets over, turn your lanterns low. There's fire in our hearts and fire in our soul, but there ain't gonna be no fire in the hole. There ain't gonna be no fire in the hole.
has been called the Magna Carta of the American labor movement. In 1935, after decades of violent conflict between workers and employers, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed into law the National Labor Relations Act. The bill guaranteed workers in most industries the right to create unions by majority vote, to strike, to boycott, and to picket. At least in theory. For most of American history, the constitutional rights of American citizens had ended at the company door. In the workplace, men and women had no right to free speech, assembly, or petition. In fact, when it came to confronting their employers over poor wages and often dangerous working conditions, workers effectively had no rights at all. Police, private detective agencies, vigilantes, and even federal troops had routinely been used to crush strike actions, and in some cases, popular revolts. In 1877, the National Guard put down a rebellion involving hundreds of thousands of workers in dozens of cities. In 1892, during the Homestead Strike in Pennsylvania, workers defeated a private army from the Pinkerton Detective Agency, only to be assaulted by the National Guard. And in 1921, the Battle of Blair Mountain saw an armed rebellion of coal miners in West Virginia surrender to troops dispatched by President Warren G. Harding. The Battle of Blair Mountain signified the end of an era. Radical labor had been effectively destroyed during the repression of World War I and the subsequent Red Scare, leading to a vacuum of both leadership and nerve. The pioneering anarchist union, known as the Industrial Workers of the World, which rejected divisions based on race, sex, and skill, was all but dismantled. Radicals were imprisoned, deported, and in several instances, lynched. During the decade that followed, the majority of strikes went down in failure. Though the 1920s are often portrayed as a time of universal prosperity, most Americans lived in poverty. In 1929, economists estimated that $2,500 a year was the minimum income necessary to support a family. Yet more than 60% of the nation's families earned less than $2,000 a year. Over 40% earned less than $1,500 annually. Widespread poverty occurred against a backdrop of huge increases in productivity. Between 1914 and 1927, productivity shot up by 55% in iron and steel, 178% in auto manufacturing, and 292% in rubber. Yet the profits did not trickle down to the people at the bottom. The dehumanizing toil of the new assembly lines was accompanied by increasingly intrusive surveillance by company spies. As the Great Depression struck, the anger of workers boiled over. The American ruling class was divided over how to deal with the popular unrest. Some looked approvingly upon the growing fascist movement in Europe. And some believed that a compromise with workers would ensure more peaceful industrial relations while stabilizing the economy. President Roosevelt was up for re-election in 1936 and required the support of the average working man and woman. And so it was, in 1935, that unions were finally legalized. It was a monumental achievement for the American people. But many workers were not content just with the ability to bargain for better wages. They began to speak of what they termed industrial democracy. If the public arena was democratic, why should the workplace remain a private tyranny?
In 1928, stock prices and trading hit an all-time high. Thousands of Americans bought stocks on margin, paying part of the cost out of pocket and borrowing the rest through brokers. Then during the summer of 1929, construction fell off, inventories piled up, prices, employment, and production declined. On October 24th, there was a massive wave of selling. On October 29th, Black Tuesday, the bottom dropped out and the market crashed.
Working people in the United States were drawn into the Great Depression beginning in the fall of 1929 with really no safety net. There was no unemployment insurance, no welfare system, no Social Security. Workers largely did not have pensions. They were dependent upon whatever they could piece together with their family members, friends, neighbors to try to survive. It's a level of poverty that I think most of us have never seen on a social scale. Images we have of workers selling pencils on the sidewalk or apples, and one of the reasons that characters, bootleggers, gangsters were sort of treated as folk heroes is that people thought, well, robbing a bank is not such a bad idea, given what I'm trying to do to support my family.
He's somebody. He's in the big town doing things in a big way. Yeah, look at us. Just a couple of nobodies, nothing.
Workers struggled with the way that charities in the United States, like the Red Cross and the Salvation Army, operated with a moral framework that said that there were the deserving poor and the undeserving poor. And so if you showed up at one of these places to try to get a basket of food, they interrogated you about your lifestyle and about what had led you to be out of work as if it was your fault. In 1931, there was a very dramatic march in Detroit to the River Rouge plant just outside of Detroit, which had closed. And workers who had been working at Ford for a decade or 2 decades suddenly found themselves out of work with nothing to depend on. And they organized what they called the Ford Hunger March. In the workplace, Ford turned to a guy named Harry Bennett and gave Harry Bennett the resources to organize a private security force that policed Ford's plants. When Ford began to close plants in the early 30s and workers began to protest and to demand either that the plants remain open or that they be provided with food and some sort of unemployment benefits. Bennett's armed guards often broke those demonstrations up. In the Ford Hunger March at the River Rouge plant in the winter of 1931, those armed guards opened fire and killed several of the workers who were marching to demand food. Violence has been a very important factor in controlling working people in the United States, from intimidation to outright repression. Sometimes that violence has come from the government and at different levels. The National Guard at the level of the state, sheriff's deputies and police at the level of local governments, union organizers have been thrown in jail and prison, picket lines have been broken up, courts have provided injunctions, lots of ways that the government has been a source of violence against working people. Powerful employers have also used violence against working people. They have hired private detective companies, they have hired private security guards. There were notorious detective companies like the Pinkertons or the Baldwin Phelps Company, which was active in the mining fields of West Virginia.
Labor relations were explosive in the bitter aura of the Depression. New Mexico called out the National Guard to protect non-striking workers against the pickets of the National Miners Union. A milk war flared in northern Illinois. Farmers reacted to falling prices with drastic measures, blocking dairy plants and dumping non-striker shipments. Hundreds of farmers came down from Wisconsin, and bloody clashes seemed likely. In Ambridge, Pennsylvania, one of the worst labor riots in American history saw police hurling tear gas and firing into the ranks of strikers. These were dark hours for the nation.
During the Great Depression, the system of capitalism was so mired in crisis that it became less and less likely that it could survive, that it could rescue itself, that it could claim with any sort of legitimacy at all to protect the lives, give people opportunities to feed the people in the country where the system was dominant.
And the hour came on the historic 4th of March to tell the people frankly and courageously that there had to be a new deal.
It is time that we made a clean-cut effort to bring about united action, action of labor and management.
Franklin Roosevelt became president after the Depression took hold, was from a very wealthy family. He was without doubt a one-percenter. He was politically liberal, and he came with the message of saving capitalism from itself by bringing together people, by putting them to work in a variety of different sorts of jobs, by spending government money to try to get the economic engine of society turning over again. There was a question among working people who had for, previous decades been fighting for workers' rights. How do you cope with the reality of this extreme economic crisis, with the reform movement that Roosevelt was pushing, with the existence of fascism and fascist terrorism in the country, and with the dream of genuine equality, genuine education for their kids, genuine medical care for their families, and so on? How do you bring those things together?
"1934 was a very important year in American labor history that saw workers in a number of places organize massive strikes in response to the poverty of the Great Depression, to the ways that those who even still had jobs found employers cutting their wages again and again, threatening them that they could be replaced by somebody who was even more desperate. So 1934 saw this great strike in Minneapolis of truck drivers and warehouse workers. a great strike in San Francisco of longshore workers and warehouse workers, a great strike in Toledo of workers who made auto parts, and a great strike across the South in the textile industry. And one of the things that makes it so interesting was that the textile industry had only come to the South in the 19-teens, running away from workers' unions, strikes, and organizing in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and really was the first runaway industry, moved from New England to the South, where they took advantage of racial divisions in the workforce to control the white workers that they employed in the textile mills. But in 1934, those white workers, many of them women, organized and launched this great strike to demand union recognition and living wages. They failed, but they set a tremendous standard and inspiration for other workers in the South and in the textile industry. I think that the context is important. This year, 1934, these great, broad, quasi, if not fully general strikes, and these strikes led to critical developments in 1935, such as the birth of the CIO, of a new kind of union, the industrial union, rather than the craft unions of the American Federation of Labor. And so these strikes in 1934 laid a foundation in workers' experiences and in workers conceptualizing what kind of union do we need.
The history of the American Union is one not only of struggle against employers, but constant internal strife based on race, ethnicity, sex, and skill. The American Federation of Labor treated non-skilled workers with disdain. In an era of increasing automation, this led to the exclusion of a growing army of laborers.
Despite its power, the Federation's membership of 3.5 million represents only 10% of U.S. labor, for the most part skilled artisans, the aristocracy of labor, organized in small but powerful craft unions. Noteworthy exception in the Federation is the coal industry, for under John L. Lewis, the nation's 500,000 coal miners are gathered not into small unions organized by crafts, but into one great industrial union comprising 95% of all coal workers. Not in the Federation of Labor are the 30 million unskilled workers, the rank and file of labor in the nation's great mass production industries, oil, textiles, rubber, steel.
The dominant faction, I think it's fair to say, were what were called craft unions. And these are people who have specialized skills inside of factories, inside of projects, where they can organize with each other to protect people who have those skills and to ensure that their salaries are livable salaries, or at least compared to the industrial workers, to find some means of social advantage and social advancement. That was the American Federation of Labor. Then there was a rival philosophy that was in many respects descended from the Wobblies of the previous parts of the 20th century. And that was called industrial unions. That's what the CIO was. And the CIO, it would organize anybody at a work site, all the employees at the work site, and had a much more radical vision of both labor and democracy in the United States.
The Congress of Industrial Organization, or CIO, was founded in 1935 by 8 unions belonging to the American Federation of Labor. CIO members attempted to convince the more conservative leadership of the AFL that the future lay in industrial unionism.
The workers of this country want representation. They want organization. They want participation. They want protection. They want employment. And they're going to have those things through the leadership and the instrumentality of this new labor movement that you're forging.
Yet AFL leaders refused to budge. In 1935, a fistfight broke out at the annual AFL convention, and the CIO soon broke off to create an independent federation.
The American Federation of Labor can help if it will. It can oppose if it may, but we shall carry on.
Lewis attempted to foster a spirit of solidarity, encouraging CIO members to refer to themselves as brother and sister. He also broke with the dominant craft union tradition of treating African Americans as inferior. CIO official Philip Murray promised that there shall be no discrimination under any circumstances, regardless of creed, color, or nationalities. Though anti-racism did not always win the day, the explicit rejection of racial discrimination by union leaders was hugely important for African Americans. During the 1940s, average incomes among Black people rose from 40 to 60% that of whites. A long way from equality, but a big step in the right direction. The shift was also a product of the growing influence of communists, who were among the most strident anti-racists among the white majority.
And we also see the development of radical ideas. How could we have not just a decent wage, how could we have good work? How could we have work even that goes beyond not damaging us to work that allows us to develop as human beings? How could we live in communities in which people cared for each other and took care and looked after each other? How could we live with dignity and self-respect? And so these ideas, many of which receive cultural expressions in visual art, in theater, in music, these ideas are really burbling around in the United States. And so the Communist Party, as it would take shape in the United States, and initially it was called the Workers' Party, and then later in the mid-1920s it took the name the Communist Party. The Workers' Party became a place where workers went to learn about. So what had happened in Russia? How did they do it there? And so they had a lot of cachet because they were associated with the Russian Revolution and the seeming success of the Russian Revolution. Over the years, that would become a mixed blessing, that when there would be this huge conflict in the Soviet Union between Stalin on the one hand and Trotsky on the other, that would divide people who saw themselves as communists in the United States, and some would side with one and some would side with the other. And then later in the 20th century, when people would become more aware that the Soviet Union had created a new kind of inequality and new kinds of absences of freedom. So there was something to be gained by having identified with this, and over time there would also be something to lose.
It's really remarkable to notice how celebrated the civil rights movement is in our country. All the presidents get one day, a federal holiday, and Martin Luther King gets a day. We have civil rights heroes are on stamps. Rosa Parks had a state funeral. Martin Luther King has a monument on the National Mall. So we recognize officially, in a very official way, we recognize the civil rights movement as this very singular, important, transformative moment in American history. What we don't appreciate as much are the radicals who made that movement, both some of the figures who we know and their politics, and also some of the figures that we don't know. Certainly what people like J. Edgar Hoover tried to prove, that the civil rights movement was the product of a vast Communist Party conspiracy, certainly that is false. But the many, many thousands and thousands of people who had passed through that party, and the members and former members of that party, even as individuals, had really shaped the political landscape for people who were interested in activism and interested in the question of black rights. So it's pretty hard to get anywhere near the civil rights movement, any story from the movement that you might take, including the stories that we know about, and you just scratch the surface, you're generally going to find the Communist Party, Socialist Party, people affiliated, formerly affiliated, and so on. That human chain provided an infrastructure of human beings, of knowledge, of know-how, political perspective, and organizing sense and ability that is greatly underappreciated. Dr. King himself also studied in theological school, as many people did, because where else are you going to be able to talk about these things? Where else except in a Christian setting? Where else do you have the freedom to have more general discussions about American society, about capitalism? And so King certainly did, and he studied people like Reinhold Niebuhr, who blended Christianity and Marxism. And King, in many ways, claims that he was out to do the same thing. In fact, Coretta, his wife, remembers that at their very first meeting, he explained to her, just to lay his cards on the table, that he was against capitalism, that he thought we had to have a different kind of economy. That's what he was about as a person.
In 1928, the Communist Party had pledged to struggle on behalf of the Negro masses as one of our major tasks. Their first national campaign was an attempt to free the Scottsboro Boys, 9 black teenagers who were falsely accused of raping 2 white women in 1931 Alabama. The novelist Harper Lee reportedly drew from the boys' experience in writing her classic novel, To Kill a Mockingbird.
Well, what happens in the Scottsboro case is you have 9 black teenagers, and some of them get in a fight on the train with a couple of white guys. The train stops in Scottsboro, because this fight has broken out. As they're getting off the train, as the sheriff's folks are there, the white guys get off, the black guys get off, and then 2 white women get off. And the townsfolk are looking around going, oh. And the women, Victoria Price and Ruby Bates, yell rape. There was a 1-day trial for these 9 kids that ranged from the age of like 12 or 13 to 17, known as the Scottsboro Boys. These 9 black teenagers were convicted, and rape was an executable offense in the 1930s. And so in a 1-day trial, 8 of them were sentenced to die in the electric chair. The youngest was sentenced to life imprisonment. Ruby Bates, one of the women who had yelled rape, recanted, said it didn't happen. Now let me tell you what really happened here. We're prostitutes. And the Mann Act, the Federal Mann Act, says that we were afraid of because you can't cross state lines for immoral purposes. And since we crossed over out of Tennessee into Alabama, we were afraid that we might get brought up on federal charges. So we were just trying to protect ourselves. And so we just said, rape. There were so many egregious constitutional errors in this case. And eventually they start getting let out one by one by one by one. It took first 18 years for the last one. Imagine being in prison. You are 17. You get out when you're 35 for a crime that never happened.
Communist Party members showed considerable bravery in confronting racism. In 1934 alone, the KKK organized 44 new klaverns in Alabama, and the philosophy of fascism was also on the rise. Fascists and Klansmen handed out leaflets warning, "Negroes, beware. Do not attend communist meetings. The KKK is watching you." In 1932, police shot and killed 3 members of the Alabama Sharecroppers Union. The Klan received extensive support by state police forces. In fact, many police officers were themselves Klansmen. In Birmingham, the city council passed an anti-free speech ordinance, making it illegal to possess so-called radical literature, broadly defined to include everything from anti-war writings to pro-union pamphlets. Despite constant attacks, Some strikes in the South were successful. In 1936, black steelworkers, led by two members of the Communist Party, went on strike against the American Casting Company. They won a 20% wage increase and overtime pay.
Another strand of radical activism, you might say, is when black people began to organize in the labor movement and got entry in where they could get entry into the labor movement. One of the biggest and most important of those unions was the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, people who worked as servants on the trains. Given the importance of railroad transportation to the industrial development of America, those people on those trains had jobs and had a life situation that was very unique. You know, they have a kind of mobility that not all black people had. And they're constantly crisscrossing the country. And so they also, in doing so, become a conduit for spreading ideas and organization. Physically carrying newspapers, black newspapers, radical newspapers. So first of all, they organized themselves into a union. So they had collective bargaining, they had higher wages and better benefits and control over the terms of exploitation under which they worked. They used those wages to create mass organizations like the NAACP, organizations, and of course their unions, they paid union dues, but their wages, union wages, are what created the possibility of creating mass organizations, using your extra money to create an enormous organization through which you could press for civil rights.
The struggle faced by African Americans was compounded by the fact that the National Labor Relations Act excluded agricultural and domestic service laborers from protection. Over half of all black workers were employed in these industries. So, too, were the majority of Mexican migrant workers. Throughout the South and Southwest, a caste system had developed in which migrant workers were largely excluded from unions.
One means by which labor has been controlled is through immigration policy. And the ability to create second-class citizens opens the door for what becomes known as contract labor. And you could literally bring in captive labor to work for some set period of time without the obligation of having to provide them any kind of democratic rights, to provide resources for their families or their children, because ultimately they can be sent back. And the Bracero program takes place in the context of a decade of intense class struggle in agriculture throughout the 1930s. And it had also been a period of intense class struggle in industry. There was an attempt to do this in agriculture, but the US government at the time instead began the process of bringing in contract laborers.
Farming is America's biggest industry. All such farm jobs which are tough, dirty, or unpleasant are generally referred to as stoop labor. It isn't easy to find men willing to take on such undesirable kinds of work. Understandably, then, the American farm labor supply falls short and is supplemented by Mexican citizens, braceros.
They could not vote, they could not petition for grievances, and most importantly, they can't join unions. Even after the war, we see the growers and the railroad industry leveraging its power to extend the Bracero program, and ultimately it's extended for over 20 years. And even with the demise of what was known as the Bracero program in 1964, we see that this type of captive labor has been reintroduced and perpetuated in various forms all the way to the present.
The Bracero program brought millions of guest workers from Mexico to the U.S. between 1942 and 1964. Present-day debate over immigration reform makes the story of the Braceros increasingly relevant. Jesus Galvan picked crops across the U.S. during World War II. He's still helping fellow Braceros collect earnings they were owed from decades ago.
Este país, Estados Unidos, se olvida.
This country, the U.S., forgets that thanks to the hard work of immigrants, it was able to win the war.
Today, a guest worker provision is a contentious portion of immigration reform.
There are all types of industries in our country which have used the work of immigrants every day to achieve the economic goals of those industries.
In the days of the braceros, employers routinely ignored regulations. Worker advocates point out that migrant laborers are still taken advantage of.
Look at the conditions under which agricultural workers live now. Conditions have not changed in over 100 years.
At a time of mass deportations and continued worker abuse, it remains to be seen if the U.S. is doomed to repeat its dark history.
Despite the fact that huge sectors of the American economy remained union-free zones, workers in American cities were organizing at unprecedented rates. Millions flooded into the CIO, where they began to challenge America's largest corporations. From U.S. Steel to General Motors to Goodyear Tires, few corporations were safe from union organizing. The outlook of the Depression-era worker began to shift, from one of despair to one of bold defiance, and in some cases, revolutionary fervor. This spirit of rebellion was also reflected in the arts.
The WPA was a new approach to unemployment. Instead of charity, the government paid people to work on infrastructure projects and to work in jobs that used the skills they already had. This included white-collar workers. Officials believed that this would help speed up reemployment because people would keep their skills current, and working on a real project would restore dignity and a sense of self-worth. The Federal Writers Project, for example, produced the American Guide series, books about every state, with sections for cities, towns, and distinctive areas, a way to introduce Americans to the history and culture of the state. The Federal Theater Project set up regional theater centers that would focus on the drama of the area and produce the best of that work to the rest of the nation. Much of the art in the 1930s reflected the desperate situation of workers and how they were dehumanized by the economic system. John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath, Charlie Chaplin's movie Modern Times, and the movies of Frank Capra, plays like Waiting for Lefty and The Cradle Will Rock, all featured American workers as protagonists, trapped in an economic depression not of their own making. At the same time, people in the WPA arts projects were themselves union members. Actors Equity, the American Federation of Musicians, and the Artists Union. There was also the Workers' Alliance, a union for WPA workers that was definitely radical and had communists among its leadership. It was an era in which socially liberal or moderate people tended to side with leftist radicals because capitalism seemed to have failed. Perhaps the most subtle thing about this art, though, was the subject itself. Expanding the range of the kinds of people whose stories were told and who were the artists themselves in the public sphere implied the possibility of expanded political access. Artists are always affecting change.
The most controversial art was produced by the New York Federal Theater Project, run by the director and playwright Hallie Flanagan. One of their productions was a children's play titled Revolt of the Beavers. The plot centers around the overthrow of an evil beaver king, conducted with the goal of allowing all beavers to eat ice cream. Another production was based on socialist author Sinclair Lewis's It Can't Happen Here, a warning about fascism in the United States. Most controversial of all was a musical by Mark Blitzstein titled The Cradle Will Rock, a scathing indictment of corporate capitalism. Mounted by Orson Welles, it was scheduled to open on June 17th at the Maxine Elliott Theater on Broadway, but was canceled at the last minute. The actors met the audience outside the shuttered theater, marched 20 blocks to another venue, and performed the musical in defiance. The Federal Theater Project was shut down 4 years later. one of the most important works of art from the 1930s was destroyed. Nelson Rockefeller commissioned the Mexican muralist Diego Rivera to paint a fresco in the lobby of Rockefeller Plaza.
The wonders of the microscope.
It's fascinating. It's so modern. And this large, looks like a magnifying glass of some kind. People are staring at it.
It's the latest invention, the television.
Yes, I know television.
Beamed visual radio. Imagine the potential for education.
And these well-dressed people here. What is that?
What do you see?
Oh, I get it. Picasso played this game with me, too. All right. I see high society at a party of some kind.
That's it!
Huh?
The decadent rich, above their heads, that's a syphilis cell.
Syphilis cell? The rich in general?
No, in specific.
You're not talking about me, are you?
You don't have syphilis, do you?
No, of course not. No, I don't. Up top there, is that a war of some kind?
That's a battlefield. Men in the Holocaust of war. And beneath it, unemployed workers being beaten by the police. Do you like it?
The artist, a communist, created an epic 3-panel fresco depicting scenes of contemporary scientific achievements and social life. At the center was Vladimir Lenin. Refusing to remove the image, Rivera was fired by Rockefeller, who proceeded to have the fresco destroyed. Rivera later reproduced the mural based on photographs of the original, titling it, Man, Controller of the Universe.
The break came one day in December. Workers at the Fisher body plant punched in as usual. An ordinary day. Then something happened. Or rather, nothing happened. Nothing moved. The workers had sat down. They would not work, and they would stay in the factory until General Motors signed a contract with their union.
In the Great Depression, workers who became frustrated at their low wages and the brutality of their employment conditions and developed a strong sense of rights and a desire to make their lives much better, confronted the difficult problem that with so many workers unemployed, that if they went on strike and set up a conventional picket line, that either the violence of the government or the violence of private security could easily break up their picket line, and desperate unemployed workers would flood in, eager to get a job, and their strike would fail. And out of that challenge, workers developed a new strategy in the United States called the sit-down strike. And the first sit-down strike actually occurred in the Hormel plant in Austin, Minnesota in November of 1933. And there, the workers took over the plant, stayed in for a long weekend, demanded that the company executives come in and negotiate with them in the plant, and creatively used their control over the cooling system to threaten the executives that anytime they turned down a demand from the workers, that the heat would come up and the meat would begin to spoil. And they found, oh, this is not only a good way to keep the scabs or potential scab strikebreakers out, but is also a way to have some leverage with the employer. So the idea of sit-down strikes began to spread among workers as a strategy. And one of the places it was used with a great deal of drama and effectiveness was in Flint, Michigan at the General Motors plant. Once the sit-down strike went on for more than a couple days, you then confronted the problem about what are you going to eat? How are you going to live? And so there was a very impressive women's auxiliary that was part of the Auto Workers Union in Flint. And they organized ways to smuggle food into the men. But the women became very involved, and they had great tactics like distracting the detectives and the deputies and calling their attention off over here, and so that they could sneak some food in over there. And there are very dramatic images of women in the auxiliary using clubs and planks and baseball bats to smash windows in the plant, so that in case the men were tear gassed, the gas would be able to flow back out of the plant.
Their aim was to draw women into the actual battle. So while there were strikers on the inside, the women were doing battle on the outside. They were picketing, they had a uniform of a red beret. The thing about the Flint sit-down strike is that not only is sitting down or occupying your plant an ingenious tactic that had begun really throughout 1936, had gained popularity among workers. It was ingenious because even if capitalists will stop at nothing to prevent workers from, including killing workers who want to organize unions or go on strike, they really are reluctant to damage millions of dollars of their own property, of their plant and equipment. So it meant it limited the amount of violence that the bosses could use against the strikers.
Despite the reluctance on the part of company owners to damage property, some violence did erupt. Sensing another siege, the union leadership called for a siege of their own. They asked for solidarity from other auto workers across the country. The workers delivered. From Oakland to Georgia to Cleveland, strikes paralyzed GM operations. GM's leadership refused to budge, and the days progressed into weeks. Fearing defeat, the strikers secretly devised a new plan. They would occupy the very heart of General Motors, the heavily guarded engine plant, number 4. The next week, they created a mock strike at a nearby plant, and in the resulting tumult, guards were drawn away from the primary target. The workers now occupied the most important factory in the GM empire.
Probably the most important thing about the Flint strike is the way the entire working class came together. Everyone knew this was a pivotal battle, and the entire working class from the whole area came together. I mean, so many unionists would come in from other industrial cities like Toledo or Cleveland, would drive into Detroit, clogging the motorways. There were so many people coming in to support the strike. And that's really the kind of solidarity that eventually forced anti-union General Motors to recognize the United Auto Workers Union in the auto industry.
General Motors was the first of the big 3 auto companies to fall. Next came Chrysler. On March 8th, over 60,000 workers halted production at all 6 Chrysler plants in Detroit. Supervisors were ejected from the building. Company guards were replaced with union men, and the entrances were blocked off and secured. an educational committee was established with daily classes. Lessons included the history of American trade unions and trade union strategy and tactics. As police moved in to enforce a court injunction, unions throughout the area called for a solidarity demonstration in downtown Detroit. On March 23rd, 200,000 workers assembled in what is now Kennedy Square. Soon after, management called for negotiations. The workers at Chrysler had won their battle in much the same way as the workers at GM. Ford was the last of the big three to succumb in 1939. The events in Detroit had an electrifying effect on the American working class as a whole.
Sit-down mania spread across the nation. Everybody was sitting down. Woolworth, clerks, dog catchers, you name it, were holding sit-down strikes. You know, and they were winning. So things were really getting out of control.
Was reminiscent of the Wobblies' approach, was reminiscent of some of the more radical European unions. And it scared the bejesus out of corporate America.
Labor's sit-down hysteria spreads. At the height of the strike that closed 4 of Detroit's leading hotels for 2 days, armed police blocked the doors. 2,500 guests have had to leave. Waitresses, cooks, and bellhops refuse to work but find time for play.
Sit-down strikes spread across the country, from New England to New York to the Midwest. Nearly 5 million workers took part in industrial actions in 1937. The grassroots upsurge prompted more reforms at the state level. The Fair Labor Standards Act finally abolished most child labor, established a minimum wage, and created overtime pay eligibility. The idea of what was termed industrial democracy also began to spread. A union leader named John Peel summed up the sentiment of workers. Those who toil in industry have dreamt of democracy, but for those who produce the wealth, there has been industrial slavery. Some activists couched their arguments in socialist terms, while others appealed to Christian religious doctrine or the American ideals of democracy and independence. But just as the American labor movement reached its peak, the union leadership retreated. Instead of escalating the tactics that had won reforms, they attempted to create a partnership between labor and capital. John L. Lewis, the leader of the CIO, was no radical, and in fact voted Republican in most elections. He assured business leaders that a CIO contract is adequate protection against sit-downs, lie-downs, or any other kind of strike. And even the Communist Party rejected the anarchy of grassroots organizing. The Daily Worker ran a statement by William Seinstone, the party's Michigan State Secretary, declaring unequivocally and emphatically that the Communists and the Communist Party had never in the past, and do not now in any shape, manner, or form, advocate or support unauthorized and wildcat action. In 1939, the Supreme Court made it official. Sit-down strikes were illegal.
Yes, both sides gain. Management now has no strikes to stop production. The workers have more enthusiasm for their jobs. Hourly production is up 15%. The company gets more productivity. It gets a fair day's work. The workers have more security. They feel they belong, that they are part of a team.
The labor historian Stephen Fraser, I think, actually has a pretty interesting take on the Congress of Industrial Organizations, the CIO, the main vehicle through which the industrial unions were organized in the late 1930s. He said it was kind of like a hybrid of a union, a labor organization organizing for industrial unionism, which is something that the left had traditionally been in favor of throughout the U.S. History. As well, it was a kind of half lobbying organization, or an organization of people at the top that actually wanted to have labor have a seat at the table in the White House and in the halls of Congress and all that. So it was kind of this fusion of the struggle from below plus a kind of research, policy, lobbying arm at the top. And the two things came together, obviously. In the first instance, it was the struggle from below that really made the organization even happen at all. But some of the leaders, such as Sidney Hillman in particular, a lot of what Hillman wanted to do was to have a kind of feeling like he had, as if he was like a social democratic leader from Europe, which he would be able to represent workers in their discussions in government and pass pro-worker policies through the Congress and so forth. And he actually did have that role to a certain extent for FDR, in the FDR administration, at least at the period when the New Deal was moving forward. The problem was that the union itself, or the organization's viability, was based on its ability to organize and to champion the struggles of workers from below. But within a very short time, once the government had actually set up the industrial labor relations machinery that we still have, the dysfunctional one that we still have today, the National Labor Relations Board, elections administered by the government in workplaces and so on, that whole thing that was actually championed by a lot of the leaders of the unions at the time, they were actually more comfortable being sort of labor statesmen, as they call themselves, and negotiators with capital than they were rank and file leaders from the shop floor.
The symbolic end to American mass labor militancy occurred on May 30th, 1937. After Republic Steel refused to sign a contract with the Steelworkers Organizing Committee, hundreds of workers and sympathizers organized a peaceful demonstration. Chicago police responded by firing into the crowd. Dorothy Day, a leader of the Catholic workers' movement, was present at the massacre. On Memorial Day, 1937, she wrote, "Police opened fire on a parade of striking steelworkers and their families at the gate of the Republic Steel Company in South Chicago. 50 people were shot, of whom 10 later died. 100 others were beaten with clubs." President Roosevelt did not respond by condemning the murders. Instead, he apportioned equal blame to both parties.
Summer of 37 is when the steel companies, under the Little Steel Strike, right at that time was kind of the first sort of reverse in the ability of workers to join and to organize unions. And as a result of that reverse, I would argue that the Roosevelt administration also started to shift right and to abandon the unions. Roosevelt famously said, using the words from Shakespeare, it was a plague on both their houses when Chicago police shot down workers who were involved in one of the steel strikes during the Memorial Day picnic in 1937. It was the Memorial Day massacre. He said famously that it was a plague on both their sides. He wasn't about to take side against the bosses. And then within a few years from that, you basically have the beginning of the build-up to the war. So pretty much social reform is off the agenda.
In 1944, just before achieving an unprecedented fourth term in office, President Roosevelt called for a second Bill of Rights. "We have come to a clear realization," he stated, "that true individual freedom cannot exist without economic security and independence. Necessitous men are not free men. People who are hungry and out of a job are the stuff of which dictatorships are made." Roosevelt died a year later.
In our day, certain economic proofs have become accepted as self-evident. A second Bill of Rights, under which a new basis of security and prosperity can be established for all, regardless of station or race or creed. Among these are the right to a useful and remunerative job, the right to earn enough to provide adequate food and clothing and recreation, the right of every farmer to raise and sell his products at a return which will give him and his family a decent living, the right of every businessman, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom, freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies at home or abroad, the right of every family to a decent home, the right to adequate medical care, and the opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health, the right to adequate protection from the economic fears of old age, sickness, accident, and unemployment, the right to a good education. For unless there is security here at home, there cannot be lasting peace in the world.
The truth is that Roosevelt had done little to aid the labor movement after 1938. By that time, he was already anticipating America's entry into World War II. Edward J. Flynn, a leading Democratic Party politician, recounts a conversation attributed to Secretary of State Cordell Hull in January, 3 years before the attack on Pearl Harbor. I asked him if the president knew we were in a depression. He said that of course he did. I asked what the president proposed to do. He answered, resume spending. I then suggested he would find difficulty in getting objects on which the federal government could spend. He said he knew that. What then, I asked, will the president spend on? He laughed and replied in a single word, battleships. I asked why. He said, you know we are going to have a war. And when I asked whom we were going to fight, he said, Japan.
A date which will live in infamy.
Meanwhile, the business community was already launching a counterattack against the New Deal. This occurred not only at the political but ideological level through newspapers, periodicals, and radio. The National Industrial Conference Board created an outreach program that characterized labor unrest as the work of communist agitators. The Chamber of Commerce published a 38-page booklet titled Communist Infiltration in the United States, Its Nature and How to Combat It. The term free enterprise was introduced to the American lexicon, while major news publications began referring to so-called creeping socialism. In 1938, the House of Representatives created the House Un-American Activities Committee, which sought to investigate alleged disloyalty and subversive activities on the part of private employees and those organizations suspected of having fascist and communist ties. Among those subpoenaed to appear was Hallie Flanagan, the head of the Federal Theater Project.
But these are your words I'm quoting. The workers' theaters intend to remake a social structure without the help of money, and this ambition alone invests their undertaking with a certain Marlowe-esque madness. You are quoting from this Marlowe. Is he a communist?
I'm very sorry, I was quoting from Christopher Marlowe.
Tell us who this Marlowe is so we can get the proper reference, because that is all we want to do.
Put in the record that he was the greatest dramatist in the period of Shakespeare immediately preceding Shakespeare.
HUAC was institutionalized in the form of the Alien Registration Act, or Smith Act, passed in 1940. The act made it a criminal offense to advocate the overthrow of the American government, or to organize or be a member of any group or society devoted to such advocacy. Prior to and during World War II, the perceived threat of subversion by communists was extended to Italian, German, and Japanese Americans. 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry were sent to concentration camps and their property stolen. Lacking running water and bathrooms, they worked in the manner of prisoners, receiving little or no pay. Japanese Americans lost an estimated $400 million of property. In truth, neither Japanese Americans nor communists posed any real threat to the American government. Although communists had played leadership roles in labor conflicts and the burgeoning civil rights movement, they represented a tiny percentage of the population. Moreover, prior to World War II, the American Communist Party had already shifted from the so-called Third Period to the Popular Front. Stalin was seeking international support, and American Communist Party members responded accordingly. In the late 1930s, CP leader Eugene Dennis demanded that the political struggle of communists be channeled through the Democratic Party, not through revolution. More radical in their outlook, but even smaller in number, were members of the Socialist Worker Party. Taking their lead from exiled Soviet leader Leon Trotsky, who was assassinated in Mexico, 1940, the SWP was the first group to be targeted under the Smith Act. Perhaps not coincidentally, its members had played a leading role in the triumphant Minneapolis Teamsters strike of 1934. Along with uprisings in other cities, the Minneapolis strike helped give rise to the CIO. In 1941, 28 SWP members from the Teamsters Local 544 were arrested and tried with the complicity of Teamsters leader Daniel Tobin. A range of allegations were made, most of them fabrications.
The growing menace of communism arouses the House of Representatives Un-American Activities Committee. Among the well-informed witnesses testifying is J. Edgar Hoover, head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Hoover speaks with authority on the subject.
Communism in reality is not a political party. It is a way of life, an evil and malignant way of life. It reveals a condition akin to disease that spreads like an epidemic, and like an epidemic, a quarantine is necessary to keep it from infecting this nation.
Apart from the business community itself, perhaps the most important institution in fomenting anti-radical hysteria was the FBI. The rise of the FBI during the 1930s was precipitated by their breakup of a German spy ring in 1935, as well as widespread media publicity of a number of gangsters and bandits.
What seemed to be a minor gangster, but still represented by the media as this public enemy, John Dillinger, going around the country robbing banks, was the inability of local and state police to deal with a serious crime problem and thus the necessity of expanding the federal government's role. And there were a series of movies that were published in the 1930s in which the Bureau played an indirect role in supporting them that represented the FBI as the G-man who always got his man, and that captured the public's imagination of apprehending criminals and bringing them to justice.
You're trying to tell me you can get rid of the gangster by ignoring him, by keeping him off the front page. That's ridiculous. You're playing right into his hands. Show him up, run him out of the country. That'll keep him off the front page.
In the meantime, you expect our children to read of nothing but outrage and murder.
That's better than their being slaughtered. The city is full of machine guns, gang war in the streets. Kids aren't even safe to go to school. You want that to go on?
Certainly not. But what can private citizens do? Even our police force can't stop it.
Don't blame the police. They can't stop machine guns from being run back and forth across the state lines. They can't enforce laws that don't exist.
Then it's up to the federal government to do something about it.
I'll tell you what to do. Make laws and see that they're obeyed. If we have to have martial law to do it.
And there was very strong opposition to a strong federal law enforcement agency, and the perception of that as being like a secret police. What took place in the 1930s then was a significant undermining of this very strong opposition to a federal law enforcement role and a perception of the necessity of the role. And what Bureau officials also did was to establish a close relationship with local and state police, providing assistance through the National Academy established in the mid-1930s, training police officers in the latest technology, through the fingerprint division, dealing with this problem that a criminal might move from Chicago to Milwaukee and you'd be lost, and now you'd be able to find them because you have this nationwide fingerprint database. And so that what happened during the 1930s was a expansion, and that expansion is sort of captured, I guess, numerically by the number of agents increasing from 300 in 1932 to 600 by 1936. But what was more important, and would be developed in the succeeding years, was the perception of the need for the Bureau to assume a strong internal security role to deal with foreign threats to the nation's security and foreign threats that had a domestic component. May of 1940, President Roosevelt issues a secret directive authorizing the FBI to wiretap during national defense investigations. Congress had prohibited wiretapping in legislation of 1934, but the premise was that the nature of the use of this technique was not to develop evidence resulting in prosecution, but to anticipate and prevent threats to the national security interests. On their own authority, FBI officials authorized the installation of microphones. Microphones would be installed by means of trespass, which was a Fourth Amendment violation. There was an interest as well as obtaining confidential information, and so FBI agents would resort to break-ins. They would break into residence and offices of targeted individuals and organizations, and the authority for this was issued solely on the actions of the FBI director without the knowledge and approval of the president. What took place after 1936 then was a significant expansion of the Bureau's role away from law enforcement to political surveillance that was both known and authorized by the president, at the same time not known and authorized by the president. So what was happening was that the Bureau was beginning to become a far more autonomous agency, and that investigations moved beyond any legitimate principle that there was a threat to the national interest posed by foreign directed movements and or powers, to include the monitoring of both political activities of targeted individuals as well as their personal activities.
In 1936, Hoover ordered all FBI agents to monitor left-wing activists, including general strike activities and the activities of organized labor organizations. Hoover was tasked by Roosevelt with monitoring not only leftists, but figures on the far right. Yet the history shows clearly where Hoover's sympathies lay. By the end of World War II, over 40,000 members of the right-wing American Legion had been recruited as FBI informers. During the same time period, the FBI monitored the radical attorney Carole King. the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, the Gandhi Society for Human Rights, the Congress of Industrial Organizations Council, the National Maritime Union, the United Automobile Workers Union, and the United Mine Workers Union. Hoover himself became virtually obsessed with certain activists, celebrities, and intellectuals on the left. These included the socialist Albert Einstein, the anarchist Charlie Chaplin, and later, Martin Luther King. At one point, Hoover met directly with Charlie Chaplin to insist he stop portraying authority figures as buffoons. Chaplin responded by making the 1940 film The Great Dictator, a satire of fascism and the filmmaker's first talkie. Three years before Chaplin made The Great Dictator, J. Edgar Hoover sent a personal invitation to Hitler's Gestapo chief Heinrich Himmler to attend the 1937 police conference in Montreal. Though rarely acknowledged in Western education systems or media, fascism received widespread support among Western business and political elites. Coca-Cola, Ford, General Motors, Texaco, IBM, and General Electric are among the many American corporations to have invested in fascist and proto-fascist regimes. Bankers also lent their support, among them the patriarch of one of America's greatest political dynasties, Prescott Bush. A series of documents unearthed from the National Archives revealed that Prescott Bush worked extensively with Nazi Germany through the banking firm Brown Brothers Harriman, which in turn acted as the U.S. base for the German industrialist Fritz Thyssen. Some of Bush's assets were even seized during World War II under the Trading with the Enemy Act. While many Western elites had no particular interest in the fascist movement beyond profit, others had a clear ideological affinity with the philosophy. Henry Ford remains the most notorious example. A virulent anti-Semite, Ford received the Grand Cross of the German Eagle in 1938, the highest civilian award given by the Nazis. Even more important in supporting the new dictatorial regimes was Torquil Reber, an avowed fascist and the chairman of Texaco. Reber supplied Spanish fascist forces with oil in defiance of a loosely enforced embargo by President Roosevelt. Thousands of men and women from around the world traveled to Spain to fight Franco's fascists in defense of the left-wing Spanish Republic. These included 2,800 Americans, one-third of whom lost their lives.
You would think these companies would be ashamed of themselves, but big business has no shame.
Big business is international. In spite of war, these companies operate internationally through subsidiaries, stock participation, and cartel agreements with various other companies. IG Farben Industrie, Allgemeine Elektrizität Gesellschaft, Tokyo Shibaura, Mitsubishi Electrical Engineering Company, Compagnia Generale di Elettricità, Magrini Società Anonima, and many more all over the world. Internationally, as well as nationally, profit, big profit, is the battle cry. There were similar groups in Germany, Japan, Italy, England, France, Holland, Belgium, Spain, and smaller countries. Through colonial rule or subservient governments, they controlled raw materials and markets in most of the world. This is the big league in world business. Its name is imperialism. It leads to war.
Wealthy fascists and fascist supporters in the United States were never held accountable for helping to lay the groundwork for World War II. Instead, the vast majority of the FBI's resources were devoted to persecuting leftists. This pattern would continue throughout the Cold War. Despite attacks against the radical left, American unions had become a force to be reckoned with. In the decades following World War II, a robust labor movement ensured that the enormous wealth accrued through the post-war economic boom was not divided in a grotesquely unequal fashion. During the 1940s, American life expectancy rose an average of 4 years. By 1945, almost 1/3 of all American workers belonged to a union. The top income tax rate rose to 91% and stayed there until 1964. Living standards almost doubled during the generation following the war. Unemployment rates dropped to levels below anything seen in the first half of the century. Real wages doubled between 1940 and 1967. Yet at the same time the business elites and politicians were praising the new American dream, they were busy undermining it. The 1947 Taft-Hartley Act delivered a severe blow to organized labor. It prohibited jurisdictional strikes, wildcat strikes, solidarity or political strikes, secondary or mass picketing, closed shops, and monetary donations by unions to federal political campaigns. Communists and other radicals were barred from holding leadership positions, and states were permitted to pass so-called right-to-work laws, which prohibit unions from requiring union dues as a condition of membership. A 2018 study found that American states in which right to work is enforced produce a 14.2% higher rate of workplace fatalities. Taft-Hartley was denounced by both the AFL and CIO as an assault against free speech and a slave labor law. It nevertheless passed the House and Senate with strong bipartisan support. The law would be used during the gargantuan 1959 steel strike, one of the largest in American history.
The longest and costliest strike in the history of the steel industry hit the United States economy in 1959. Hard negotiations for a new union contract began in May, with both sides more adamant than ever not to give ground. In early October, President Eisenhower stepped in. A week later, he invoked the Taft-Hartley law to force the workers back on the job for an 80-day cooling-off period. The union challenged the injunction for the first time in the law's history, appealed it all the way to the Supreme Court. But the court ruled against the union, upheld the injunction. The steel mills resumed operation in mid-November, but took 6 weeks to attain maximum production. Negotiations at year's end remained in stalemate.
In the 12 years between the passage of Taft-Hartley and the Great Steel Strike, a nationwide psychological warfare campaign was conducted against the American people. It is generally known under the term McCarthyism. McCarthyism occurred against a backdrop of Cold War paranoia, much of it deliberately and dishonestly fostered. Representative of the corporate class was General Electric Corporation President Charles E. Wilson. GE had made enormous profits during World War II, and Wilson saw no reason why the prospect of peace should interfere with profits. He advocated what he called a permanent war economy.
Our biggest job will be to continue putting out equipment and fighting gear our nation depends on. To desert would be to throw away our most feared weapon, America's power to produce.
There's no getting away from it. When the time comes,
Each one of us must stay in our cities and fight.
Protection comes high, sky high. Today, we must be on guard in the sky when it comes to protecting our resources, the national resources that are so precious to us.
In recognizing a communist, physical appearance counts for nothing. If a person supports organizations which reflect communist teachings, or organizations labeled communist by the Department of Justice, she may be a communist.
The idea of a permanent war economy gelled perfectly with the new Truman Doctrine, under which the United States would aggressively interfere in the affairs of other nations. It would do so both overtly through the U.S. military and covertly through the CIA. Senator Arthur Vandenberg privately advised President Truman to, quote, scare the hell out of the American people. The mass media was already doing exactly that.
Some will get through to your home.
This, our country and all its people, could be in danger of nuclear attack.
It can't happen here? Well, this is what it looks like.
Flash and the heat wave. Then the blast tears away part of each roof. Let's see it again in stop motion.
They're here already! You're next!
Domestically, Cold War hysteria also served a vital function in strengthening the power of the business class. It undercut labor unions, and therefore the political influence of workers as a whole. Republican Senator Barry Goldwater portrayed unions as a virtual communist plot and declared industry-wide bargaining an evil to be eliminated.
It's an international criminal conspiracy.
President Truman signed Executive Order 9835, which created a loyalty mandate for all federal employees. He authorized the Attorney General to compile a list of alleged subversive organizations, most of which were already being monitored by the FBI. In its first 6 years, the program resulted in 4 million sets of fingerprints, over 4.5 million loyalty oaths, and over 25,000 investigations of allegedly disloyal employees. By 1955, the FBI had assembled files on an incredible 2 million American citizens.
It's the biggest night of the year in Hollywood as Oscar steps into the spotlight for the 29th time. And at the Pantages Theater, just about everybody who's anybody in the film world is on hand for the annual Academy Awards presentation ceremony.
With the goal of creating maximum publicity, McCarthyism focused heavily on the entertainment industry. In 1949 to 1950, the so-called Hollywood 10 were questioned and held in contempt of Congress for refusing to self-incriminate and inform on their friends. Among them was celebrated screenwriter Dalton Trumbo, author of the great anti-war novel, Johnny Got His Gun.
The witness is excused. You believe this committee has the right to compel testimony.
Sir. Witness is dismissed.
To indict opinion. To criminalize thought. But that right does not exist, sir. And the moment it does, God help us all.
A number of popular Hollywood celebrities, including Humphrey Bogart, Lauren Bacall, Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Frank Sinatra, came to the defense of their colleagues, but their efforts had little effect. The convictions of the Hollywood 10 were upheld by the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. They served between 6 months and 1 year in prison. Another famous artist brought before the committee was Paul Robeson, an internationally renowned singer known for his bass baritone voice. Robeson made a point not only of performing for society's cultured elites, but average working men and women. In 1938, he traveled to Spain to perform for soldiers who had been injured in the fight against fascism. Here he is singing the classic American Union anthem, I Dreamt I Saw Joe Hill Last Night, for coal miners in Scotland.
I saw Joe Hill last night, alive as you and me. Says I, but Joe, you're 10 years dead. I never died, says he. I never died, says he. In Salt Lake City, Joe, says I, am standing by my bed. They framed you on a murder charge, says Joe, but I ain't dead. Says Joe, but I ain't dead. And standing there as big as life and smiling with his eyes, says Joe, what they can never kill went on to organize, went on to organize. I dreamed I saw Joe Hill last night, alive as you and me. Says I, but Joe, you're 10 years dead. I never died, says he. I never died, says he. I never died, says
Along with other artists, including the folk singers Pete Seeger and Woody Guthrie, Paul Robeson was scheduled to sing for the Civil Rights Congress at a concert in Peekskill, New York. A bloody riot occurred when a right-wing mob attacked the crowd.
Almost the same time these pictures were made, from Moscow come films showing Mr. Robeson singing a communist song during his recent visit to Russia.
Хорошие ребята, жизнь по-своему переделают.
Robeson was dragged in before the House Un-American Committee in 1956.
In July of 1954, were you requested to submit a non-communist affidavit?
Under no conditions would I think of signing such an affidavit. It is a contradiction of the rights of American citizens.
Are you now a member of the Communist Party?
Oh, please, please, please.
Please answer, will you, Mr. Robeson?
What is the Communist Party? What do you mean by that?
Are you now a member of the Communist Party?
Would you like to come to the ballot box when I vote and take out the ballot and see?
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully suggest the witness be directed to answer the question.
The reason I'm here today, from the mouth of the State Department itself, is I should not be allowed to travel because I have struggled for the independence of the colonial peoples of Africa. The other reason I'm here today, again, from the State Department and from the record of the Court of Appeals, is that when I am abroad, I speak out against injustices against the Negro people in this land. That is why I'm here. My mother was born in your state, and my mother was a Quaker. My ancestors, in the time of Washington, baked bread for George Washington's troops when they crossed the Delaware. My father was a slave. I stand here struggling for the rights of my people to be full citizens in this country. You want to shut up every Negro who has the courage to stand up and fight for the rights of his people, for the rights of workers, and I have been on many a picket line for the steel workers too.
Why do you not stay in Russia?
Because my father was a slave, and my people died to build this country. And I'm going to stay here and have a part of it just like you, and no fascist-minded people will drive me from it. Is that clear?
You are here because you are promoting the communist cause.
I am here because I'm opposing the neo-fascist cause, which I see arising in these committees.
I would invite your attention to the Daily Worker of June 29, 1949, with reference to a get-together with you and Ben Davis, formerly communist councilman in New York. Do you know Ben Davis?
One of my dearest friends. He is as patriotic an American as can be, and you, gentlemen, are the non-patriots.
Just a minute.
You are the un-American.
Pete Seeger was also defiant in the face of government persecution.
The House On-American Activities Committee wanted to know if you had political connections. You didn't want to answer, and that got you into some serious trouble.
This is because this group of people are actually, they're a group, in my opinion, a group of American fascists. Their idea of America is America where everybody agrees with them. Shira of Ohio was a supporter of the John Birch Society. Willis of Louisiana is a small town. Mr. Big, he married the daughter of the local sugar mill owner, and his idea of America is that small town where everybody knows their place and he's on top.
Everybody's heard about taking the Fifth Amendment. You took the First.
I didn't actually take any. Later on, my lawyer said that the only defense he could make of me was on the basis of the First.
Which guarantees?
That's the one guaranteeing freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of press, and religion. The Fifth Amendment, in effect, is saying you have no right to ask me this question. But I wanted to say you have no right to ask any American citizen this question.
While the Hollywood blacklist is rightly condemned as a major human rights violation, the broader effects of McCarthyism are often obscured. The primary targets of the campaign were not celebrities, but ordinary workers, especially union organizers.
A port security card is identification. It helps to protect all of us from a traitor who might be posing as a longshoreman.
The National Labor Relations Board, ostensibly set up to protect employees from corporate abuse, failed utterly in its mandate. In 80% of cases brought against workers, the board sided with reactionary elements of the U.S. government. Provided with often flimsy intelligence by the FBI, HUAC gave private personal information about workers to over 60,000 employers, a clear violation of the right to privacy.
Mr. Saltman, please.
I don't rent my equipment to amateurs. Well, gentlemen, what can I do for the FBI?
Just a routine inquiry, Mr. Saltman. Does a David Merrill work here?
Yeah, you want to see him? He's in the back. He's working out on some equipment. He fixes stuff. He's a very good fixer.
That's all right. How long has Mr. Merrill been working here?
Just a few weeks. He doesn't talk much. He works real hard. Something wrong? Did he commit a crime or something?
Just a routine inquiry, Mr. Saltman. If and when Mr. Merrill leaves this job, please let us know.
Sure.
So why don't you just ask me if you want to know? Just ask me. I'm here. Right here. Ask me.
Thank you, Mr. Saltman.
I'm asking you a question. If you want to know something about me, ask me. You don't have to ask him. You can ask me.
You have nothing to be upset about.
Upset? Why should I be upset? Huh? You've only ruined my life. Why should I be upset? Now, I'm right here. Ask me a question. You have something to ask. Ask me a question.
I'm warning you, Mr. Merrill. I'm a federal officer.
Sam, let's go.
Warning me? Is that your name, Sam? You're warning me? Go ahead. Warn me, Sam.
The CIO, whose very existence owed to so-called radicals, also sided with the state, expelling 20% of its own membership. Some labor leaders were imprisoned. Among them was Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, a founding member of the American Civil Liberties Union and the IWW. Nicknamed the Rebel Girl, she had helped lead major labor actions, such as the victorious Lawrence textile strike of 1912. Flynn was imprisoned 5 times between 1951 and 1955. She dismissed her persecutors with contempt, calling them a motley array of bought and paid-for informers, stool pigeons, and renegades. As mass paranoia spread, some states entertained bizarre ideas. In Texas, a bill was proposed that would have made membership in the Communist Party punishable by death. Indiana contemplated banning the adventures of Robin Hood.
In the gallant days when history hung on the flight of an arrow or the slash of a sword, when feudal barons ravaged the countryside to live in pomp and splendor, when one man alone dared challenge the might of his country's oppressors.
The highly respected black intellectual W.E.B. Du Bois, then 83 years old, was indicted by a Washington jury. The John Birch Society suggested that the fluoridation of water was a communist plot.
I can no longer sit back and allow communist infiltration, communist indoctrination, communist subversion, and the international communist conspiracy to sap and impurify all of our precious bodily fluids.
It was only when McCarthy tried to take on the establishment that his wings were clipped. In 1954, he picked a fight with the U.S. Army.
Activities may well determine whether this nation will live or die.
I want to make it clear that the United States Army does not coddle communists.
Look, you've done enough. Have you no sense of decency, sir? At long last, have you left no sense of decency?
In 1957, the Supreme Court ruled the Smith Act unconstitutional. Unless there was a direct incitement to violence, political beliefs would be protected by the First Amendment. 10 years later, the court ruled that forcing radical or communist-affiliated organizations to register with the government was a violation of the Fifth Amendment. But for the labor movement, the damage had already been done. A statistical analysis by sociologists Randy Storch and Rosemary Fuhrer found that self-conscious radicals from the New Deal era were essential to the creation of the vibrant insurgencies that linked community and workplace and led to effective labor actions. By purging unions of all so-called radicals, the union movement took on an increasingly passive and top-down character. Disputes were resolved less and less through direct action by the rank and file, and more by mediation through lawyers and bureaucrats. The idea of industrial democracy was gradually replaced by collective bargaining. During the 1980s, labor lawyer Thomas Joffigan stated that union disputes had been reduced to a series of mini lawsuits, millions of them, jam-packed in big backlogs, going back for years. The courts would consistently rule against labor. In the words of historian Nelson Lichtenstein, courts generated a false equality between labor and capital. Because of corporate mobility and the insulation of so many management prerogatives from the union's bargaining reach, such an equation is inherently biased against unions. Where once unions had fought to increase living standards, if not completely democratize the workplace itself, workers picketed primarily to halt further cuts against their wages, benefits, and standards of living.
so-called teacher rebellion gaining momentum across the country. Teachers staging protests, going on strike, demanding better pay.
Teachers trading in lesson plans for protest signs.
This is more than just about teachers at this point. It's about our students. We live for our kids.
In Arizona, thousands of teachers descending on the state capitol, calling for a 20% increase in pay.
I can't even afford to have my kids on my health insurance.
Now, threatening to strike.
And Tom, all of this activism coming on the heels of a successful teacher strike in West Virginia.
Now the standoff in West Virginia, teachers vowing to stay out on strike after lawmakers nixed the raise they negotiated with the governor.
Thousands of teachers in traditionally conservative states are protesting against low pay and insufficient funding for public education.
100 Oklahoma school districts are on strike to demand lawmakers approve an additional increase to teacher salaries.
Schools will be open tomorrow in West Virginia for the first time in almost 2 weeks. Governor Jim Justice, state lawmakers, and teachers reached a deal today on pay and health care benefits that gets teachers back into the classroom.
You know, the CEO of the company took, what did he make, $28 million last year? $28 million, think about that. That man makes $17,000 an hour.
Stop outsourcing our jobs. Man, we just want AT&T to give us our fair share. They're not being fair with us. We work too hard. We hold this company down.
We're also fighting for the retirees. They're losing their benefits also. So we're here to be able to put up the good fight. It's a tough game, but we're here, stay strong, all together, united as one. Strong union.
Making themselves heard loud and clear. Hundreds of striking fast food restaurant workers and their supporters rallied outside a McDonald's in Los Angeles, demanding higher wages and the right to join a union. Food workers in 60 cities across the U.S. walked off the job on Thursday. It's the biggest labor challenge the $200 billion industry has ever faced. In Chicago, as elsewhere, striking Wendy's employees demanded a wage of $15 an hour. That's twice the current U.S. minimum wage. In Wilmington, Delaware, strikers took their protest inside the Burger King where they work. And in New York, protesters packed the sidewalk in front of a Wendy's outlet.
We know these companies are making millions of dollars. We know these CEOs are bringing home golden parachutes and vacation homes for their families. What about the families that are making the wealth?
I think that I'm poor because they're rich, and they're rich because I'm poor, and I don't think that it should be that way.
Buenos días, compañeros. Aquí con el apoyo a nuestros amigos de Detroit, Michigan. Estamos aquí para apoyarlos, para que sigan en la lucha, igual que nosotros aquí en Matamoros. Fisher Dynamic está en paro laboral. Estamos con el apoyo de la mayoría de los compañeros.
This march is a major change of tactics from the Yellow Vest protesters. They've gone from demonstrations every Saturday and blocking roundabouts across the country in November and December to holding a strike on a working day.
Tout le monde doit participer. Tout le monde doit participer à la dette, tout le monde doit aider. Et les plus riches, non, sont toujours dans leur sphère. Et eux, ils n'ont rien à payer. Ils sont toujours protégés. Hein, les riches, le patronat.
चेहरा मेरा एक नहीं है, इरादे मेरे नेक नहीं है, मजदूरों के क्या है सोचूं, बस मैं आए तो चमड़ी नोचूं.
Around 200 million workers went on a two-day strike across India, bringing the country to a grinding halt. The strike was called by 10 central trade unions against the labour policies of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the largest ever strike in world history.
Over the Labor Day weekend, a massive labor protest happened in India. And in fact, many are saying that this might be the largest strike in the history of humanity. The scale of it is it's difficult to comprehend, but we want to talk about why this strike happened.
Now, they're angry at what they call the government's anti-worker and anti-people policies. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is known as business-friendly, but has he neglected the ordinary worker?
Employees of public banks protesting in Mumbai. They are joined by workers across banking, telecom, transport and other sectors who are unhappy with the government's labour reforms, are seeking better wages for unskilled workers along with social security and pension for millions outside the formal sector.
At least we get some benefits, but what about the unorganized? They don't even get maternity leave, no CL, no PL, no SL. They just work.
दरअसल हमारा ऐसा मानना है कि जो सरकार है, इसकी जो नीतियां हैं, वो केवल मजदूरों के खिलाफ नहीं है, वो किसानों के खिलाफ, महिलाएं, नौजवान और छात्रों के खिलाफ है। और जब तक इनके खिलाफ एक संयुक्त आंदोलन नहीं बनेगा, एक ज्वाइंट रेजिस्टेंस नहीं होगा, तब तक इनको रुकना संभव नहीं है।
Today's lesson: civil disobedience. Here in Manchester and up and down the country, thousands of students from reception to year 13 skipped school to call for action on climate change.
We are in Geneva, Italy, protesting against climate change because politicians today are not willing to do enough about it. So we're taking to the streets.
Put it there, boy. We'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Tell you fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.